Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what if fanfictions. This channel isn't just about retelling stories. Here, we explore alternate destinies, power awakenings, and the darkest secrets of the wizarding world that were never revealed. Quick note before we begin: every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and reimagined purely for storytelling and entertainment purposes, so each video delivers a fresh experience. Want to skip the intro? Jump straight to 1 minute to dive into today's main list. And if you enjoy powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit subscribe, because we upload daily magical what if videos you won't want to miss. In today's video, we ask a single question. What if 2-year-old Harry Potter trapped Voldemort's soul in an unbreakable mental prison? One that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. Let's begin.
The first thing Harry Potter learned was silence. It wasn't the quiet of an empty room. It was a thick, swallowing silence that lived in the dark beneath the stairs, a silence that pressed against his ears and made his own heartbeat sound like thunder. It was in this silence, long before he knew words like magic or Voldemort, that he first met the other thing that lived inside him. It wasn't a voice. It was a pressure. A cold, dark coil resting behind his eyes, sleeping in the hollows of his small bones. He didn't remember it getting there. It simply was, as constant as the dust motes dancing in the sliver of light from the vent, as familiar as the ache in his empty stomach. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice sliced through the door. Up. Get up. Now. Harry shifted on the thin, lumpy mattress. The movement stirred the coil. It didn't wake, not fully, but it shifted in its sleep. A whisper of frost traced his spine. A flicker of red, the color of anger, of pain, bloomed behind his eyelids and was gone. He dressed in the dark, fingers fumbling with oversized hand-me-downs. The coil settled. The silence returned, deeper now, watching. The Dursleys' kitchen was a battlefield of bright colors and loud sounds. The television blared. Uncle Vernon's newspaper rustled like an angry animal. Dudley banged his spoon on his high-chair tray, demanding more. Harry slipped into his designated corner, a space between the washing machine and the wall. He knew better than to speak. Speaking drew attention. Attention drew pain. He pulled his knees to his chest and made himself small. Freak, Dudley gurgled, a word he'd learned from his father, pointing a sticky finger. Uncle Vernon chuckled, a deep, satisfied sound. Right you are, Diddykins. Best not to look at it. Might catch something. The coil behind Harry's eyes tightened. A sharp, needle-like pain jabbed at his temple. He pressed his forehead against his knees. Go away, he thought, not with words, but with a raw, childish push of feeling. Be quiet. And the coil listened. It receded, the pressure easing into a dull, watchful throb. The silence within Harry deepened, becoming purposeful, a wall he hadn't known he could build. This was the unspoken dance of his life. The Dursleys' cruelty was a storm outside. The thing inside him was a trapped, furious beast. And he, the 2-year-old who had become a 4-year-old, was the keeper of the gate. He didn't understand it. He just did it. When Dudley's friends chased him and the fear made his throat close, he pushed the cold thing down. When Aunt Petunia smacked his hands with a wooden spoon for being clumsy, and hot tears of shame welled up, he shoved the raging heat away into the dark. The prison was built of instinct, of a survival need so profound it had forged bars from a toddler's will. It was seamless. It was absolute. Or so he thought. His 5th birthday was marked by a stale crust of bread and extra chores. That evening, locked back in his cupboard, a different pain began. Not the cold pressure, but a real, physical agony in his scalp. He reached up, fingers tracing the livid lightning bolt scar on his forehead. It was burning, a thin line of fire. And within its echo, for the first time, a sound. Kill. The word was a sliver of glass in his mind. It was not his own. Harry froze, breath hitching. The coil erupted. It was no longer sleeping. It was thrashing. A wave of fury, of hatred so ancient and vast it could not have been forged in a single lifetime, smashed against the walls of his mind. Images flashed, a flash of green light, a high, cold laugh, screaming. So much screaming. The cupboard walls seemed to bend inwards. The dusty silence was torn apart by a psychic scream of pure rage. Harry bit down on his knuckle, hard. The coppery taste of blood filled his mouth, a tiny, real anchor. He squeezed his eyes shut, but the darkness behind them was now alive, seething. No. This single thought was a command. It was the foundation stone of his prison. You be quiet. The fury redoubled. Mudblood. Filth. I will tear you apart. The scar was a brand. Harry curled into a ball, arms wrapped around his head. He couldn't let it out. If it got out, the Dursleys would know. They would see. They would throw him away, and then the thing would be free. The thought was more terrifying than any beating. He didn't fight it with anger. Anger was its fuel. He did what he had always done. He built the silence. He imagined the cupboard walls, thick and solid. He imagined the dusty blankets, smothering the noise. He thought of the deep, quiet dark under the stairs, a dark so complete it swallowed everything. He pulled that dark inside him and wrapped it around the raging presence. The assault weakened. The screams became muffled, then distant. The coil strained, pounding against its confines, but the walls held. They were smoothed by years of unconscious practice. The prison was unbreakable because the prisoner himself had forgotten he was the architect. Slowly, the pain in his scar faded to a throb. The cold pressure returned to its dormant state, but it no longer felt asleep. It felt watchful, aware. Harry lay trembling in the sweat-dampened sheets. His heart hammered against his ribs. He stared into the absolute black of the cupboard ceiling. Something had changed. The silence was no longer just his refuge. It was his burden, and the thing inside him knew it. Days bled into weeks. The incident left a crack, not in the prison, but in Harry. He was more withdrawn, his eyes older. He started to notice strange things. Things that happened when the coil stirred. He was trimming the hedge under a blazing sun, Aunt Petunia watching from the window like a hawk. A wasp buzzed around his head, persistent, threatening to sting. Irritation, sharp and hot, flared in his chest. The coil shifted, interested. Sting him. Hurt him. Let me. The wasp suddenly dropped from the air, lifeless, into the grass. Harry stared at it. He hadn't wished it dead. Not really. But something had. Listened. Another time, Dudley was chasing him, his face purple with gleeful rage. Harry tripped on the loose pavement, sprawling. As Dudley lunged, Harry threw his hands out, not to push, but to shield his face. A desperate, wordless plea shot through him. Don't let him hit me. Dudley's foot, aimed at Harry's ribs, skidded on a patch of oil that hadn't been there a second before. He fell with a ground-shaking thud, howling. Harry scrambled back, eyes wide. The coil inside him pulsed with a cold, satisfied amusement. He began to understand, in a vague, terrifying way. The thing in the prison had leftovers. Echoes of power that leaked out through the bars when Harry's own emotions ran too high. It was a parasite, but it granted strange, dangerous reflexes. He couldn't control it. He could only try to stay calm, to keep the walls high and solid. The idea of school was a fresh horror. People, other children, noise and chaos. How could he keep the walls steady there? On the Saturday before he was due to start at Stonewall Primary, Uncle Vernon took them all to London to buy Dudley's uniform. Harry, in clothes that were bags of rags compared to Dudley's crisp new smock, trailed behind, a silent shadow. The zoo was Uncle Vernon's idea of a reward for Dudley's, enduring the shopping ordeal. The reptile house was cool and dark, a relief from the crowd. Dudley immediately began tapping on the glass, trying to rouse the sluggish boa constrictor. Make it move, he whined at his father. Uncle Vernon tapped the glass solidly. The snake didn't stir. It slept on, a picture of perfect, unattainable peace. Harry envied it. He leaned closer, his nose almost touching the cool pane. For a moment, he forgot to maintain the walls. He was just a boy, looking at a snake. Must be boring, he whispered, so softly only he and the snake could possibly hear. Just lying there every day with people staring. The snake's head moved. Slowly, it lifted and turned. Its dark, unblinking eyes met Harry's. Harry didn't jump. A strange calm settled over him. This was different from the wasp, from the oil. This was communication. The coil inside was utterly still, listening. You speak, the snake seemed to say, though its tongue only flicked out. The speaker. Then Dudley, enraged by the attention Harry was getting, shoved him hard out of the way. Me. Look at me, he yelled, pressing against the glass. Harry hit the concrete floor, the air knocked from his lungs. Pain flared in his elbow. And with the pain came a lapse, a split-second fracture in his concentration. The coil stirred, not with rage, but with a precise, wicked intent. It didn't need to break free. It just needed a tiny channel, a whisper of will. A strange, cold sensation flowed down Harry's arm. He wasn't doing it. It was being done through him. The thick glass front of the boa constrictor's tank vanished. 1 second it was there. The next, it was gone. Completely. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The boa, after a moment of apparent surprise, slid out in a smooth, fluid motion, curling onto the polished floor. Chaos erupted. Screams. Running feet. As it passed Harry, who lay frozen on the ground, the snake turned its head. "Thanks, Speaker," it hissed, and then it was gone, sliding toward freedom. Uncle Vernon's face was a masterpiece of purple, apoplectic fury. He dragged Harry out by the scruff of his neck, throwing him into the back of the car. The diatribe lasted the entire drive home, threats and promises of the deepest, darkest cupboard for the rest of his life. But Harry heard none of it. He was locked in a terror far deeper than his uncle's wrath. He was shoved into the cupboard, the door bolted with finality. The darkness closed in, but it was no longer a comfort. It was a mirror of the darkness inside. He sat in the middle of the tiny space, shaking. He replayed the moment. The feeling of that other will, so cold and so separate from his own, using him. Acting through him. The glass hadn't just broken. It had been unmade. And the worst part, the part that sent ice water through his veins, was the reaction of the thing inside. For the first time since that night on his birthday, he felt a clear, distinct emotion from the prison. It wasn't rage. It wasn't hatred. It was satisfaction. A low, quiet, smug curl of pleasure. The pleasure of a prisoner who had, just for a moment, stretched his fingers through the bars and touched the outside world. Harry wrapped his arms around himself, rocking back and forth on the thin mattress. The walls were still up. The prison still held. But the prisoner knew his name now. And Harry, for the first time, truly understood what he was sharing his soul with. The cupboard door was solid wood. The house beyond was quiet. But in the endless dark of his own mind, Harry sat awake, listening to the soft, mocking echo of a serpent's hiss and the cold, silent laughter of the thing he had trapped. The laughter didn't fade. It wasn't a sound, not really. It was the absence of warmth, a glacial seep that filled the spaces between Harry's thoughts. It lingered for days after the zoo, a stain on his mind. The cupboard, once a hideaway, now felt like a shared cell. He could feel the coiled presence on the other side of the mental wall, a patient, venomous snake in the dark of his own skull. The Dursleys' punishment was swift and absolute. The bolt on the cupboard door was reinforced with a heavy brass lock. Meals became even scarcer, dry crusts and sips of water pushed through a gap at the bottom of the door. The only time he was let out was for the bathroom, under Petunia's hawk-like supervision, and for chores done in silent, frantic speed. Freakishness, Vernon snarled through the wood each morning, has consequences. You'll learn, or you'll starve in there. Harry didn't cry. Crying was a storm of feeling, and storms threatened the walls. He sat in the dark, conserving energy, focusing on his breathing. In, out, each breath a brick in the silence. The entity pressed against its confines, testing. He felt its cold curiosity like a finger probing a locked door. Speaker, the thought whisper came, oily and alien. It was the snake's word, but now it was being used by him. A gift, you have a gift, let me show you. No, Harry whispered aloud, his voice raspy from disuse. The word was a shield. A pulse of annoyance, sharp and petulant, answered him. Then withdrawal. The cold receded, but the watchfulness remained, sharper than before. A week into his imprisonment, a change occurred. It started with the spiders. A small, brown common house spider had made a corner of the ceiling its home. Harry watched it weave its web, a tiny architect of delicate, complex lines. It was a piece of the outside world, a companion in stillness. One afternoon, as a particular wave of hunger cramp twisted his stomach, the spider stopped its work. It descended on a single thread, dangling directly before Harry's face. It didn't move. Harry stared, fascinated. The spider's legs twitched once, twice. Then, it spoke. Not in English. In clicks and pops and a subtle shifting of its limbs that formed meaning directly in Harry's mind, a language of instinct and image. Cold one in the stone nest fears you, it clicked. The old, dark thing behind your eyes. It tastes of dead scales and empty night. We taste its shadow on your mind web. Harry stopped breathing. He hadn't summoned this. He hadn't felt the coil stir. This was different, a side effect, a frequency his mind was now tuned to because of the zoo. I don't understand, he breathed. The world speaks, the spider replied, its tiny, multifaceted eyes catching the sliver of vent light. You have begun to hear. The cold one hates all that speaks and lives. It would unmake our webs, still our hearts. It swayed. Your nest is strong, little speaker. But it is built in a place of rotting wood. It will break. Before Harry could form a question, the spider scurried back up its thread, vanishing into the shadow of its web. The conversation was over. Harry sat back, his heart a trapped bird. The world speaks. He could talk to spiders. He had talked to a snake. What else? The birds in the garden. The worms in the earth. And the thing inside him, the cold one. A name that felt terribly, intuitively right. It hated all that spoke and lived. For the first time, his prison wasn't just about keeping the rage in. It was about keeping life out. He was a fortress isolating a plague. The realization made him lonelier than the lock ever could. The next time Petunia yanked him out for a bathroom run, he saw the garden through the kitchen window. The vibrant summer blooms she prized were wilting. Not from lack of water, the sprinkler was on, but from the center out, as if touched by an early, invisible frost. The roses hung blackened and limp. A neighborhood cat that usually stalked the fence line took one look at Harry through the window, its fur bristling, and fled with a yowl. Petunia followed his gaze to her dead flowers. Her face, already pinched, went white with a fury that dwarfed her usual irritation. She didn't look at the cat. She looked at Harry. You, she hissed, her voice trembling. You did that. Your unnaturalness is poisoning my garden. She didn't hit him. She backed away, as if he were contagious. That was worse. The fear in her eyes was real, a primal recognition of something wrong. It confirmed everything the spider had said. Back in the cupboard, the entity was pleased. A smug, cold satisfaction radiated from it. It wasn't actively doing anything, Harry was sure of that. It was just being. Its mere presence, leaking through the tiniest cracks in Harry's control, was a blight. A spiritual rot. Harry curled up on his mattress, shivering despite the summer heat trapped under the stairs. He was a carrier. A poison vial. The walls of his mind were the only glass keeping the infection from spilling into the world, and they were under a constant, corrosive pressure. He must have slept, because the nightmare was sudden and total. He was not himself. He was tall, thin, a shadow with piercing red eyes. He stood in a graveyard, but the air was warm, thick with the scent of dew and dark magic. Before him knelt a man, trembling, his face a mask of devout terror. My lord, the Potters, they are hidden. I know where they are, Wormtail. The voice was high, cold, and came from Harry's own throat in the dream. It held a terrible, musical cruelty. Lily and James Potter have defied me for the last time. The child, there is a prophecy. AP prophecy, my lord. That one must die so the other may live, or some such meaningless drivel. A long, white hand emerged from black robes, holding a wand of yew. I shall kill the child. And in doing so, I shall mark him as my equal. I shall render the prophecy void. There will be no equal. Only me. The scene shifted. A quaint cottage, blown apart. James Potter falling, a smile still on his face. A staircase. A woman with vibrant red hair and emerald eyes, the same as his own, standing before a crib. Not Harry, please not Harry. Stand aside, you silly girl. Not Harry, please, have mercy. I have no mercy, mudblood. Avada Kedavra. The green light. The woman falling. Then, the crib. He looked down. He saw himself, a toddler with a mop of black hair, wide, frightened eyes staring up, not understanding, reaching for a toy broomstick on the floor. The high, cold voice laughed. Goodbye, Harry Potter. The wand rose. The killing curse began to form, a searing, acidic green light at the tip. And then, from the child, not magic, but a force. An absolute, monumental no. It was not a spell. It was the raw, instinctual will of a soul refusing to be annihilated. It was love made into a barrier. It was a mother's sacrifice crystallized into a final, perfect shield. The curse rebounded. The high, cold laugh turned into a scream of utter shock and agony. The world dissolved in pain and tearing and a sensation of being ripped into ragged, bleeding pieces. Harry woke up screaming. The sound was torn from him, raw and ragged, echoing in the tiny cupboard. He was drenched in cold sweat, his scar a line of white-hot agony. He clutched his forehead, sobbing, the images burned onto the back of his eyes. The red eyes. His mother's plea. The green light. The coil inside him was in turmoil. But it wasn't just rage this time. It was memory, agony, loss, a catastrophic, world-ending failure. The emotions bled through the walls, not as an attack, but as a hemorrhaging wound. My body, the entity shrieked in his mind, a sound of pure, fragmented torment. My power, gone, scattered, the child did this. Harry rocked, his own tears mingling with the shared, phantom pain. For a horrifying second, their emotions synced, a mutual, devastating understanding of loss and destruction. He saw it. He felt it. The moment Voldemort ended. The moment he began. You killed them, Harry choked into the dark, his voice a broken thing. You killed my mum and dad. The entity's pain congealed into instant, blistering hatred. Filth. They defied me. They hid you. She should have moved. The memory of Lily Potter's final stand hung between them, a spectral image. Her love was the cornerstone of his prison. Her sacrifice was the first brick. And the thing inside him hated her for it with a fury that scorched the edges of Harry's soul. But in the aftermath of the nightmare, something else had changed. A crack had appeared, not in Harry's walls, but in the narrative of his life. He had a name for the Cold One. He had a past. He had parents who loved him. They had died to save him. The knowledge was a burden heavier than any lock, but it was also a weapon. He was not just a freak. He was Harry Potter. His parents were James and Lily. And the thing in his head was their murderer. The entity sensed the shift. The cold focus returned, sharper, more calculating. The raw emotional bleed stopped, sealed off as if by a slamming door. When Petunia unlocked the cupboard the next morning, her usual disgust was tempered by something new. She'd heard his screams. She looked at him, pale and trembling, shadows like bruises under his two bright eyes. Bad dreams, she stated flatly. It wasn't a question. Harry just looked at her. He didn't nod. He didn't speak. His silence was different now. It wasn't submission. It was containment. She flinched, just slightly. Well, she sniffed, recovering. No breakfast for noisemakers. You can weed the back flower bed. And if so much as a daisy dies, you'll be back in here for a month. The summer sun was punishing. Harry knelt on the hard earth, picking at stubborn dandelions with his fingers. Each tug sent a jarring pain up his arm, a reminder of his weakness. Dudley and his friend Piers were playing pirates on the lawn sprinkler, their shouts grating. The coil was quiet, but present. A silent observer. Harry looked at his dirty hands, at the wilting pansies nearby. He thought of his mother's green eyes. A deep, aching sorrow welled up, a feeling so vast it threatened to drown him. He missed someone he couldn't remember. He mourned a love he'd only ever known as a shield. A single, hot tear traced a path through the dirt on his cheek. It fell onto a wilted pansy petal. The petal quivered. The grayish, dying color at its edge receded, as if the tear was washing it clean. A faint, vibrant purple returned to the tiny patch where the tear had fallen. Harry stared. He hadn't wished for it. There was no cold echo, no borrowed power. This was a different warmth, a faint glimmer from deep within him, untouched by the prison. It was small, barely there, like the first star in a twilight sky. From the kitchen window, Petunia was watching. She saw the tear. She saw the single, inexplicable spot of color return to her dying flower. Her face didn't show wonder. It showed pure, unadulterated terror. Inside Harry, the coiled presence stirred, not with anger, but with a sudden, intense, and predatory interest. The hatred was still there, a constant bass note. But now, layered over it, was something new. A chilling, calculated curiosity. Petunia did not speak of the flower. The silence that followed was more oppressive than any shouting. She avoided looking at him directly, her eyes sliding over him as if he were a stain that refused to be scrubbed away. The weeding was finished in record time, and Harry was locked back in the cupboard with a plate of cold beans, a concession so startling it felt like a trap. He ate slowly, the bland taste of the beans a stark contrast to the storm in his mind. The tear, the petal, that Flicker of warmth from a place the cold thing could not reach. He tried to summon it again, focusing on the memory of his mother's eyes from the dream. He thought of her voice, pleading, loving. Nothing happened. The warmth was gone, buried under the ever-present frost of the prison. But the entity had noticed. Its attention was a physical weight now, a focused pressure against the inner walls of his skull. The vague, malevolent presence had sharpened into a blade's point of interest. Before, it had been a raging beast, pounding against the bars. Now, it was a scientist. A collector. It was studying the specimen of Harry's soul. Interesting, the thought impression came, smooth as oil. A spark. From the mudblood, no doubt. A weak, sentimental magic. Harry flinched at the word. He didn't know what it meant, but the hatred baked into it was vile. "Leave me alone," he whispered, pushing the plate away. "We are never alone, Harry Potter. We are cellmates. And I have had nothing to do for years but listen. To your dreams. Your fears. The petty cruelties of these muggles." The term was spat with such contempt it made Harry's teeth ache. "You hate them. You should. They cage you. Starve you. Despise you for what you are." "I am not like you," Harry said, his voice firmer than he felt. A pulse of cold amusement. "Are you not? You spoke to a snake. You unmade glass. You blight life by mere presence. Your very existence is a curse upon this ordinary house. You are a creature of power, Harry Potter. They fear you because they sense it. Embrace it. Let me show you how to use it. No. Then suffer." The presence withdrew, but the pressure remained. A patient, waiting pressure. Days bled together. The Dursleys' treatment became a study in controlled dread. They didn't beat him. They didn't shriek. They moved around him with the cautious, repelled movements of people avoiding a venomous spider. The locks on the cupboard stayed. The portions of food remained just enough to keep him alive. Dudley, taking his cue from his parents, stopped chasing him. He would stare from across the room or the garden, his piggy eyes wide with a confused fear. Harry was no longer a punching bag. He was an object of superstition. This isolation was a new kind of torment. The entity fed on it. "See, you are other. You are alone. They will never love you. They can't. You are a monster in their eyes." Harry took to spending his short time in the garden talking to the insects. It was a defiance. If the cold one hated life, then Harry would listen to it. The conversations were simple, fragmented. The ants spoke of duty and paths. A beleaguered earthworm complained about the dry soil. A ladybug, bright as a drop of blood, warned him of a coming storm. They were not friends, they were too alien for that, but they were voices. They were proof of a world outside the prison in his mind. One evening, as he was scrubbing the kitchen floor, Uncle Vernon received a letter. Harry, from his place on the tiles, saw the envelope was a peculiar, yellowish parchment. Vernon ripped it open, his face progressing from confusion to red-faced fury. "Stonewall," he boomed, making the teacups rattle. "They've written to confirm the freak's attendance. As if we'd let him." He caught himself, shooting a furtive, terrified glance at Harry. He lowered his voice to a harsh whisper. "Petunia, they can't know. They can't know we've got him here. If anyone saw what he can do." Petunia's hand fluttered to her throat. "What are we going to do? We can't send him. But if we don't, the authorities. We'll say he's sick, contagious. We'll homeschool him." Vernon said the word, homeschool, as if it were a sentence to the gallows. "You'll teach him." Petunia's voice was shrill. "I'd rather drown." Vernon roared. Then he looked at Harry again, a desperate, scheming light in his small eyes. "We'll lock him in. We'll say he's mentally deficient. A danger to himself. We'll get a doctor's note. Anything." The entity within Harry stirred, a wave of cold, intellectual disdain washing over him. Pathetic, groveling creatures, terrified of a sun they cannot see. They would bury you alive to preserve their gray little world. A hard knot of anger formed in Harry's stomach. They were going to lock him away forever. Not just at night, but always. He would never see the outside, never even try to be normal. The anger was hot and bright. It cracked his focus. The scrubbing brush in his hand, a worn-down thing of brittle plastic, snapped in two. The sound was like a gunshot in the tense kitchen. All three Dursleys jumped. They stared at the broken brush in Harry's hand. He hadn't twisted it. He hadn't slammed it. It had just shattered. Vernon's face went from red to purple. Fear and rage warred in his expression. You see," he wheezed, pointing a trembling finger. You see what it is. Destructive. Even when he's not trying. Harry looked down at the broken pieces. This wasn't the cold, precise unmaking of the zoo glass. This was raw, unfocused emotion breaking something. It was his anger. But it was an anger that thinned the walls, that let a whisper of the cold one's power bleed through. Good, the entity purred. Very good. Anger is power. It is the sharpest tool. I didn't mean to, Harry said, but his voice lacked conviction. A part of him, a small, dark part that felt the Dursleys deserved it, was glad. Up. Vernon screamed, spittle flying. To your cupboard. Now. No supper. No light. We'll see about school, you wretched little. Harry didn't hear the rest. He was marched to the cupboard and shoved inside. The lock turned with a final, heavy click. Darkness. Deeper than before because now he knew it was permanent. They were never going to let him out. Despair, cold and heavy, settled in his bones. He slid down the door, hugging his knees. The entity pressed closer, its presence like ice against the contours of his mind. They will keep you in this box until you rot, it whispered, its voice a seductive chill in the dark. They will waste your life, your power, in this tomb of mediocrity. You could be so much more. You could make them sorry. You could make them kneel. I don't want that, Harry mumbled into his knees, but the words sounded weak. The image of Vernon kneeling, of Petunia's pinched face contorted in fear instead of disdain, it held a dark appeal. Liar, the entity crooned. I feel the heat of your hatred. It is a pure thing. Let it burn. Let me show you how to shape the flame. No. My mum, her magic was different. It was warm. A flash of rage, so intense it blinded Harry for a second. Sentiment. The entity screamed. A fool's shield. It failed her, didn't it? She is dead and you are here, in a box. Her warmth cannot save you now. Only power. Cold, hard, undeniable power. Harry trembled. The truth of it was a knife to the heart. Her love had saved his life, but it had not saved him from this. It had only made him a jailer. The pressure changed. The rage evaporated, replaced by that chilling, calculative focus. You wish to see warmth. It said, almost kindly. Look. An image pushed itself into Harry's mind. Not a nightmare memory, but a new construction. He saw the cupboard door. In the vision, he simply looked at it, and the heavy brass lock glowed red hot, then melted into a sizzling dribble of metal. The door swung open. He walked out into the hall. Vernon charged him, roaring. Harry raised a hand, a pale, long-fingered hand that was not quite his own, and Vernon froze in mid-step, choking, his feet kicking uselessly above the floor. Petunia screamed. Harry flicked his wrist. She fell silent, her mouth moving but producing no sound. He walked to the front door, unopposed, and stepped out into the vast, star-filled night. He was free. And behind him, the house at number 4, Privet Drive was dark and still. Forever. The vision was intoxicating. It was power. It was control. It was an end to the helplessness. The warmth of that fantasy was a lie, he knew. It was the warmth of a fever dream. But in the cold, real dark of the cupboard, he clung to it. I can give you that, the entity whispered. The knowledge is here. In the ruins of me. In the memories I hold. Spells. Charms. Curses. The magic of your world is a wild, clumsy thing. Mine was a scalpel. A sword. Let me teach you. It was the first time it had offered something instead of just demanding. A trade. Knowledge for, what? The fear was immediate. If he learned from it, used its power, would he become like it? All power is a tool, it reasoned, its voice smooth as silk now. Is a knife evil? Only if the hand that holds it is evil. You are not me, Harry Potter. You are the hand. I am merely the knife. You can use me to carve your own path out of this prison. It was a lie. Harry felt the lie in the cold core of it. But the lie was wrapped in such sweet, plausible logic. And the vision of the open door, it was all he wanted. He was so tired, so alone. The walls of his mind felt heavy, a burden he had carried for a lifetime. He didn't say yes. But for the first time, he didn't say no. He just sat in the dark, and he listened. The entity, sensing the crack in his resolve, began to talk. It didn't speak of dark rituals or killing curses. It started small, simple. It talked about focus, about shaping will, about the feeling of magic as a current in the blood. It described the theory behind the levitation charm, the logic of the locking spell. It was academic, dispassionate. It sounded like a teacher. Harry listened, mesmerized. This was the magic that belonged to his world. The magic his parents had. It was being offered by his worst enemy, but it was the first real knowledge of himself he had ever received. Outside, a real storm began to brew. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The ladybug's warning. Inside the cupboard, Harry Potter, age 5, sat with his eyes closed. On one side of the trembling wall in his mind was the cool, logical voice of a monster, teaching him to fly. On the other side was the memory of a woman's green eyes and the dying echo of her love. The lock on the cupboard door was solid brass. The lock on his soul was beginning to rust. And in the gathering storm, something else stirred. Far away, in a place called Hogwarts, a wand of holly and phoenix feather, sitting in a velvet box, gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shudder. Albus Dumbledore, stirring a cup of lemon tea by a window overlooking the stormy grounds, felt a familiar, ancient magic prickle at the edge of his senses. He frowned, looking out at the lightning. For a moment, the lines of his face seemed deeper, the twinkle in his blue eyes dimmed by a shadow of profound concern. He had felt that particular magical signature only twice before, on the night James and Lily died, and a year later, when he had placed Harry Potter on his aunt's doorstep. It was the signal of a sacrificial love, a protective magic. And it was flickering. The storm broke just after midnight. Rain hammered the roof of number 4, Privet Drive like 1,000 frantic fists. Thunder shook the foundations, and each crack of lightning painted the world in stark, skeletal white. Inside his cupboard, Harry Potter was not asleep. He was sitting cross-legged on the thin mattress, his back against the wall, eyes wide open in the dark. He was listening to two voices. One was outside, the roar of the wind, the drumming rain, the groaning protest of the house. The other was inside, a cold, precise murmur that threaded through the chaos, unaffected and clear. Focus is not about force. It is about clarity. See the lock, not as a thing of metal, but as a concept. A notion of, closed. Your will must be a finer key. You do not break the concept. You persuade it. The entity, Voldemort, was teaching him the Alohomora charm. Not with a wand, with the mind. Magic is will made manifest, it had said. The wand is a focus, a amplifier. The source is here. And Harry had felt a cold pinpoint of attention settle in his chest, behind his sternum. A place he had never noticed before, now feeling like a dormant, frozen star. He hadn't agreed to this. But he hadn't stopped it either. The temptation was a poison sweet on his tongue. Knowledge. Understanding. A way to maybe, someday, open the door. I can't see anything, Harry whispered. The dark was absolute. You do not need eyes. You have imagination. That is the canvas of magic. Picture the lock. The brass bolt. The tumblers inside. Harry tried. He conjured a fuzzy image in his mind. The lock was big, forbidding. Weak. Unclear. Your doubt is a fog. Clear it. Know that it is there. Know its shape. Know its function. Then, introduce a new idea. Open. Thunder crashed again. Harry flinched, the image scattering. A spike of frustration, hot and sharp, rose in him. This was stupid. Impossible. A child's impatience, the voice sighed, a whisper of disappointment. Power rewards the disciplined. Again, something in the tone, the disdain, the expectation of failure, struck a spark in Harry. He wasn't a good student. He'd never been a student at all. But he was stubborn. It was the same stubbornness that had built the prison. He clenched his jaw. He shut out the storm. He ignored the ache in his legs, the growl of his stomach. He pushed away the memory of Petunia's terrified face. He focused. The lock. He traced its shape in his memory. The cold smoothness of the brass. The sharp teeth of the keyhole. The heavy, final click it made. The concept of, locked. Safety for the Dursleys. Imprisonment for him. Now, open. He didn't imagine the bolt sliding. He didn't visualize the door swinging wide. He simply held the two ideas side by side in his mind. Locked, and, open. He held them with a desperate, silent intensity. Nothing happened. He slumped, the mental effort leaving him drained. A cold trickle of mockery emanated from the entity. And then, from the door, came a sound. Clink. It was soft, metallic, a tiny, internal shudder. Harry's breath caught. He stared into the black, heart pounding. Had he? A tremor. Barely a flicker, the entity said, but the cold voice held a new note. Assessment. The seed of will is there. Buried deep. smothered in fear and sentimental clutter. But it is there. Harry didn't care about the critique. A wild, impossible hope bloomed in his chest. He had done that. Not the cold thing. Him. He had touched the lock with his mind. It was a power that belonged to Harry Potter, not to the prisoner. The cold star in his chest gave a faint, answering pulse. It wasn't warmth. It was potential. A frozen river waiting for the thaw. Enough for tonight, the entity decreed. To push further without control is to invite backlash. Magic is not a tame dog. It is a wolf. You must be the alpha, or it will bite your throat. The presence receded, withdrawing to its accustomed watching post. The lesson was over. But the space it left behind was different. It was filled with the echo of that single, metallic clink. Harry lay down, the storm still raging outside. He pressed his ear against the cupboard door. He could hear the Dursleys moving about upstairs, nervous footsteps. They were afraid of the storm. He wasn't. For the first time, the chaos outside felt smaller than the quiet revolution inside him. He had a power. A fragile, untested sliver of a thing. And he had a teacher who was a monster. The path ahead was darker and more treacherous than the cupboard's blackest corner. But it was a path. And at that moment, any path felt better than standing still. Asterisk. The morning after the storm was washed clean and bright. The world sparkled, every leaf and petal weighed down with diamonds of rainwater. Inside number 4, the atmosphere was still tense, thick with unspoken dread. At breakfast, Dudley was uncharacteristically quiet, shooting furtive glances at the cupboard door. Petunia moved like a ghost, her face pale. Vernon's mustache bristled with a nervous energy. The letter from Stonewall Primary sat on the mantelpiece like an accusation. When Harry was let out for his chores, the air crackled. Vernon cleared his throat. The garden shed, he announced, not looking at Harry. Needs a clear out. Spiders. Rats. You'll do it. Everything out. Burn the rubbish. Be thorough. It was a sentence to a dark, confined space. A test. Harry just nodded. The garden shed was a forgotten relic at the end of the lawn, nestled under a large, weeping willow. Its windows were grimy, its wood rotting. Vernon unlocked the padlock, a bigger, meaner version of the one on the cupboard, and thrust a rusty trash sack into Harry's hands. No nonsense. Just work. The door shut behind him. Harry heard the click of the padlock snapping shut. He was locked in again. But this prison had light, dim, greenish light filtering through the dirty windows and the willow's trailing fronds. The shed was a jungle of broken tools, mildewed potting sacks, and forgotten junk. The air smelled of damp earth, rust, and something else, something sharp and wild. And it was full of life. Spiders watched from intricate webs in the corners. Woodlice scurried under overturned flower pots. In the darkest recess, he sensed a family of field mice, their tiny hearts beating in rapid syncopation. He got to work, trying to be quiet, to not disturb the residents. He cleared old newspapers, broken terracotta, bundles of twine that fell apart at a touch. The entity within was silent, observant. It was when he moved a heavy, moldy sack of peat that he found it. Behind it, tucked into a crevice in the shed wall, was a nest. Not of mice, but of birds. A family of wrens, now long gone, had built a delicate, cup-shaped home from moss and twigs. Inside, not abandoned eggs, but something else. A feather. It was about 6 inches long, a stunning, impossible scarlet. It seemed to glow with its own inner fire, even in the dim light. It was utterly clean, untouched by the dust and decay around it. As Harry reached for it, a strange warmth radiated from it, cutting through the shed's chill. His fingers closed around the shaft. It was warm, like a living thing. A jolt, not of electricity, but of pure, vibrant life shot up his arm. For a split second, the frozen star in his chest flared, not with cold potential, but with a dazzling, golden warmth. The feeling was exhilarating, like the first breath of spring after a lifetime of winter. Inside him, the entity recoiled. A hiss of pure, unadulterated pain and hatred filled Harry's mind. Phoenix. It snarled, the voice contorted with agony. Burn it. Cast it away. The reaction was so violent, so personal, that Harry almost dropped the feather. Instead, he clutched it tighter. The warmth intensified, pushing back against the icy presence in his mind. It didn't hurt him. It felt like a shield. Like his mother's love, but conscious, ancient, and fiercely alive. He stared at the feather, mesmerized. What was it? How had it gotten here? It is an abomination. A trick of Dumbledore's. The entity raged, but its voice was muffled, strained, as if the feather's warmth was smothering it. He seeks to spy, to bind. Dumbledore. Another name. Another piece of the puzzle. Someone the Cold One feared. Someone who knew about phoenixes. Carefully, reverently, Harry tucked the scarlet feather inside his oversized shirt, against his skin. The warmth seeped into him, a constant, comforting glow. The entity's presence shrank back, contained not by Harry's walls this time, but by this external, radiant power. For the first time in his living memory, Harry Potter felt a sense of safety. Not the stifling safety of the cupboard's silence, but the active, potent safety of a guardian. He finished clearing the shed in a daze, the feather's warmth a secret sun against his heart. When Vernon unlocked the door hours later, he expected to see a cowed, filthy boy. Instead, Harry emerged, his face smudged with dirt but his eyes clearer, brighter than they had ever been. He moved with a new, quiet steadiness. Vernon blinked, confused. The fear in his eyes deepened. "Get in," he grunted, pointing to the house. "Bath. You stink." As Harry walked past him, Vernon sniffed the air. He frowned. For a moment, he thought he caught a scent not of dirt and decay, but of cinnamon and wood smoke, a warm, clean, utterly foreign smell. It vanished as quickly as it came. Back in his cupboard that night, Harry didn't feel the dark as a weight. The feather, hidden under his mattress, pulsed gently. He could still feel its residual warmth in his bones. He thought of the phoenix it had come from, a creature of fire and rebirth. The opposite of the cold, dead thing inside him. The entity was silent, but it was a furious, humiliated silence. The balance of power had shifted, minutely but significantly. Harry had found a weapon. A symbol. A key that was not made of metal, but of fire and song. He lay down, one hand resting on the floorboards above the hidden feather. Outside, the last of the storm clouds cleared, revealing a sky dusted with stars. In the distant Scottish Highlands, in a cavernous office filled with strange, whirring silver instruments, one particular device, a slender crystal spire perched on a clawed golden foot, emitted a soft, chime-like note. Albus Dumbledore, who had been grading a fifth-year's hopeless essay on the properties of moonstone, looked up. He walked to the instrument, his robes whispering. He peered at it, then out the window toward the south, toward Surrey. A small, sad smile touched his lips. "So, Fox," he murmured to the empty perch by the window. "You left him a gift. I hope it is enough. For now." In the dark of his cupboard, Harry Potter closed his eyes. He didn't dream of graveyards or green light. He dreamed of a vast, open sky, and the feeling of wings of fire, carrying him up, and away. The lock on the shed had been physical. The lock on his cupboard was real. But the first, most important lock, the one on his hope, had been picked. And the prisoner within felt the first true chill of fear. The phoenix feather did not stop being warm. It was a subtle thing, a gentle heat against Harry's skin like a patch of sunlight that had forgotten to move on. He kept it hidden, tucked into the ragged waistband of his trousers, a secret source of courage. The effect was immediate and profound. The constant, gnawing chill at the core of his being, the baseline temperature of the entity's presence, was pushed back. For the first time, Harry understood what it was to feel normal inside his own body. Not happy, not safe, but simply not invaded. The entity despised it. Its silence was no longer calculating. It was seething. Harry could feel it, a pot of venom kept on the barest simmer. The feather's warmth acted as a buffer, muffling the creature's whispers, making its attempts to press against Harry's mental walls feel distant and weak. It was as if Harry had been carrying a block of ice in his stomach for years, and now he'd swallowed a small, steady sun. This new equilibrium changed everything. With the constant psychic pressure reduced, Harry's own mind felt clearer, sharper. The fear that had been his primary motivator began to recede, replaced by a cautious, watchful curiosity. He observed the Dursleys with new eyes. Their fear of him was no longer just a trigger for his own shame, it was data. He saw how Petunia would freeze if he entered a room, her knuckles whitening on whatever she held. He noted the way Vernon's bluster would falter mid-sentence if Harry looked at him directly for too long. Dudley's fear was the simplest. He just avoided Harry entirely, a monumental task in the small house that left the larger boy constantly agitated. The entity, thwarted in its direct influence, changed tactics. It began to comment, not on magic, but on people. "See how she watches you," it murmured one afternoon as Harry scrubbed the kitchen floor, Petunia pretending to read a magazine by the window. "She is not your family. She took you in out of duty, and now she regrets it. You are a cuckoo in her nest, and she wishes you would die." Harry flinched, the scrubbing brush going still. The words found an old, tender bruise. He had always known he was unwanted. But hearing it articulated with such cold precision was a new pain. "She's scared," Harry whispered, so low even Petunia couldn't hear. "Fear and hate are twins," the entity replied smoothly. "You cannot have one without the other. They hate what they fear. They will never love you." The feather warmed against his skin, a pulse of reassurance. Harry took a slow breath. "I don't need their love," he said to himself, and was surprised to find he almost meant it. This declaration, however small, sent a ripple through the cold presence. Frustration. Then, a new idea. "Perhaps not," it conceded, a strange, oily agreeableness in its tone. "But you need strength. The feather is a crutch. An external thing. What happens when it is lost? Or taken? Your power must be your own." It was a clever argument. It preyed on Harry's deepest, most practical fear, reliance. He had relied on the Dursleys for survival and been broken. He relied on the mental prison for sanity. Now he was relying on a feather. The entity was pointing out the weakness in the chain. "The lessons can continue," it offered. "Your own magic, honed. Not mine. Yours. So that no one can ever lock you away again." The offer was seductive. The memory of the lock's clink was the most powerful moment of his life. That had been him. His will. The feather was wonderful, but it was a shield. He wanted a sword. So, a fragile routine was born. By day, Harry did his chores, the feather a secret warmth, a barrier against the world's chill and the entity's voice. By night, in the cupboard, he would take the feather out and lay it beside him. In its soft, glowing light, he would listen. The entity, forced to speak through the feather's muted field, became a different kind of teacher. Less demonic tempter, more sharp, impatient tutor. It taught him control. That flicker of anger that breaks a brush. That is a leak. A lack of discipline. You must channel the emotion, not let it channel you. Picture a pipe. The magic is the water. The emotion is the pressure. You must be the valve. Harry practiced on dust. He would focus on a single, visible mote dancing in the phoenix feather's faint glow. He would try to lift it, not with a burst of feeling, but with a steady, directed intention. For hours, nothing happened. His head would ache. His eyes would strain. Then, one night, the dust mote twitched. It didn't fly. It simply shivered, as if in a tiny breeze that didn't exist. "Acceptable," the entity said, and Harry felt an absurd spark of pride at the backhanded praise. He tried other things. He focused on the frayed thread at the hem of his blanket, imagining it knitting back together. He poured all his longing for wholeness, for repair, into that single thread. The fibers squirmed, twisted, and fused back into place, leaving a small, clumsy knot. It was magic. Clumsy, tiny, and utterly his. The phoenix feather's light seemed to brighten for a moment, as if in approval. The entity did not like these exercises. They were tame, domestic. They spoke of mending, not breaking. But it tolerated them, because they were teaching Harry the fundamental skill, focus. And focus, it knew, was neutral. A blade could be used to heal or to harm. It was all in the intention. "Now," it said one night, after a week of these practices. "You have controlled a dust mote. You have mended a thread. These are children's tricks. Let us try something with consequence." "What?" Harry asked, wary. "The lock." The entity's attention sharpened to a needle point. "Not to open it, just to feel it, to understand its mechanism with your magic, as a surgeon understands a body with his hands. Knowledge is power, Harry Potter. Know your cage." Harry looked at the door. The heavy brass lock was the symbol of his life. To touch it with his magic felt like a violation, or a sacrament. He hesitated. "Are you afraid of knowledge?" No, he wasn't. He was afraid of hope. If he learned its secrets and still couldn't open it, that would be worse. But he had to know. He closed his eyes, the feather's glow painting his eyelids red. He reached out, not with his hands, but with the new, faint sense he was developing, a tendril of awareness. He touched the lock. Cold metal. Hard. Implacable. He felt the solidity of the bolt, the empty space of the keyhole, the complex, hidden interplay of tumblers and springs inside. It was a puzzle. A beautiful, brutal puzzle of, no. Now, the entity whispered, its voice a guide in the dark. Not to force. To listen. Magic leaves a trace. Feel for the ghost of the key. Harry strained. He pushed his awareness deeper, past the physical, into the subtle imprint of use, of purpose. And there, faint as a whisper, he felt it. A spectral shape. The memory of the key that turned it. A sense of Vernon's possessive, furious ownership. The magic was old, weak, just the residual trace of intent that all crafted objects hold, but it was there. And as he felt it, something in his own magic recognized it. The frozen star in his chest gave a throb. A thread of power, thin and clear as ice, extended from him and brushed against the lock's memory. Clink clunk. The sound was unmistakable. The bolt shuddered inside its housing. It moved. Just a millimeter. But it moved. Harry's eyes flew open. His heart hammered against his ribs. He had done that. He had touched the lock's very essence and made it stir. Before he could process the triumph, a wave of dizziness washed over him. A sharp pain spiked behind his scar. The phoenix feather's warmth flared in alarm. And the entity struck. It had been waiting, using the exercise as a conduit. The moment Harry's magic connected with the lock, the moment his focus was entirely external, the creature rallied its strength. It pushed, not against Harry's walls, but along the channel of magic Harry himself had created. It was a parasite riding a bloodstream. A vision, not a memory, slammed into Harry's mind. He saw the shed, the phoenix feather, glowing in his hand. But in the vision, it wasn't warm. It was burning. The beautiful scarlet plume blackened and curled, dissolving into foul-smelling ash. And from the ash rose a phantom, a tall, skeletal man with red, gleaming eyes and a face of serpentine cruelty, smiling a smile devoid of all warmth. The smile widened. It reached for him. No. The denial was Harry's, but it was fueled by a panic that was pure, primal terror. He ripped his magical awareness back from the lock, severing the connection. He grabbed the phoenix feather, clutching it to his chest. The warmth erupted. It wasn't gentle anymore. It was a silent concussion of light and heat that filled the cupboard, bleaching the shadows into non-existence. It was the cry of a noble creature against a mortal foe. The entity's psychic shriek of agony was deafening. It wasn't just repelled, it was scourged. The vision of the Dark Lord shattered. The cold presence shriveled, recoiling into the deepest, darkest fissure of Harry's mind, wounded and screaming. The feather's light gradually dimmed to its usual gentle glow. Harry was panting, trembling violently, soaked in cold sweat. The scar on his forehead burned like a fresh brand. He had been a fool. He had opened a door, even just a crack, and the monster had tried to slip through. The lock wasn't just on the cupboard. It was on his power. And the entity was the consummate locksmith. But the feather was a guardian. A protector his mother, or Dumbledore, or fate, had provided. The entity's presence was now a muted throb of pain and fury, distant behind newly fortified walls of Harry's own terror. It would not try that again soon. The cost had been too high. Harry curled around the phoenix feather, its warmth the only comfort in a suddenly terrifying universe. He had learned 2 lessons tonight. 1. His magic was real, and it could interact with the world. 2. The thing inside him was infinitely cunning, and would use every tool he gave it against him. Power had a price. Knowledge had danger. And his teacher was a snake that would gladly poison him at the first taste of freedom. Outside, a car drove down Privet Drive, its headlights sweeping across the cupboard vent. For a moment, the thin sliver of light painted a bright line across the darkness, illuminating the dusty air. It looked like a crack. A crack in a door. A way out. Harry stared at it, the feather held tight in his fist. The warmth pulsed, steady and true. The way out was there. But the path was lined with fire, and his guide was the one who wanted to watch him burn. The silence that followed the entity's retreat was not peaceful. It was the silence of a battlefield after the cannons have stopped, when the air still rings with echoes and the ground is littered with invisible shrapnel. Harry lay curled around the phoenix feather for what felt like hours, his body trembling with aftershocks. The scar on his forehead pulsed in time with his heartbeat, a dull, accusing ache. The cold presence was still there, but it was contracted. Hunched in the deepest corner of his consciousness, nursing its wounds. The psychic scream of pain had faded into a low, continuous hum of fury, like a wasp trapped behind glass. It was watching, but it was licking its burns. The phoenix feather's light had done more than repel it, it had scalded something fundamental in the creature's essence. This knowledge should have been a comfort. Instead, it filled Harry with a new, more subtle dread. He had seen its face. Not the vague, red-eyed specter of his nightmares, but a clear, calculated vision of what it wanted to be, solid, smiling, and reaching for him. The attack had not been a blind rage. It had been a strategic maneuver, using Harry's own magic as a Trojan horse. The entity was not just a raging beast. It was a general. And Harry had just learned how ruthless its tactics could be. He didn't sleep. He watched the sliver of vent light gray with dawn, the feather held so tightly in his fist its quill left indentations on his palm. When Petunia's footsteps sounded on the stairs, he hastily tucked the feather back into his waistband. The warmth was a lifeline, but it was also a secret he must protect at all costs. If the Dursleys found it, they would burn it. He knew this with a certainty that chilled his blood. The door unlocked. Petunia stood there, backlit by the hall light, her silhouette sharp and unwelcoming. She looked at him, really looked. Her eyes, usually narrowed in disdain or widened in fear, now held a strange, clinical scrutiny. She took in his pale face, the dark circles under his eyes, the slight tremble in his hands. "You're ill," she stated, no sympathy in her voice. It was a diagnosis, like identifying mold on bread. Harry said nothing. He just stared at the floor between her feet. "Well, you're not staying in my house spreading some freakish flu," she decided. "You'll work in the garden. Fresh air. And you'll stay away from Dudley." It wasn't kindness. It was quarantine. Harry was marched to the back door and shooed outside. The morning was cool and damp, the sky a flat, pale gray. The storm had left the garden bruised and battered. Branches were down. Petunia's prized rose arbor leaned at a drunken angle. The lawn was a soggy mess. His task was clear: repair the damage. He was given a small, rusty saw for the branches and told to prop up the arbor with some bricks. The work was hard, physical, and blessedly mundane. The strain in his muscles, the bite of the rough saw handle, the earthy smell of wet soil, all of it grounded him. It pushed the psychic horrors of the night into the background. For an hour, he was just a boy doing a chore. He was underneath the willow tree, gathering a pile of broken twigs, when he heard it. A soft, piteous cheeping. He followed the sound to the base of the tree, where a tangled nest of grass and mud had been dislodged from a higher branch. In the wreckage, 2 fledglings lay still. But a third, a tiny ball of drenched, speckled feathers, struggled weakly, one wing bent at a terrible angle. Harry's breath caught. He knelt, careful not to touch it. The bird's black bead of an eye looked up at him, full of pain and animal terror. It was going to die. The cold, logical part of his mind, the part that had learned survival in this harsh house, told him to leave it. Nature's way. One less thing. But the phoenix feather against his skin seemed to grow warmer. It pulsed, a gentle, rhythmic beat that resonated with the frantic, fading heartbeat of the little bird. A deep, instinctual revulsion against death rose in Harry. Not a magical impulse. A human one. No, he whispered, not to the bird, but to the indifferent universe that kept breaking small, fragile things. He didn't think. He didn't plan a spell. The entity was silent, either disinterested or too wounded to comment. Harry simply reached out, his dirty, scraped fingers hovering over the broken creature. He poured all his focus into the bird. Not on the concept of mend or heal. He focused on the bird itself. Its life. Its will to sing, to fly, to be. He imagined the tiny, hollow bones knitting. He pictured the torn muscle fibers weaving back together. He poured into that image every ounce of his own longing for wholeness, for repair, for a world where small things weren't so easily broken. A tingling warmth spread from the center of his palm. It was not the fiery, glorious warmth of the phoenix feather. This was softer, greener, like sunlight filtering through new leaves. It flowed down his arm and spilled from his fingertips, falling over the bird like a gentle, golden mist. The effect was not instantaneous. The bird shuddered. Its bent wing twitched. Then, slowly, with a series of minute, audible snicks, the bone straightened. The feathers, once matted and bedraggled, fluffed out, dry and clean. The bird cheeped, a stronger sound. It righted itself, shook its head, and looked at Harry with bright, clear eyes. For a moment, man and bird regarded each other. Then, with a whir of tiny wings, the fledgling took off, a slightly wobbly flight that carried it up to the safety of the willow's higher branches. Harry sat back on his heels, stunned. His hand fell to his lap. He felt drained, as if he'd run a long distance, but also exhilarated. A pure, clean joy bubbled up in his chest, so foreign he almost didn't recognize it. He had done that. With no cold voice guiding him, with no calculated theory. He had fixed something. He had made it better. The phoenix feather glowed warmly against his skin, a silent, proud approval. From the kitchen window, Petunia had been watching. She hadn't seen the golden light. It had been too subtle, too blended with the morning sun filtering through the leaves. But she had seen Harry kneel. She had seen him hover his hand over something. And she had seen a bird, which she was sure had been dead or dying, suddenly spring to life and fly away. Her hand, holding a teacup, began to shake so violently the china rattled in the saucer. She set it down with a clumsy clatter. This was different from wilting flowers or broken brushes. This was life, defying death. It was a magic that felt older, more profound, and infinitely more terrifying. It wasn't destructive. It was creative. And in Petunia's mind, rooted in the ordinary, anything that powerful was a threat. She didn't tell Vernon. Some instinct, deeper than fear, warned her that this was a secret too big for her blustering husband. This secret was hers alone, a cancerous truth she would have to carry. She watched Harry stand up, brush off his knees, and go back to gathering twigs, a slight, wondering smile on his face, a smile she had never seen before. It made him look like her. Like Lily. Petunia turned away from the window, feeling sick. That night, in the cupboard, Harry was too excited to be cautious. The thrill of the healing magic still sang in his veins. He took out the phoenix feather, and in its soft light, he tried to recreate the feeling. He focused on a crack in the wooden floorboard, imagining it sealing. Nothing happened. He tried to warm the chill in the air around him. The feather glowed, but no gentle mist appeared. The magic wouldn't come on command. It had been a moment of pure, selfless intent. It was not a tool to be wielded, but a response to be earned. The realization was frustrating, but also strangely beautiful. His magic, at least this kind, was not a weapon or a key. It was an echo of his heart. The entity, sensing his frustration, stirred from its pained stupor. Its voice was weaker, thinner, but no less venomous. Sentimental magic, it hissed, the sound like dry scales sliding over stone. The magic of house elves and healers. It will not save you. It will not make you strong. It is a trick for the weak to feel useful. It saved the bird, Harry said aloud, defiantly. And what did it gain you? The entity retorted. A moment of empty feeling. The bird is gone. You are still here. In the dark. The lock is still locked. Your magic is a rudderless boat, Potter. It goes where the current of your childish emotions takes it. To be strong, you must be the storm, not the driftwood. I don't want to be a storm, Harry whispered, but the words felt naive even to him. The world was full of storms. The Dursleys were a constant, petty squall. The entity was a hurricane in his mind. To survive, didn't you need to become something just as powerful? Want. The entity's laugh was a painful, rasping thing. What you want is irrelevant. You are a magnet for chaos. The storm finds you. Your parents learned that too late. Will you learn it, or will you die cringing in a cupboard, healing sparrows? The words were designed to hurt, to goad. But they also carried a bitter grain of truth. Healing a bird hadn't changed his reality. The lock was still there. The Dursleys still hated him. The monster was still in his head. As if to prove the entity's point about chaos, a new sound began. Not in his mind. In the house. A tapping. Insistent, rhythmic, coming from the living room wall. Harry froze, listening. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't the pipes. It was too deliberate. It was a signal. The entity fell utterly silent, its attention riveted outward, sharp and suspicious. Harry crept to the cupboard door, pressing his ear against the wood. He could hear Uncle Vernon's snoring rumbling from upstairs. The tapping continued, soft but persistent, from the other side of the house. Then, it changed. It wasn't just tapping anymore. It was a scratching. A faint, scritching sound, like a nail writing on plaster. It moved, tracing a path along the wall. It was coming closer. Down the hall. Toward the cupboard. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. He backed away from the door, his eyes wide in the dark. The phoenix feather's light seemed to dim, as if wary. The scratching stopped right outside his door. Silence. Then, a new sound, a faint, papery whisper, so low he had to strain to hear it. It wasn't English. It was a language of clicks and sighs, the voice of the house itself, the voice of the wood, the plaster, the ancient bricks. Little speaker, the walls whispered, the sound vibrating through the floorboards. The cold one sleeps, but it dreams, its dreams are roots, they spread. Who are you? Harry breathed, his face inches from the door. We are the house, the stone and the beam, we remember the one who built, and the one who breaks, the whisper was mournful, ancient. The cold one's dream is a poison in our mortar, it whispers to the foundation, collapse, crush, bury. A chill that had nothing to do with the entity crept down Harry's spine. The house itself was talking to him. And it was warning him. What do I do? He asked, desperation clawing at him. The feathered fire protects, but it is a flame, and flames can be smothered. The whispering voice grew fainter, as if receding. The dreamer seeks an anchor, a crack to the outside, beware the reflection, the echo, the shadow given form. The scratching faded away, back down the hall. The living room wall gave one final, soft tap. Then, silence. Harry slumped against the door, his mind reeling. The house had spoken. The entity's influence wasn't just in his mind, it was leaching into the very fabric of Privet Drive, poisoning it. The entity was dreaming of collapse. And it was looking for a way to make that dream real. Beware the reflection. What did that mean? As he sat there, trembling, his eyes drifted to a small, dented metal bowl in the corner that held his water. The surface was still. In the faint glow of the phoenix feather, he could see a dim, warped version of his own face staring back. His own green eyes. His dark, messy hair. The lightning bolt scar. And for one heartbeat, in the imperfect mirror of the water, the reflection did not blink when he did. It held his gaze, and the corner of its mouth lifted in a smile that was not his own. Harry gasped, scrambling back, overturning the bowl. The water spilled, the image gone. But the warning was seared into his mind. The entity wasn't just inside him. It was trying to get out. And it was looking for a mirror. The spilled water spread across the cupboard floor, a dark, creeping stain. In the gloom, Harry stared at it, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The phantom smile in the bowl's reflection was etched onto the back of his eyes, superimposed over the darkness every time he blinked. It hadn't been his smile. The lips had been thinner, crueler, the amusement cold and intellectual. Beware the reflection. The house's warning echoed in the empty space the whispering had left behind. The entity within him was preternaturally still. It wasn't gloating. It wasn't raging. It was listening, waiting to see what he would do with this new terror. Harry scrubbed at his face with trembling hands. He couldn't fall apart. Falling apart made cracks. Cracks let things in. He forced himself to breathe slowly, in through his nose, out through his mouth, just as he did when fortifying the walls of his mind. He was a keeper of gates. This was just a new gate to guard. But how did you guard against your own reflection? The next morning, the world seemed sharper, more fraught with hidden meaning. Every pane of glass, every polished spoon, every puddle in the garden after a brief shower became a potential threat. Harry moved through his chores like a ghost, his eyes constantly darting, avoiding any surface that could hold an image. Petunia noticed. Her own fear had calcified into a rigid, watchful tension. She saw him flinch when he passed the hall mirror, which had been turned to face the wall since the zoo incident. She saw him skirt around the kitchen window where his silhouette might appear. It confirmed her deepest suspicions. He was seeing things. He was unstable. The magic was eating his mind from the inside out. A part of her, a small, withered part that remembered a sister who could make flower crowns bloom in midair, felt a pang of something like grief. The rest of her felt only a desperate need to contain the contamination. The attic, she announced after lunch, her voice devoid of inflection. Vernon's old university trunk is up there. It needs to be brought down. You will do it. The attic. A tomb of forgotten things, thick with dust and shadows. And full of mirrors. Old dressers with tarnished glass. Harry's throat went dry. Well, go on. Petunia pointed to the ceiling hatch in the hall, the pull cord dangling like a noose. There was no refusing. He dragged the stepladder from under the stairs, his heart a trapped bird. The entity stirred, a flicker of interest. Dark, Confined spaces, it mused. Full of memories. Old magic clings to objects, Potter. Like scent. You might learn something. Be quiet, Harry muttered, climbing the ladder. He pushed open the hatch. A swirl of dust motes caught the hall light, dancing like tiny specters. The smell of dry rot, old paper, and stifled time wafted down. He climbed into the gloom. The attic was a landscape of shrouded shapes under the steep slope of the roof. A single, grimy skylight let in a muted, grayish light. As his eyes adjusted, he made out piles of boxes, a skeletal rocking horse, a dressmaker's dummy looking like a headless sentinel. And there, in the far corner, was an old, mahogany vanity. Its oval mirror was covered by a yellowed sheet. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He focused on finding the trunk. It was behind a stack of National Geographic magazines, a bulky, leather-bound thing with rusted clasps. He grabbed one handle and pulled. It was immensely heavy. He dragged it inch by inch across the rough floorboards, the sound like a groan in the quiet. As he passed the shrouded vanity, a floorboard creaked underfoot. A high, sharp, resonant creak. From under the yellowed sheet, the covered mirror sang. It wasn't a sound heard with ears. It was a vibration in the teeth, a tremor in the marrow of his bones. A single, clear, icy note that hung in the dusty air. The phoenix feather at his waist flared with sudden, protective heat, but it was a heat that battled a deep, penetrating cold. The sheet over the mirror rippled, as if in a breeze that wasn't there. Harry froze, his blood turning to slush. The trunk was forgotten. Ah, the entity sighed in his mind, a sound of profound, almost hungry recognition. A seer's glass. Old. Dormant. But not dead. How curious it ended up here. What is it? Harry whispered. A window that sometimes looks sideways. Or backwards. Or into things that are not yet, but might be. The entity's voice was closer now, pressing against the front of his mind, fascinated. Remove the cloth. No. Remove it. The command was gentle, inexorable. You fear your own reflection in a bowl of water. This is different. This is a tool. It could show you things. Your parents. The future. The means to your freedom. The temptation was a physical ache. To see his parents' faces, not in a nightmare of death, but as they were. To see a future where he wasn't in a cupboard. It was a siren song more powerful than any lesson on locks. It's a trick, Harry said, his voice trembling. You want me to look. I want you to see, the entity corrected, its tone reasonable, professorial. Knowledge, remember. Is it a trick to look at a map before a journey? This glass is a map of possibilities. The choice of where to look, that would be yours. I am confined. I cannot force its visions. It was a lie. Harry felt the lie in the eager, cold pulse of the thing inside him. But it was a clever lie, wrapped in the thinnest veneer of truth. The choice would be his. The entity would just suggest destinations. His hand, moving almost of its own accord, reached out toward the yellowed sheet. The phoenix feather burned, a warning brand against his skin. The mirror's silent, icy song vibrated through his fingertips. He gripped the cloth. Show me my mother, he thought, a desperate, lonely plea. He pulled. The sheet fell away in a cloud of dust. The mirror was not tarnished. Its surface was obsidian black, perfectly smooth, and impossibly deep. It didn't reflect the attic, or his own pale, dust-streaked face staring in horror. It was a pool of void. Then, it swirled. Like ink in water. Shapes formed. He saw her. Lily Potter. She was laughing, head thrown back, her brilliant red hair a cascade over her shoulders. She was in a sun-dappled room Harry didn't recognize, full of strange, whirring instruments and books. She was looking at someone just out of frame, her green eyes, his eyes, alive with love and mischief. She was pregnant, one hand resting on the gentle swell of her stomach. Harry. The word wasn't spoken. It was emanated from the image, a wave of pure, tender affection that washed over him, so real he could almost smell her, a hint of flowers and something sharp like parchment. Tears blurred his vision. He leaned closer, his heart breaking and mending all at once. Then, the image changed. The warm room dissolved. Now he saw her in the nursery at Godric's Hollow. Terror on her face. She was shouting, her body braced in the doorway. Not Harry. Please. The green light flashed. She fell. No. Harry cried out, his hand slapping against the cold glass. Show me the first one again. Please. The mirror obeyed, but not as he wished. The image of Lily's death melted, not back to her laughter, but into another scene. A man with messy black hair and glasses, his father, flying on a broomstick, whooping with joy. Then, the same man, lying dead in a rubble-strewn hallway, his glasses askew. It was a cruel, relentless montage of love and loss. Every joyful memory was paired with its tragic end. James playing with a toddler Harry, zooming him around the room. James lying still. The love was real. The pain was devastating. The mirror wasn't just showing him his parents, it was showing him the cost of love, the inevitable price of connection. This is the truth of sentiment, the entity whispered, its voice a soft poison in his ear. It is a wound waiting to be torn open. They loved you, and they died. They left you here, with me. Harry tried to look away, but his eyes were glued to the glass. The images shifted again. Now it showed him, older, maybe 11. He was standing on a platform before a magnificent scarlet steam engine, looking nervous and hopeful. Then, the scene fractured, showing multiple possibilities. Him laughing with a red-headed boy, him dueling a blonde-haired sneering child, him facing a giant, hooded creature in a dark forest, him standing over the body of a huge, shaggy black dog, weeping. The visions came faster, more chaotic. Glimpses of a towering castle, of a game on broomsticks, of a girl with bushy brown hair, of a dark cloak that sucked light and hope from the air. And through it all, a constant, his own scar, flaring with pain, and behind his eyes, a flicker of cruel red. This is your path, the entity said, its voice rising with excitement. Chaos, pain, loss, a hero's journey. No, a lamb's walk to the slaughter. Unless, the mirror's image solidified into one, final vision. It was Harry, but not as he was. This Harry was older, perhaps 16. He stood tall, power radiating from him invisible, dark waves. His eyes were not green, but a chilling, steady crimson. In his hand was not a wand, but a twisting, serpentine shape of pure shadow. At his feet knelt figures, the blonde boy, the bushy-haired girl, the red-headed family, their faces etched with terror and awe. And behind this dark Harry, smiling with paternal pride, was the translucent, ghostly form of Lord Voldemort, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder. The other path, the entity breathed, its desire so potent it fogged the mirror's edges. Power, respect, fear, no more cages, no more helplessness. You rule. You decide who lives, who dies, who kneels. Together, we could reshape this wretched world. No more goodbyes. The vision was horrifying. It was a corruption of everything the phoenix feather represented, of everything his mother had died for. But a small, wounded, furious part of Harry, the part that lived in the cupboard, that flinched at slamming doors, that hated the taste of despair, saw the appeal. No more pain, no more fear. You become the storm. The phoenix feather was a fire against his skin, screaming its negation. Harry tore his eyes from the mirror with a gasp that felt like ripping his own skin. He stumbled back, tripping over the trunk and falling hard onto the dusty floorboards. He scrambled for the fallen sheet, his vision swimming, and threw it back over the black glass. The icy singing ceased, cut off as if by a guillotine. He lay there, panting, covered in dust and cold sweat. The entity's disappointment was a palpable frost in his mind, but beneath it was a new, unsettling certainty. You saw, it said, simply. Now you know the choices. The weeping hero, or the conquering king. The choice, Harry Potter, will always be yours. That was the truest, most terrifying thing it had ever said. The mirror hadn't shown a fixed future. It had shown possibilities. Roads branching from the crossroads of his own soul. And the entity had just made sure he saw the most seductive detour. He dragged the heavy trunk to the hatch, lowered it with ropes Petunia provided, his movements mechanical, his mind a whirlwind. He had seen his mother's love. He had seen his own potential for tyranny. He had seen that the thing inside him had a plan, a vision for their shared future that went far beyond escaping a cupboard. That night, back in his prison, Harry didn't take out the phoenix feather. He stared at the dark ceiling, seeing not the wood, but the crimson eyes of his older self, the kneeling figures, the proud ghost of Tom Riddle. The house had warned him of the reflection. It had shown him a smile in a bowl of water. But the true danger wasn't a copied smile. It was an offered crown. The entity had tried to break out through a mirror. It had failed. So now, it was trying a far more cunning strategy. It was trying to convince Harry to hand it the keys, willingly, and step up onto a throne made of shadows. Asterisk. The vision of the Dark King did not fade. It lived behind Harry's eyes, a persistent afterimage burned onto his soul. In the days that followed, every mundane moment felt like a lie. Scrubbing dishes, he saw his reflection in the soapy water, not smiling, but watching, waiting for the green to bleed to red. Pulling weeds, he felt not the sun, but the cold weight of a shadow crown. The entity was quiet, but its silence was a satisfied one. It had planted a seed. Now it let the soil of Harry's fear and anger water it. The phoenix feather remained a constant, warm reassurance against his skin, but its comfort was now tinged with a new urgency. It wasn't just a shield anymore, it was a reminder of the other path, the one where his eyes stayed green. He found himself touching it constantly, a nervous tick, a silent prayer to a mother he couldn't remember. The Dursleys, meanwhile, had reached a silent consensus. They were a family under siege. The freakishness was no longer just odd occurrences, it was an atmosphere, a thickening of the air in rooms Harry entered. Their strategy was one of extreme containment. He was to be a ghost in their perfectly normal house, unseen, unheard, and most importantly, untriggered. This led to a bizarre new routine. Meals were left on the floor outside the cupboard door. Chores were listed on a scrap of paper slid under the door. If he needed the bathroom, he had to knock once and wait for Petunia to usher him, wordlessly, like a zookeeper moving a dangerous animal. They avoided speaking to him, avoided looking at him. It was a prison of impeccable, sterile neglect. It should have been a relief. Instead, it was maddening. The human silence was louder than any scream. It screamed that he was not a person. He was a problem to be managed. The entity feasted on this. "They have made you a thing," it would whisper as Harry stared at the closed kitchen door, listening to the clink of their cutlery, the drone of their television. This is what the world does to what it does not understand. It isolates. It erases. Will you let them? Harry's anger, once a hot, quick flare, began to change. It cooled. It hardened. It settled in his stomach like a stone. This cold, heavy fury was new, and it frightened him. It felt closer to the entity's own temperament. His magic, responsive to his inner state, began to shift with it. A week after the attic, he was in the back garden, tasked with repainting the fence. The summer sun was brutal, beating down on his neck. The paint was thick, gluggy, and a vile, institutional green. Dudley and Piers were splashing in a new paddling pool, their shrieks of joy like needles in his ears. He dipped his brush, the smell of chemicals filling his nose. A fly buzzed around his head, persistent, landing on his ear, his arm, the rim of the paint can. The irritation was a spark on tinder. "Swat it," the entity suggested, its voice idle. "Not with your hand. With a thought. You have the focus now. Think of it, not existing." Harry, hot, tired, and simmering with that cold stone of anger, didn't want to heal a bird. He wanted the annoyance to cease. He looked at the fly, buzzing lazily before his eyes. He didn't imagine it dead. He imagined the air around it becoming solid, becoming a prison. A tiny, invisible, perfect cube of force. The magic that answered was not the green-gold warmth of healing. It was a quick, sharp, silver-cold snap. The fly stopped in midair. It did not fall. It hung there, trapped in a millimeter of space that had become an impermeable wall. It vibrated, a furious, silent buzz. Then, with a barely audible pop, it was gone. Not splatted. Not dead. Erased. The space where it had been was empty, clean, as if it had never been. Harry stared, the paintbrush dripping green onto his shoes. There was no satisfaction. Only a hollow, chilling sense of efficiency. It had been so easy. From the paddling pool, Dudley let out a sudden, choked gasp. Harry looked over. Dudley was staring, not at Harry, but at the surface of the water in the pool. It had frozen solid. Not into ice, but into a perfect, motionless, glassy plane. The rubber ducky Piers had just thrown was embedded in it, stuck fast. The boys stared, their mouths open in identical O's of shock. The cold snap of magic had rippled outwards, affecting the nearest source of easy motion. Before they could scream, before Petunia could look out the window, Harry concentrated. He didn't try to warm the water. He thought of the freeze unhappening. He pushed with his will, not with heat, but with a command for normality. With a wet slosh, the water returned to liquid. The duck bobbed to the surface. Dudley and Piers blinked, disoriented, already doubting what they'd seen. But Harry knew. And the entity within him purred. Precision, it commended. Control. That was not a child's wild burst. That was a directed act of will. You see, power is not about noise. It is about silence. The silence of a thing removed. Harry turned back to the fence, his hands shaking. He had just vanished a living creature. He hadn't killed it, he had unmade it. The line between that and the vision of the Dark King felt terrifyingly thin. He painted with renewed, desperate focus, trying to bury the act under layers of mundane labor. But the world seemed to push back. The green paint, as he spread it, began to darken on the wood. Not just dry, but deepen into a blackish, mossy hue. Where his brushstrokes met, the patterns swirled slightly, like faint, trapped storms. He was infecting the fence with his mood. He finished the section and stepped back. The newly painted wood stood out against the old, sun-bleached pallings. It looked angry. It looked alive in a grim, somber way. Petunia came out to inspect. She walked down the line, her lips pressed into a bloodless seam. She stopped before Harry's section. Her eyes traced the dark, stormy green, the subtle, swirling patterns. She didn't see magic. She saw a deliberate perversion. A mockery of her order. She turned to him. The fear in her eyes was still there, but it was now subsumed by a towering, outraged fury. This, she understood. This was vandalism. This was a direct attack on her domain. You, she breathed, her voice trembling with a rage so pure it overcame her terror. You malicious, ungrateful little beast. Do you think this is clever? Do you think this is funny? Harry looked at the ground, the cold stone of anger in his gut hardening further. He said nothing. Inside, she spat. Now, no supper, no light, for a week. As he passed her, head down, she added, her voice low and venomous, I should have let them take you. I wish I had. The words landed with the force of a physical blow. They echoed the entity's whispers, but hearing them aloud, in his aunt's voice, made them real in a new way. The cupboard was a relief. In the dark, he didn't have to see the proof of his own corruption on the fence. He sat in the center of the floor, the phoenix feather in his hands. Its warmth feeling insufficient against the chill now living inside him. She speaks the truth they all feel, the entity said, not unkindly. You are a burden, a mistake, a piece of a dangerous world they shoved into a drawer and hoped to forget. Your existence is their punishment. Why should you care for their world? Their fences, their peace? Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about the fly. The silent pop. The terrible, easy precision of it. That power was in him. It came from the same place as the healing warmth. It was a fork in the road, inside his own heart. He thought of the mirror's two visions, the weeping hero, surrounded by loss, and the Dark King, surrounded by terrified followers. Both were alone. That was the inescapable core the entity kept circling back to, aloneness. But the healing magic hadn't felt alone. It had felt connected, to the bird, to life, to the memory of his mother's love. The vanishing magic, that was the magic of the cupboard. Of isolation. Of making things disappear. He was crying. Silently, hot tears cutting through the dust on his cheeks. He wasn't crying for the Dursleys, or even for the fly. He was crying for himself, for the terrible choice that was being forged inside him, day by day, slight by slight. He held the feather so tight the quill should have snapped. It didn't. It glowed, soft and steadfast, a tiny sun in his personal universe of black. Outside, the weather turned. The sunny day collapsed into an early, oppressive evening. Clouds bruised the sky. A low grumble of thunder echoed the one in Harry's soul. In the living room, Vernon Dursley settled into his armchair with a grunt, turning on the evening news. Petunia brought him a cup of tea, her hands still shaking with residual anger. She set it on the coaster on the arm of his chair. On the television, a weatherman pointed to a map showing a band of unexpected storms. A truly bizarre meteorological event, the man said, popping up out of nowhere, centered largely over the home counties. Vernon took a sip of his tea. He frowned. He swirled the liquid in the cup. It was a perfect, normal cup of tea. But as he watched, on its smooth, brown surface, a tiny, perfect whirlpool formed. It spun silently, clockwise, deepening into a miniature vortex right there in the china cup. He stared, his mustache quivering. He looked up at the weatherman, now talking about localized atmospheric anomalies. He looked down at the storm in his teacup. A cold, unnatural dread, deeper than any fear of his nephew's freakishness, seized him. This wasn't a broken vase or a talking snake. This was the world itself, the normal, solid, predictable world, beginning to behave wrongly. And it was happening in his own living room. He couldn't bring himself to speak. He simply placed the cup, very carefully, back on the saucer. The tiny whirlpool slowed, faded, and was gone. He did not drink another sip. He sat very still, listening to the thunder, feeling the foundations of his world, both his house and his understanding of reality, give a faint, but terrifying, shudder. In the cupboard, Harry Potter, unaware of the teacup storm, felt a corresponding shudder in the walls of his mind. Not from the entity. From something else. Something vast. Something that had felt his split, struggling magic, the warm and the cold, the healing and the vanishing, and had taken notice. It was a distant, ancient attention, like a mountain turning its head. The storm outside was not just a storm. It was an answer. The storm did not break that night. It gathered. It coiled over Privet Drive like a great, drowsy serpent, filling the air with a charged, metallic taste that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. The thunder was a constant, low grumble in the distance, a promise of violence held in check. The house, still whispering its old, sad secrets in the walls, seemed to hold its breath. Harry felt it too, a pressure building in his chest that had nothing to do with the entity. It was as if the sky was a mirror of his own fractured soul, the warm, healing magic and the cold, vanishing power churning against each other, creating a turbulent, unstable front. The phoenix feather pulsed erratically, sometimes warm, sometimes hot, as if responding to the atmospheric tension. The Dursleys were cowed into a petrified silence. Vernon had not spoken of the teacup storm, but he had not drunk tea since. He moved through the house like a man in a minefield, jumping at every creak of the settling foundations. Petunia's anger had been swallowed by a deeper, more primitive fear. She watched the sky through the kitchen window, her reflection pale and drawn. The world was no longer obeying the rules, and the epicenter of this wrongness was the small, locked cupboard under her stairs. For Harry, the building pressure was a physical agony. His scar, usually a quiet ache, burned with a fresh, insistent heat. It felt less like a wound and more like a conduit. A lightning rod. The entity within was unnervingly quiet, not dormant, but intently focused, like a spider at the center of a web feeling every tremble. It senses the disturbance. It finally spoke on the second day of the gathering storm. Its voice was a thin, eager rasp. The boundaries are thinning. The magical and the mundane, they are grating against each other. Because of you. You are the splinter, Harry Potter. And the world is trying to push you out. I'm not doing anything, Harry whispered into his knees. He was curled on his mattress, trying to breathe through the headache the pressure induced. You are being, the entity corrected. Your existence here is a paradox. A magical creature of unprecedented nature, locked in a cage of ordinary hatred. It creates a friction. That friction is becoming a fire. Listen. Harry listened. Beneath the distant thunder, he heard it. A high, almost inaudible whine, like a tuning fork struck in another room. It was the sound of the world straining. That evening, the tension snapped. It began with the lights. The bulb in the Dursleys' hallway flickered, then died. Then the living room lamp. Then the kitchen. A deep, profound darkness swallowed number 4, broken only by the frequent, silent flashes of lightning through the windows, freezing the terrified faces of the Dursleys in stark, blue-white tableaus. Vernon fumbled for a torch. The beam was a shaky wand cutting through the black. Power cut, he announced, his voice too loud. Just a power cut. From the storm. But it wasn't. The digital clock on the microwave was dead. The hum of the refrigerator had ceased. Yet, outside, the houses on either side glowed cheerfully. The blackout was contained to their home alone. Then, the temperature dropped. It was a swift, shocking cold that seeped through the floorboards, frosted the windows from the inside, and made their breath plume in the torchlight. Petunia whimpered, clutching Dudley to her. Vernon's bluster finally broke into a confused, terrified mutter. In his cupboard, Harry gasped. The cold was inside him too, but it was fighting. The phoenix feather was a supernova against his skin, its warmth a desperate, defiant blaze. The entity within him was laughing, a silent, joyous, terrible laugh. He comes. It cried. He feels it. The great protector. The watcher in the tower. Who? Harry choked out, his teeth chattering. Dumbledore's dog. The half-giant oaf. He carries the spark of the magical world, and it calls to the chaos in you. Before Harry could process this, a new sound cut through the howl of the wind and the Dursleys. Frightened whispers. Boom, boom, boom. Not thunder. Something heavier. Closer. It was the sound of footsteps. Enormous, deliberate footsteps coming up the garden path. The whole house shook with each impact. Vernon's torch beam swung wildly toward the front door. Who's there? He roared, his voice cracking. I'm armed. The footsteps stopped. There was a moment of silence, filled only by the storm's rage. Then, a fist the size of a casserole dish, rapped against the door. 3 thunderous knocks that made the wood groan. The door trembled. Then, with a splintering of wood and the shriek of tortured metal, the locks, the Chubb lock, the deadbolt, the chain Vernon had installed just last week, all gave way at once. The door did not open. It was simply no longer closed. It swung inward, revealing the night. Framed in the doorway, blotting out the storm-lashed street, was the largest man Harry could have possibly imagined. He was easily twice as tall as Vernon and 3 times as broad, a mountain of a man hidden in a vast, shaggy coat that was dripping wet. His face was almost completely hidden by a wild, tangled mane of black hair and a bushy beard, but his eyes, small and beetle black, glinted with a fierce, anxious light. In one massive hand, he held a battered pink umbrella. He stepped inside, ducking his head under the doorway. The floorboards groaned in protest. He looked at the cowering Dursleys, his gaze sweeping over them with clear distaste. Then, those black eyes found the cupboard under the stairs. The giant man's face crumpled. His breath hitched. Harry, he rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together, thick with emotion. He took 2 strides across the hall, ignoring Vernon's squeak of protest. He knelt, the action making the house shudder, and his huge, calloused fingers fumbled with the lock on the cupboard door. He didn't bother with the key. He simply pinched the brass mechanism between his thumb and forefinger and twisted. Metal screeched, then snapped. The door opened. Light from the giant's torch flooded Harry's world. He blinked, shielding his eyes, curled into a defensive ball on his mattress. He saw the giant man fill the doorway, his face a landscape of worry and kindness. He smelled wet wool, earth, and a strange, sweet smell like treacle. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby, the giant man said, his voice softening to a gentle roar. Ye look a lot like dad, but y'ave got mum's eyes. The words, so simple, so direct, pierced through Harry's fear. They were the first words anyone had ever spoken to him that acknowledged he came from somewhere, from someone. They were a key to a door he didn't know existed. The entity inside him was screaming. Filth. Half-breed. Kill it. Drive it away. But its voice was muffled, drowned out by the colossal, warm, real presence of the giant. This was no phantom. This was a force of nature, and he was focused on Harry with a protective intensity that made the Dursleys' neglect feel like a physical weight being lifted. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, the giant said, as if introducing himself at a tea party. He reached out a hand the size of a dinner plate. I'm here to bring ye, Harry. You're comin' with me. Now see here. Vernon found his voice, puffing out his chest, though he stayed behind his armchair. You break down my door. You kidnap my nephew. I'll call the police. Hagrid turned his head slowly. The gentle warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a glare that could have frozen dragonfire. Call him, he growled. Tell him what? That y'ave had the boy who lived locked in a cupboard for 10 years. That y'ave been starvin' him, mistreatin' him, while his parents' sacrifice kept him safe. I'd like ter see ye. Try. The words, boy who lived, hung in the cold air. Harry didn't understand them, but he saw the Dursleys flinch as if whipped. His parents, Petunia whispered, her face ghostly. Died. Savin, him, Hagrid said, his voice breaking. He looked back at Harry, his eyes brimming. And, this is how you honor that. This is your family. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned back to Harry, his expression softening again. Come on, Harry. We've places ter be. Worlds ter see. Got somethin' for ye. He fumbled in his deep coat pockets and pulled out a slightly squashed, sticky chocolate cake with, Happy Birthday Harry, written in green icing. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. He took the cake with trembling hands. He looked from the kind, grieving face of the giant, to the terrified, hateful faces of the Dursleys, to the broken door of his prison. This was it, the escape he'd dreamed of. The open door. But as he stood, his legs shaky, the entity made one last, desperate play. It couldn't stop Hagrid, but it could try to taint the moment. See, it whispered, a sly, cold snake in his ear. Pity. He comes from Dumbledore out of pity. And duty. Not for you. For the symbol you are. The boy who lived. A story to them. A weapon. You trade one cage for another, Harry Potter. A larger, gilded one. Harry hesitated, 1 foot in the cupboard, 1 foot in the hall. The cake in his hands felt suddenly heavy. Was it true? Was this just another person who wanted something from the freak? Hagrid saw the hesitation. He didn't understand its source, but he saw the fear in the boy's too thin face, in the way he clutched the cake like a shield. The giant's own face fell, misunderstanding. It's all right, Hagrid said, his voice impossibly gentle. Ye don't have tear come if ye don't want. I won't make ye. But, there's letters. N, a place at a school. Parents' school. Ye'd be with own kind. Your own kind. The words resonated. The bird he'd healed. The spider that spoke. The snake. The phoenix feather. The magic that was his, for good or ill. They were his kind. Not the cold, clean hatred of the Dursleys. Not even the warm, pitying duty of this giant. But the magic itself. He looked at Hagrid. Not at his size, but at his eyes. They were raw with honest emotion. This man had known his parents. Had grieved for them. That was a connection more real than any blood he shared with the people cowering in the living room. Harry took a step forward. Out of the cupboard. Into the hall. The storm outside chose that moment to reach its crescendo. A bolt of lightning struck so close the flash was blinding, the thunder instantaneous, a roar that shook the house to its foundations. In that stark, white light, Harry saw something else outside the shattered front door. Not just the storm-lashed street. A tall, slender figure stood by the garden gate, perfectly still, untouched by the lashing rain. It was a woman. She wore a severe, emerald-green cloak, and square spectacles glittered in front of stern eyes. Her gaze was fixed on the house, on the broken door, on Hagrid's massive back, and finally, on Harry. It was a gaze of sharp, unyielding assessment. There was no pity in it. Only calculation, concern, and a formidable, granite-like resolve. Hagrid, following Harry's stare, turned and saw her. He didn't look surprised. He nodded once, a curt, respectful gesture. The woman, Professor Minerva McGonagall, nodded back. Her message was clear. She was here. She was watching. This was no longer a rescue by a well-meaning giant. It was an extraction, supervised by a power of the wizarding world. The open door was no longer just an escape. It was a threshold. And Harry, with the entity hissing warnings in his mind and a phoenix feather burning a hole of hope against his heart, took his second step into the unknown. Asterisk. The world beyond the cupboard door was not what Harry had imagined. In his dreams, the open door had led to sunlight, or vast silence, or simply an empty hall. It had never included a giant man smelling of wet dog and treacle, a shattered front door swinging on ruined hinges, or the petrified, open-mouthed stares of the Dursleys, illuminated in the frantic strobing of the storm. Reality was louder, messier, and infinitely more terrifying. That first step onto the hall carpet felt like stepping onto another planet. The floor seemed too far away, the ceiling too high. The air was different, it was the free air of the house, air he had never been allowed to simply breathe without purpose. It tasted of dust, fear, and the ozone tang of the storm. He stood there, clutching the sticky chocolate cake, a statue of a boy in overlarge clothes. Hagrid's massive form filled the space, a barrier between him and everything else. The entity in his mind was a whirlwind of silent, shrieking fury, its rage so intense it was a pressure behind his eyes, competing with the scar's burning ache. Fool. Sentimental fool. He is a blunt instrument, a hammer Dumbledore sends to smash a simple lock. He knows nothing of what you are, what you hold. Harry tried to shut it out. He focused on the cake. The icing was a vivid, emerald green. His mother's eyes. Happy birthday, Harry. No one had ever given him a birthday cake. The simplicity of the gesture, its sheer, undemanding kindness, was a language he didn't know how to speak. Hagrid beamed down at him, a smile cracking through the wild beard like sunlight through storm clouds. There's a good lad, he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. Then he turned his thunderous gaze back to the Dursleys. Get his things. Now. He has no things, Petunia spat, finding her voice from behind Vernon's trembling bulk. Her fear was morphing back into a sharp, defensive hatred. It wears what we give it. It has nothing of its own. Hagrid's face darkened. He took a step toward the living room, and the whole house seemed to lean with him. Then I'll be talkin', him as he is. And, consider yourselves lucky I don't turn the lot of ye into flobberworms for what y'ave done. He turned back to Harry, his expression softening again, a miraculous shift. Right then, Harry. Best be off. Got a long way ter go tonight. He gestured toward the shattered doorway, the lashing rain, the waiting night. Harry looked past him. The woman in the green cloak was still there, a stern, unmoving pillar by the gate. Her eyes met his through the rain and the dark. They were not warm. They were sharp, intelligent, and they saw everything. They saw the cupboard, the Dursleys, terror, Hagrid's protective bulk, and the small, too thin boy holding a cake like a lifeline. Her gaze felt like an appraisal, and Harry had no idea if he passed. Who is that? He asked Hagrid, his voice a dry croak from disuse. Hagrid glanced over his shoulder. Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress at Hogwarts. She's here ter, make sure things go smooth. He said it in a way that implied, smooth, might involve turning Vernon into a particularly unattractive garden gnome if he caused trouble. A teacher. A headmistress. The words were alien, belonging to a universe of school bells and lined paper, not to storms and broken doors and things that hissed in his mind. Was she like the entity? A cold, calculating power. Or like Hagrid, a force of nature with unexpected softness? There was no time to decide. Hagrid was ushering him forward. As Harry passed the threshold of the front door, stepping from the worn doormat welcome friends. It cheerfully lied onto the soaking wet paving stones, a shock went through him. It was the rain. It was the wind. It was the open sky, vast and chaotic above him, after a lifetime of low ceilings and bent slivers of light. It was freedom, and it was terrifying. He stumbled, the cake nearly slipping from his hands. Hagrid's huge hand shot out, steadying his shoulder. The touch was gentle but absolute, a anchor in the tempest. Easy there. Got see legs tear find, Hagrid said. He looked back at the house once more, a final glare of contempt for the shapes huddled in the dark living room. Then he raised his pink umbrella, which Harry now noticed was pointed not at the sky, but at the ruined doorway. Best mend that before we go, Hagrid muttered. Don't want muggles seein' a busted door all night. He gave the umbrella a sharp, complicated flick. Reparo. A bolt of blue-white energy, neat and precise, shot from the umbrella tip. It wasn't like Harry's magic, it wasn't a feeling made real, or a cold snap of will. It was a spell, a crafted, specific tool. The splintered wood of the door flew back into place. The twisted metal of the lock straightened and reknit itself with a series of solid clunks. In 3 seconds, the door was whole, pristine, and neatly closed, as if the giant's dramatic entrance had never happened. Harry stared, his mouth open. This was magic as a trade. A skill. Something you could learn to do with an umbrella. The entity within him sneered. Parlor tricks. The clumsy codification of true power. They shackle the wind in words and wonder at their ingenuity. But to Harry, it was a revelation. It was control. It was fixing, not breaking. It was the opposite of the silent pop that vanished to fly. It was a promise. The chaos inside him might have a language, a textbook, a way to be directed. Hagrid looked pleased with his work. Right. Come on. They splashed down the path. The rain soaked Harry through in an instant, plastering his hair to his forehead, chilling his skin. He didn't care. He was outside. At night. In a storm. And he was leaving. Professor McGonagall watched them approach. As they drew near, Harry saw her features more clearly. The severe bun, the sharp lines around her mouth, the eyes that missed nothing. Her gaze swept over him, and he felt laid bare, not just his ragged clothes and small frame, but the layers of fear, the flicker of power, the deep, frozen knot of the thing he carried. Her lips tightened almost imperceptibly. Hagrid, she said, her voice crisp as a winter apple, carrying perfectly over the storm. Professor. Got him. So I see. She looked down at Harry. Mr. Potter. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall. We will speak more in a drier environment. For now, you will come with Hagrid. You are safe. Do you understand? Harry nodded, unable to speak. Safe. The word felt foreign. Was anyone with the entity inside them ever safe? The conditions. McGonagall asked Hagrid, though her eyes stayed on Harry. Cupboard under the stairs, Hagrid growled, the sound full of promised violence. Like a house elf. Worse. McGonagall closed her eyes for a brief second. When she opened them, they were hard as flint. As we suspected. Very well. Proceed to the leaky cauldron. I will ensure the Obliviators adjust the memories of these people regarding the nature of this disruption. They will recall a gas main leak, a mandatory evacuation. It will provide cover for your departure. She was arranging everything, cleaning up, making the magical world neat again. Harry understood then that she was not just a teacher. She was a soldier in a hidden war, and his extraction was a tactical operation. Thank ye, Professor, Hagrid said, bobbing his head. Take care of him, Hagrid. He is more fragile than he appears. Her eyes met Harry's one last time, and in them, he saw not pity, but a formidable, daunting truth. She knew he was a puzzle, and a dangerous one. We will meet at Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. There is much to discuss. With a sharp crack that was swallowed by thunder, she was gone. Not walking, not running. Simply vanishing. Harry jumped. Where did she? Apparated, Hagrid said, as if it were as common as taking a bus. Nasty business, but quick. Can't do it myself. Now, hold tight, tear that cake. We've got our own way, tear travel. He led Harry to the end of Privet Drive, where a massive, gleaming motorcycle stood parked under a street lamp. It was like no motorcycle Harry had ever seen. It was enormous, all black chrome and gleaming leather, and it looked less like a vehicle and more like a resting dragon. More astonishingly, it had a sidecar. Sirius lent it tear me, Hagrid said fondly, patting the handlebar. Good man, Sirius. Hop in. Harry clambered into the sidecar. It was like sitting in a bathtub. Hagrid swung a leg over the main seat, the motorcycle groaning in protest under his weight. He twisted the handle, and the engine roared to life, a sound deeper and wilder than any car, a sound that vibrated in Harry's teeth and made the entity stir with interest. Technology, it hissed, disdainful but curious. The Muggle substitute for power. Crude, but occasionally effective. Hold on, Hagrid yelled, and before Harry could even grip the sides, the motorcycle shot forward into the stormy night. The world became a blur of rain, wind, and streaking lights. They were not following the roads. Hagrid wove between houses, cut across parks, took to the air over rivers, the wheels skimming the black water. The storm raged around them, but Hagrid and the motorcycle cut through it like a knife, a bubble of strange calm in the chaos. Harry's stomach lurched, his knuckles white on the sidecar's edge. It was terrifying. It was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to him. He was flying. Not in a dream. Really flying. He looked up at Hagrid's broad back, a mountain against the sky, and then down at the shrinking, tidy squares of Privet Drive, being swallowed by the dark. The cold stone of anger in his gut, the one the Dursleys had forged, began to soften, just a little. It was being replaced by a soaring, wild exhilaration. This is freedom, he thought. This is power. No, the entity whispered, its voice a chilling counterpoint to the rushing wind. This is transportation. Freedom is not movement. It is dominion. This oaf is taking you from one master to another. Wait and see. Harry ignored it. He tipped his head back, letting the rain wash over his face, tasting the sky. For the first time in his life, he was not Harry the freak, or Harry the prisoner. He was just Harry, in a sidecar, flying through a storm. After a time that could have been minutes or hours, the city lights of London appeared below them, a vast, glowing web. Hagrid guided the motorcycle downward in a dizzying spiral, landing with a surprisingly gentle bump in a dark, grimy alleyway behind a row of pubs. The engine cut, and the sudden silence was ringing. Here we are, Hagrid said, heaving himself off the seat. The leaky cauldron. Back door, tear the magical world. He led Harry to a plain, black door set between a rundown bookshop and a record store. To any Muggle eye, it was just another unmarked entrance. But Hagrid tapped a specific brick on the wall with his umbrella, 3 times. The brick shivered. Then, with a soft grinding sound, the wall began to move. Bricks folded back, rotated, and rearranged themselves, forming a perfect, arching doorway. Beyond it, a narrow, cobbled street stretched away, lit by glowing lanterns, shimmering with a mist that seemed to be made of light itself. Harry could hear the murmur of voices, the clink of glass, see strange, shifting shop signs. He stood on the threshold, one foot in the wet, dark alley of the ordinary world, one foot poised over the glowing cobbles of the magical one. Hagrid placed a hand on his shoulder. "Welcome, Harry," he said, his voice thick. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry took a deep breath. The air from the alley smelled of old wood, bubbling potions, and possibility. He stepped through the arch. The brick wall sealed itself shut behind him with a soft, final sound. The cupboard was gone. Privet Drive was gone. He was inside the magic now. And deep within him, the prisoner stirred, pressed its face against the bars of its mental cell, and looked out through Harry's eyes at a world it had once tried to conquer, its whisper a blend of hatred, hunger, and terrible, terrible longing. Home. The noise hit him first. It was a living tapestry of sound, the babble of strange accents, the bark of merchant calls, the clatter of carts, the hoots and squawks of unseen creatures. After the muffled silence of Privet Drive and the roaring wind of the flight, it was overwhelming. Then came the smells: yeast from a bakery, the astringent bite of potions' ingredients, the dusty scent of old parchment, and underneath it all, a faint, crackling ozone of raw magic, like the air after a lightning strike. Harry stood frozen just inside the archway, his eyes wide, trying to drink it all in. Diagon Alley was not a street, it was a river of wonder, a canyon of impossible things. The buildings leaned together like old friends, their upper stories adorned with bizarre signs: a cauldron that bubbled perpetually, a wand that shot tiny stars, a broomstick that executed slow, lazy loops in midair. People in long, colorful robes, some pointed, some not, flowed around him, their conversations snippets of a foreign language. And I told him, 12 sickles for a Bundaman gland is robbery. The Fooper feathers are definitely subpar this season. ... Ministers' new guidelines on self-stirring cauldrons are utterly asinine. It was too much. The sensory flood made the walls in his mind tremble. The entity, which had been quiet during the flight, now stretched against its confines, a starved thing presented with a feast. Look, it breathed, a hungry exhale. The decay. The complacency. They play with toys while the foundations rot. They have no idea what true power looks like. What it feels like. Harry didn't see decay. He saw life. Vibrant, chaotic, messy, wonderful life. But through the entity's lens, he could sense the disdain it held for this bustling, commercial magic. It was a magic of convenience, of community. It was everything Voldemort had sought to purge. All right there, Harry. Hagrid's voice was a gentle boom beside him. The giant looked down with concern. Bit of a shock, I expect. Don't worry. We'll take it slow. Slow was not an option. The world demanded his attention all at once. His eyes landed on a shop window where sleek broomsticks hovered on velvet, next to a poster of a player in orange robes soaring after a tiny, winged ball. He saw a large, ginger cat sunning itself on a windowsill, its tail twitching to a rhythm only it could hear. An owl as white as snow swooped past, carrying a scroll in its talons, and for a moment, Harry felt a kinship with it, a creature carrying messages from a world he was only just discovering. Hagrid steered him gently by the shoulder. First things first. Gringotts. Wizard Bank. Need get gold. Gold. Harry had never had money of any kind. The concept was as abstract as the stars. Gringotts was a blinding white marble edifice that towered over the neighboring shops, radiating a cold, imposing grandeur. As they climbed the broad steps, Harry saw the creature. Guarding the burnished bronze doors. It was small, wiry, with a face of sharp, clever angles and large, pointed ears. Its eyes were dark as coal chips. A goblin, the entity supplied, its tone one of cold respect. Clever. Vindictive. Masters of metal and craft. Do not mistake their size for weakness. Their magic is in the forge and the vault, deep in the stone. They remember every slight. The goblin bowed as they entered, but the gesture was perfunctory, its eyes missing nothing. The lobby was even more magnificent, a cathedral of wealth. A long counter stretched into the distance, manned by dozens of goblins on high stools, scratching in giant ledgers with quills that moved on their own. The air smelled of ink, polished metal, and deep, cold earth. Hagrid marched up to a free goblin. "Mornin', here tear make a withdrawal from the Potter vault." The goblin, named Griphook according to a small plaque, peered down his long nose at Hagrid, then at Harry. His eyes lingered on the scar, a flicker of recognition, then on Harry's ragged clothes, a flicker of contempt. Key. Hagrid fumbled in his many pockets, finally producing a tiny, golden key. Griphook took it, examined it, and gave a curt nod. Very well. Follow me. They were led through a series of doors and into a narrow stone corridor where small, open carts sat on rails. The journey that followed was a nightmare of speed and darkness. The cart hurtled down, down, into the earth, along treacherous tracks that looped and plunged. Cold air whipped Harry's hair. He gripped the cart's edge, his stomach left somewhere far above. Hagrid whooped with glee. The entity was silent, but Harry felt its attention, not on the ride, but on the deep, ancient magic of the stone around them, a magic of wards and protections and terrible, hidden depths. They stopped finally before a small, bronze door. Griphook inserted the key. With a soft click, the door melted away. Harry's breath caught. The vault was not large, but it was full. Piles of gold coins glinted in the light from the corridor. Heaps of silver shone beside them. Bronze coins filled barrels in the corner. It was a dragon's hoard. A pirate's treasure. It was more wealth than he could comprehend. Mummin, Dad left ye this, Hagrid said softly, his voice filled with pride. For schoolen, and ter get ye started. This was his. A legacy. Not just a story of death, but a concrete foundation for life. The cold stone of anger in his gut dissolved a little more, replaced by a bewildering sense of belonging. He had a place here. He had a history that came with a key and a vault of gold. As Griphook filled a small leather bag with coins, galleons, sickles, and nuts, Hagrid explained. Harry's eyes were drawn to the back of the vault. Not to more money, but to a small, simple wooden box sitting alone on a stone shelf. It was plain, unadorned, out of place amidst the glitter. What's that? Harry asked. Hagrid glanced over. Dunno. Family stuff, I expect. Best leave it for now. Got what we need. But Harry couldn't look away. The box hummed with a quiet, familial magic. It felt like the whisper of the house, but warmer. It felt like his mother's laugh from the mirror. Take it, the entity urged, sudden and sharp. Do not leave pieces of yourself in the dark. For once, Harry agreed with it. Not out of greed, but out of a need to reclaim something, anything, that was truly his parents'. I want it, he said, his voice firm. Hagrid blinked, then shrugged. All right then, it's yours, after all. Harry stepped into the vault, the cool air raising goosebumps on his arms. He passed the mounds of gold, their allure fading next to the simple box. He picked it up. It was light, made of a smooth, dark wood. There was no lock. He opened the lid. Inside, resting on a fold of faded velvet, were two things. A photograph. And a ring. The photograph was of a young couple, laughing, their arms around each other. The man had Harry's messy black hair and glasses, his face alive with mischief. The woman had his brilliant green eyes and a smile so warm it seemed to emanate from the paper. They were waving, not at the photographer, but, as Harry watched, they turned their heads and waved at him. His parents. Moving, living, seeing him. A sob caught in Harry's throat. He touched the photograph with a trembling finger. James Potter winked. Lily Potter blew him a kiss. The entity recoiled, a hiss of pain. Sentiment. Foolish, clinging sentiment. But for Harry, it was a lifeline. This was the warmth. This was the love that had built his prison of protection. It was real. It was here, in his hands. Next to the photo was the ring. It was a man's signet ring, heavy and simple, made of a black, non-reflective metal. The crest was not a family coat of arms Harry recognized. It was a stylized, graceful lily, entwined with a jagged bolt of lightning. A merging of his parents. A symbol of him. He picked it up. It was cool. As it touched his skin, a gentle, protective magic, different from the phoenix feather's fiery reassurance, washed over him. It was a father's steadfastness. A family's seal. He slipped it onto his thumb, the only finger it would fit, and a profound sense of rightness settled in his bones. He was Harry James Potter. Son of James and Lily. This was proof. He closed the box, holding it tight under his arm, the photograph a burning brand of joy against his ribs. The rest of the shopping trip passed in a surreal blur, seen through the new lens of his reclaimed identity. Everything was for him, for Harry Potter, student of Hogwarts. At Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, he stood on a stool while a floating tape measure nipped around him, as a kind, squat witch pinned black robes to his frame. He caught his reflection in the mirror, a small boy in new, proper clothes, a ring on his thumb, a box under his arm. He looked less like a ghost. At the apothecary, the smells were overwhelming, pungent, sweet, rotten, metallic. Hagrid got him a basic brass scale and a set of copper files. The entity commented dryly on the quality of the dried nettles and the price of powdered unicorn horn. At Flourish and Blots, the towering shelves of books made Harry's head spin. A History of Magic, Magical Theory, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. Each title was a door to a room he hadn't known existed. Hagrid also bought him a delightful book called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which he paged through, mesmerized by moving illustrations of creatures that defied imagination. Finally, they stood before a narrow, shabby shop. Peeling gold letters over the door read, Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single, long, dusty wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the window. A hush fell over Harry, deeper than the quiet of Gringotts. This place felt expectant. The bell tinkled as they entered. The shop was a tiny, dusty canyon of boxes piled to the ceiling. The air was thick with silence and a peculiar, dry, woody scent. "Good afternoon," a soft, aged voice said. An old man with wide, pale, moon-like eyes appeared as if from the very dust itself. He looked at Harry, and those silvery eyes seemed to see everything: the cupboard, the storm, the phoenix feather, the ring, the screaming thing in his scar. "Ah yes," said Mr. Ollivander. "I thought I'd be seeing you soon. Harry Potter." He drifted closer. "You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, willow. Nice wand for charm work." He turned his gaze to Harry's forehead, not at the scar, but as if looking through it. "Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power. Excellent for transfiguration." He knew them. He remembered them. His words were another brick in the foundation of who Harry was. "And now, you." Ollivander pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" "I'm right-handed," Harry said. The tape measure flew to life, measuring him from shoulder to finger, wrist to elbow, around his head, even between his nostrils. Ollivander flitted along the shelves, pulling down boxes. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two witches or wizards are the same. The wand chooses the wizard." He handed Harry a wand. "Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Try." Harry waved it. A gust of wind knocked a stack of boxes off a shelf. "No, no." Ollivander snatched it back and handed him another. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy." Harry had barely lifted it when it shot red and gold sparks like a firework, setting the hem of his new robe smoldering. Hagrid beat it out with his hat. "Tricky customer, E.H." Ollivander seemed delighted. He became more intense, searching, muttering to himself. Boxes were tried and discarded. The pile of rejected wands grew. With each failure, Harry's hope dimmed. What if no wand chose him? What if the thing inside him made him incompatible? Then, Ollivander's eyes gleamed. He vanished into the back of the shop and returned with a single, dusty box, older than the rest. "A curious combination," he said softly. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple." He held it out. Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, a warmth spread up his arm, different from the phoenix feather's heat or the ring's steady magic. This was a singing connection, a resonance. He felt a surge of power, clean and bright in his. He gave it a flick. A stream of golden sparks shot from the tip, not violent, but joyful, cascading like fountain water, filling the dusty shop with light and warmth. The motes of dust in the air glittered like diamonds. A feeling of rightness, of completion, settled over him so profoundly he felt tears prick his eyes. Ollivander clapped his hands together once, softly. "Oh, bravo. Yes, indeed, oh, very good. How curious, how very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, reluctant to let go of the wand. Ollivander's pale eyes peered into his. "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand, Mr. Potter, gave one other feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's blood ran cold. The wand's warmth in his hand suddenly felt like a direct line to the thing in his head. Its brother, he whispered. The wand that chose the wizard who gave you that scar was you and Phoenix Feather. Brothers. Different, yet connected. Ollivander looked grave. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Harry stood there, the holly wand humming in his hand, the brother wand's phantom presence a cold echo in his scar. He had a tool now. A focus. A weapon. And it was forever linked to the soul of the monster he carried. The joy of the choosing was gone, replaced by a chilling duality. He was holding his future in his hand, and it was irrevocably twinned with his past. He paid the 7 galleons, the coins feeling insignificant. As they left the shop, the wand safely in a box, Harry felt the entity's presence coil around the new connection, a snake tasting the air. Brothers, it whispered, a sound of dark, profound satisfaction. You see, Harry Potter. Even your tools are bound to me. There is no escape, only convergence. Outside, the sun was setting over Diagon Alley, painting the crooked streets in golden shadow. Harry clutched his wand box, his parents' wooden chest, and his bag of supplies. He was equipped, he was named, he was chosen, but as he followed Hagrid back toward the leaky cauldron, the weight of the holly wand in his pocket felt less like a key, and more like the other half of a shackle. The warm, woody smell of the leaky cauldron's private sitting room did nothing to settle the cold knot in Harry's stomach. He sat in a worn but comfortable armchair, a tray of untouched sandwiches and pumpkin juice on the low table before him. His new possessions were arranged around him like exhibits, the wand box on the mantelpiece, the wooden chest of his parents' things at his feet, the bag of schoolbooks beside the chair. Each one felt charged, a piece of a puzzle he was terrified to solve. Hagrid was across from him, happily working his way through a plate of rock cakes that looked like they could break teeth. "Ye'll feel better once ye get ter Hogwarts, Harry," he said around a mouthful. "Good food, friends, learnin', it'll be home." Home. The word had no anchor. Home was a cupboard. Home was a screaming in his head. Could it be a castle full of strangers who knew him as a story? "Hagrid," Harry said, his voice small. He'd been clutching the ring on his thumb, the metal warmed by his skin. "The wand, Mr. Ollivander said it has a brother. The wand that gave me this." His finger rose unconsciously to his scar. Hagrid's cheerful mastication slowed. He set the rock cake down, his expression turning serious, almost sorrowful. He rumbled. He would say that. "Ollivander knows every wand he's ever sold. It's his life." "What does it mean?" Harry pressed. He needed someone, anyone, to explain the universe that kept tying him to that night. "It means," Hagrid sighed, a sound like gravel shifting. "It means magic has a funny way of linkin' things. Of balancin' dark and light, life and what comes after." He shifted uncomfortably. "Don't you worry about it. Dumbledore says." "What does Dumbledore say?" Harry interrupted. The name was appearing more and more, a shadow behind every curtain. "He says," Hagrid said, leaning forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "that love left a mark on ye deeper than any curse. That's what saved ye. That's what made ye special. Love." The entity within stirred, a ripple of disgust so profound it turned Harry's pumpkin juice sour in his mouth. "Special," it mocked. "A pet lamb, marked for the altar. Dumbledore's chosen sacrifice, wrapped in pretty lies." Harry pushed the juice away. "But the wands, they're connected. If his wand is the brother to mine, then yours is the stronger," Hagrid said, with forced heartiness. "It chose you, didn't it? Sent out them lovely sparks. His wand brought nothin' but pain. Yours won't. You'll see." He wanted to believe it. But the holly wand in its box on the mantelpiece seemed to thrum with a silent, ambiguous potential. It could be a tool for light, as Hagrid said. Or it could be a bridge. The conversation lapsed. Hagrid, sensing his distress, changed the subject to Hogwarts houses, talking about Gryffindor's bravery and the giant squid in the lake. Harry listened with half an ear, his mind circling the twin problems of his scar and his wand. Later, alone in the small, clean room Tom the innkeeper had given him, Harry finally opened the wand box again. He took the holly wand out. In The quiet lamplight, it was just a stick of wood. Smooth. Warm. He held it, not waving it, just feeling the weight, the connection. It felt like an extension of his own arm, his own magic. The frozen star in his chest hummed in resonance. He pointed it at the empty fireplace. He didn't say a word. He just thought, very clearly, light. A gentle, warm, golden flame sprang to life among the logs, crackling cheerfully. It was controlled. Precise. It was the first intentional, wand-assisted magic he'd ever done, and it worked perfectly. A smile touched his lips. Maybe Hagrid was right. He put the wand down and opened his parents' wooden chest again. He took out the photograph. James and Lily waved at him, their faces frozen in a moment of perfect happiness. He traced his mother's smile with his finger. "What do I do?" he whispered to the moving picture. They couldn't answer. They just kept waving, trapped in their loop of joy, forever unaware of the darkness that had been coming for them, and what it had left behind. He put the photo on the bedside table, where he could see it. He slipped the ring off his thumb and examined the crest, the lily, the lightning. His identity. He put it back on. Then, feeling bold, he picked up his wand again. He thought of the tiny, perfect whirlpool in Vernon's teacup, the unintentional storm of his own emotions. He thought of the ice cube prison for the fly. That magic had been cold, sharp, born of anger. He looked at the cheerful fire. Could he do both? Were they really from the same place? He focused on the glass of water on the nightstand. He pointed his wand, not with anger, but with a clinical, clear intent. He imagined the water losing its fluidity, its molecules locking, slowing, freezing. Glacius. The word came to his lips unbidden, a whisper from a deep, cold well of knowledge that was not his own. A thin layer of frost spread from the tip of his wand, not in a bolt, but in a creeping, crystalline wave. It touched the glass. The water inside turned milky, then solid, with a soft crack. A perfect, miniature iceberg in a tumbler. Harry stared. He hadn't learned that spell. He'd never heard of it. The word had just arrived. From the library of the entity's mind. See. The voice was soft, almost gentle. The knowledge is not evil. The cold is not evil. It is a state of being. A tool. You wished for ice. I provided the method. We can be collaborative. That wasn't collaboration, Harry muttered, his heart pounding. That was theft. Is it theft to use your own eyes to see? Your own ears to hear? I am part of you, Harry Potter. My knowledge is your inheritance, as much as your father's ring. Deny it, and you fight with one hand tied behind your back. It was a compelling, toxic argument. He had felt the power of the spell. It was clean, efficient. It had obeyed him perfectly. There was no rage in it, just will. He cancelled it with a flick of his wand and a thought of warmth, and the ice melted back to water. The fire in the grate danced. Two sides of a coin. Both responding to his will, through the same wand. Exhaustion, deeper than physical tiredness, washed over him. He was a child trying to pilot a warship through a minefield, with a hostile navigator whispering in his ear. He put the wand away, got into bed, and stared at the photograph of his parents until his eyes grew heavy. Their smiling faces were the last thing he saw before sleep took him. And he dreamed. Not of graveyards or green light. This dream was different. He was in a vast, dark space, like the inside of his own mind, but expanded to infinity. Before him stood two pillars of light. One was warm, golden, and vibrant. It pulsed with life. Around its base grew flowers, and the air hummed with the sound of bees and distant laughter. It felt like his mother's love, like the phoenix feather, like the healing magic. The other was cold, silver blue, and sharp as a diamond. It did not pulse, it thrummed with a steady, potent energy. Around it was perfect, sterile order. No life grew, but nothing decayed. It was stillness. It was control. It felt like the vanished fly, like the frozen water, like the entity's calculating intellect. A figure stood between the pillars, its back to him. It was a boy with messy black hair. As Harry watched, the boy looked at the golden pillar, and his form warmed, grew softer. He looked like the Harry from the platform in the mirror vision, hopeful, nervous, alive. Then the boy turned and looked at the silver blue pillar. His form sharpened, grew taller, more defined. His eyes, when he turned his head slightly, flashed a chilling crimson. He looked like the Dark King. The boy in the dream held out his hands, as if trying to touch both pillars at once. The space between them began to warp, to fracture. Golden light and silver energy swirled together, not blending, but fighting, creating a turbulent, chaotic storm of gray. The dream Harry began to shake. The pillars themselves started to tremble. Cracks appeared in their flawless surfaces. A voice, neither warm nor cold, but immense and ancient, echoed through the dream space. A soul can be a bridge, or a battlefield. Choose the pillar upon which you build, or be torn asunder by the storm. Harry woke with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in the dark room. His scar was on fire. The phoenix feather under his pillow was blazing with heat. The ring on his finger felt like a band of ice. He was drenched in sweat, the echo of the colossal voice still vibrating in his bones. A bridge, or a battlefield. It wasn't about good or evil. It was about integration or war. He could try to fuse the two magics within him, the warm legacy of his mother, the cold legacy of the entity, and risk creating a catastrophic, unstable storm. Or he could choose one, fully, and let the other wither, or fight back. But how do you choose a part of your own soul? He got out of bed, drawn to the window. Diagon Alley was asleep, shrouded in magical darkness, the lanterns dimmed. He looked at his reflection in the glass, pale, scared, green eyes wide. And for a second, just a flash, he saw not the cold smile of the entity, but the strained, divided face of the boy from his dream, one side lit gold, the other silver, the center a raging, chaotic gray. He stumbled back, breaking the reflection. He would not be that boy. He would not be torn apart. He went to the mantelpiece and took out his holly wand. He held it in one hand. With the other, he clutched the phoenix feather through his shirt. I choose, he said to the empty room, his voice trembling but clear. I choose the light. It was a declaration, a vow. From the depths of his mind, the entity did not rage. It did not scoff. It simply sent back one, clear, chilling image. The brother wand, the you wand, and a whisper that felt like a prophecy. You can choose the light, Harry Potter. But the darkness has already chosen you. Asterisk. The silence after the entity's pronouncement was absolute. It wasn't the usual passive silence of the entity retreating to plot. It was an active, watchful silence, like a judge waiting for a verdict to be read aloud. Harry stood in the middle of the rented room, the holly wand in one hand, the other pressed over the phoenix feather, his declaration still hanging in the air. I choose the light. But choices, he was learning, were not single moments. They were roads, and every step had to be walked. The warm glow of the wand and the feather's heat were real, but so was the chilling after-image of the brother wand in his mind. The entity had not shown him a threat, but a fact. The connection existed. Denying it wouldn't make it disappear. He dressed slowly in his new robes, the unfamiliar fabric soft and heavy against his skin. He packed his trunk with the careful, methodical movements of someone building a barricade. Each item went in with intention. The schoolbooks were a promise of learning, his own learning. The brass scales and files were tools for understanding. The photograph of his parents went into the very center, wrapped in a spare shirt. The ring stayed on his thumb. The wooden chest, now empty of everything but the faded velvet lining, he placed on top. It was a reliquary, a proof of origin. Lastly, he picked up the wand. He didn't put it in the trunk. He kept it in his hand, slipping it into an inner pocket of his robes. He fashioned himself with a simple, focused thought and a tiny, wandless sticking charm, a trick of will the entity had not taught, but that felt instinctively right. The wand rested against his ribs, a heartbeat away. He was armored. He was armed. He was as ready as he could be. Downstairs, the leaky cauldron was bustling with morning activity. Wizards and witches gulped down breakfast, argued over the Daily Prophet, and hurried out into Diagon Alley. The normalcy of it was jarring. Didn't they feel it? The tectonic shift that had occurred last night when a piece of their boogeyman had walked in, bought a wand, and slept under their roof. Hagrid was at a corner table, a plate of kippers and eggs the size of a hubcap before him. He looked up, his face breaking into a grin. There he is. Slept well. Yes, Harry lied. He sat down, accepting a cup of tea from Tom. The ordinary china felt fragile. He could, he thought, with a flick of that cold, silver-blue part of his will, turn it to dust. You could, the entity agreed, conversational. But you won't. Because you are choosing the light. A noble, and limiting, choice. Harry ignored it. He focused on cutting a sausage. The mundane act was a mantra. Train leaves from King's Cross at 11, Hagrid said, between mouthfuls. Platform 9 3/4. I'll take ye there, get ye settled. How do we get there? Harry asked. Not the motorcycle. The memory of the flight was exhilarating but raw. Nah, Sirius'll want it back. We'll take the underground. Like Muggles. Hagrid said it with a hint of adventurous glee. The London Underground was another kind of magic. A roaring, rumbling, gritty magic of tunnels and crowds and maps with colored lines. Harry stuck close to Hagrid's immense form, a tiny dinghy in the wake of a tanker. People stared, but they stared at Hagrid, not at him. He was invisible. It was a novel, intoxicating feeling. He watched the Muggles, his people, by blood and upbringing, with a new, detached curiosity. A woman reading a paperback, a man tapping his foot to music only he could hear through headphones, a child whining for sweets. Their lives were so small, so contained. They worried about rent and jobs and train times. They didn't have wars raging in their skulls. For a moment, he envied them with a ferocity that took his breath away. You could still have that, the entity murmured, its voice subtly different, tuned to his longing. Obliviation. A simple, clean forgetting. They could wipe it all away. The magic. The scar. Me. You could go back. Be normal. The image was so potent it made him stumble on the escalator. A life where the biggest worry was homework and the Dursleys' disapproval. A life without the whispering walls, without the burning scar, without the constant, exhausting vigilance. Just, quiet. But it was a lie. He could never go back. The cupboard had shaped him, but the magic had defined him. To give it up would be to cut out his own heart, even if that heart was a conflicted, wounded thing. No, he whispered into the rumble of the train. What was that, Harry? Hagrid asked, bending down. Nothing. King's Cross Station was a cathedral of noise and steam. The air smelled of diesel, pastries, and a million journeys. Hagrid lumbered toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, Harry dragging his trunk behind him on a trolley. Right through there, Hagrid said, pointing at the solid brick wall. Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Harry stared. It was a wall. Solid, load-bearing, real. Another test, the entity observed. Another threshold. Faith, Potter. The wizard's world runs on it. Faith in the impossible. Do you have it? Or has your life made you too practical? He wasn't sure. He believed in the cold, hard reality of locked doors and empty stomachs. But he also believed in the warmth of a phoenix feather and the moving eyes of his parents in a photograph. He took a deep breath, gripped the trolley handle, and aimed it at the wall. He didn't run. He walked. A steady, deliberate walk, his eyes fixed on the bricks. He expected impact. A jarring stop. Instead, there was a sensation of passing through a wall of warm, soft mist. The noise of King's Cross melted away, replaced by a new, magical cacophony. Platform 9 3/4 was a vision of controlled chaos. The Scarlet Steam Engine, the Hogwarts Express, puffed impressively, smoke curling into the arched glass ceiling. Families swarmed everywhere, parents hugging children, owls hooting, cats weaving between legs, trunks being loaded. The air was thick with the smell of coal smoke, chocolate frogs, and excitement. It was a world. A complete, thriving, living world. And he was standing on its edge, a stranger. Hagrid clapped him on the back, almost sending him into the tracks. There ye are. Knew ye could do it. Right, you get on, find a seat. I'll see ye at the feast. And with a final, beaming smile, Hagrid turned and vanished back through the barrier, leaving Harry utterly alone in a crowd of hundreds. The loneliness was a physical shock. It was sharper here than in Privet Drive, because here, he was surrounded by his own kind, and he had no idea how to talk to them. He saw boys his age already laughing together, comparing wizard trading cards. He saw girls pointing at each other's robes, chatting easily. They all seemed to know the rules to a game he'd never played. He dragged his trunk toward the train, the wheels clacking on the platform. A part of him, the cold, analytical part the entity cherished, noted the weaknesses, the exposed back, the awkward grip on the heavy trunk, the downcast eyes that screamed, victim. They see a mouse, the entity whispered. Pray. You must not be prey. Stand tall. Meet their eyes. Let them see the scar. Let them see the power. No, Harry muttered, heaving his trunk up the step into the nearest carriage. He didn't want to be seen at all. The train corridors were narrow and packed. Every compartment seemed full. He pushed on, feeling more and more like a ghost. He passed a compartment where a round-faced boy was crying, his nose dripping, while his grandmother tried to cheer him up. He passed another where a girl with bushy brown hair and large front teeth was already reading Hogwarts, a history, pointing out facts to a bored-looking set of parents. Finally, near the back, he found an empty compartment. He wrestled his trunk inside and collapsed onto the seat by the window, his heart pounding. He'd made it. He was on the train. He was going. As the train gave a warning whistle and began to pull slowly out of the station, Harry watched the platform slide away. The families waving goodbye, the shrinking figure of a mother wiping her eyes. He felt a hollow ache. He had no one to wave to. No one who would miss him. The entity was silent, but its satisfaction was a cold ember in his mind. Isolation was its ally. He was staring out at the transitioning landscape, London's grimy outskirts giving way to green fields, when the compartment door slid open. A boy stood there. He had a shock of brilliant red hair, a smattering of freckles across his nose, and curious, bright blue eyes. He was dragging a trunk identical to Harry's. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite. "Everywhere else is full." Harry shook his head, unable to speak. The boy grinned, heaving his trunk up and plopping down with a sigh. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." This was it. A conversation. A human interaction that wasn't a command or an insult. Harry's mind went blank. "I'm Harry," he managed. "First year?" Ron asked, pulling a lumpy, cellophane-wrapped sandwich from his pocket. Harry nodded. "Me too. Blimey, I'm starving. Mum was too busy packing to make a proper lunch." Ron took a huge bite. "You got any food?" Harry shook his head. He had money, a pouch full of galleons, but no food. Ron, with a resigned sigh, broke his sandwich in half. It was corned beef. "Here, can't have you fainting before the sorting." The gesture was so casually kind, so devoid of pity or calculation, that Harry felt a lump form in his throat. He took the sandwich. "Thanks." They ate in silence for a minute. Ron eyed Harry's robes, which were plain but new. "Your family all witches and wizards?" "My parents were," Harry said carefully. "They're dead." Ron's chewing slowed. "Oh. Blimey. Sorry." "It's okay. Who'd you live with then?" "My aunt and uncle. They're not magical. Muggles." Ron's eyes widened. "Wow. So you're muggle-raised. You must be mental, everything's so weird." A small, real smile touched Harry's lips for the first time. "Yeah, a bit." The door slid open again. It was the bushy-haired girl from the platform. She had changed into her school robes already. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one." Her voice was brisk, authoritative. Ron shook his head, mouth full. Harry just stared, mesmerized by her confidence. "Oh, are you doing magic?" she asked, spotting the wand Ron had pulled out to show Harry. It was very old and chipped. "Let's see then." Ron looked taken aback, but cleared his throat. He pointed his wand at his rat, Scabbers, who was sleeping on his lap. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." Nothing happened. The girl snorted. "That's not a real spell. I've tried a few simple ones for practice, and they've all worked for me." She looked at Harry. "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" The air left the compartment. Ron's head swiveled, his eyes bulging. He looked from the girl to Harry's forehead, where his fringe had fallen back during the journey, revealing the lightning scar. "I am," Harry said, his voice flat. This was it. The staring. The questions. "I'm Hermione Granger." She said it as if it should mean something. "I read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts. You're famous." Ron was still gaping. "You're Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter. Blimey. I thought you'd be, I dunno, taller." Hermione launched into a recitation of facts about Voldemort's defeat, about the killing curse rebounding. Harry sat very still, the corned beef sandwich turning to ash in his mouth. She was talking about the night his parents died, about the entity in his head, with the clinical excitement of someone discussing a thrilling novel. Inside, the entity was a coil of pure, icy fury. "Famous. For my failure. They celebrate your survival as their victory. They have made a children's story out of our tragedy." "Stop," Harry said, the word coming out sharper than he intended. Hermione blinked, cut off mid-sentence. Ron looked startled. I don't remember any of it," Harry said, forcing his voice to be softer. I'd rather not talk about it. An awkward silence fell. Hermione flushed slightly. Well, I'd better help Neville find his toad. You should change into your robes, we'll be there soon. And she left, her bushy hair a defiant cloud behind her. Ron whistled low. She's a nightmare, that one. But, wow. Harry Potter. He looked at Harry with open, uncomplicated awe. Did you really, make you know who disappear? I don't know what I did, Harry said honestly, the weight of the lie by omission heavy on his tongue. He hadn't made him disappear. He had trapped him in a prison that was currently sharing compartment space with Ron Weasley. The journey continued. Ron talked about his family, his many brothers, his parents, how everyone expected him to live up to the others. It was a life so full of people, of noise, of love and mild exasperation, that Harry could barely conceive of it. It was the polar opposite of the silent, sterile hatred of Privet Drive. It was also the opposite of the intense, isolated bond he had with the entity. It was normal. He found himself relaxing, just a fraction. Ron was easy to be with. He didn't ask difficult questions after the first one. He was just there. As the sky darkened outside and lanterns lit along the train corridors, the entity finally spoke again, its voice thoughtful. A connection. Fragile. Based on celebrity and shared hunger. He sees the story, not the boy. He will disappoint you. They all do. Maybe, Harry thought back, watching Ron try to teach Scabbers a trick. But it's a start. A start on the wrong road, the entity insisted. The road of dependency. Of caring. It only leads to pain. You saw the mirror. You know how this story ends for those who love. Harry's hand went to his parents' photograph, safely in his trunk. He did know. But as he watched Ron laugh at his own failed attempt at magic, a rebellious thought formed. Maybe some stories were worth the pain. The train began to slow. The voice of a prefect echoed down the corridor. We will be arriving at Hogsmeade Station in 5 minutes' time. Leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. The reality came crashing back. The sorting, the castle, a new world of rules and expectations. A place where Dumbledore waited. Harry stood up, his legs shaky. Ron jumped up too, full of nervous energy. Ready? No, he wasn't ready. He would never be ready. But as the train shuddered to a halt and the doors opened onto a tiny, lamplit platform in the Scottish night, with the smell of pine and lake water in the cold air, Harry Potter took a deep breath. He had chosen the light. Now he had to walk into it, and see what, or who, it illuminated. The first years were herded toward the shore of a vast, black lake. And there, across the dark water, lit by 1,000 windows, towers and turrets piercing the starry sky, was Hogwarts. It was more than a castle. It was a promise, a challenge, a fortress. And deep within him, the prisoner looked upon the ancient seat of its enemies, and for the first time in a very long time, it felt not just hatred, but a fierce, burning sense of homecoming. The night over the Black Lake was immense, a vault of indigo velvet punched through with cold, sharp stars. The air bit with a clean, pine-scented chill that was nothing like the damp, closed smell of Surrey. Harry stood shivering at the water's edge, surrounded by a huddle of other first years, their faces pale ovals of excitement and fear in the darkness. Before them, the giant called Hagrid raised a lantern the size of a pumpkin. "Fortear a boat. No more," he boomed, his voice the only familiar thing in this alien landscape. Harry felt a tug on his sleeve. It was Ron. "Come on," Ron muttered, and they clambered into one of the small, wooden vessels lining the shore. The boat swayed alarmingly as they sat down. A moment later, the bushy-haired girl, Hermione Granger, and the round-faced, tear-stained boy from the train, Neville, joined them. "Everyone in," Hagrid shouted, himself taking a boat that sank perilously low in the water. Forward. And without oars or sails, the fleet of little boats moved as one, gliding out across the ink-black lake. The silence was broken only by the lap of water and the occasional gasp as the castle ahead grew larger, its windows throwing long, shimmering paths of gold across the dark water. Hogwarts. It wasn't just big. It was alive. Towers and turrets clawed at the stars, battlements stood silhouetted like stone teeth, windows glimmered with 1,000 points of light that seemed to watch their approach. It was a fortress, a labyrinth, a living creature of rock and magic. Harry's chest tightened with a feeling so profound it had no name. It was awe, undercut with a deep, primal terror. This place had history. It had secrets. It would see right through him. Look at it, the entity whispered, its voice hushed for once, not with fear, but with a sort of grim reverence. 1,000 years of tradition. A monument to the stagnant old ways. The seat of Dumbledore's power. It thinks it is eternal. It's brilliant, Ron breathed beside him, echoing Harry's own surface thought. It's said to be the most heavily protected building in the magical world, aside from Gringotts, Hermione recited, her eyes wide. Hogwarts. A history says the foundations are imbued with enchantments from the founders themselves. Neville just whimpered, clutching the side of the boat. As they drew closer, the castle blotted out the sky. They passed under a curtain of ivy, through a dark, sheer cliff face, and into a subterranean harbor. The air grew still and damp, smelling of moss and deep water. They disembarked on a pebble shore, following Hagrid's lantern up a flight of stone steps to a massive, oak door. Hagrid raised a fist the size of a ham and knocked 3 times. The sound echoed into silence. Then, the door swung open. Light and warmth and noise cascaded over them. Standing in the doorway was Professor McGonagall, her emerald robes severe, her expression as sharp as a honed blade. Her eyes swept over the cluster of first years, lingering on Harry for a fraction of a second longer than the rest. In the bright light of the entrance hall, he felt exposed, his rags for robes feeling even shabbier next to the polished stone and rich tapestries. The years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said, handing over the herd. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them across the vast marble floor. Harry's head craned back, trying to take in the ceiling that seemed miles high, the floating candles, the grand staircases that moved of their own accord. From behind a pair of enormous doors to their right, he heard the roar of hundreds of voices, the rest of the school. His stomach clenched. McGonagall stopped before another, smaller door. She turned to face them, her gaze stern. Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. Her eyes scanned them. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. She paused, letting it sink in. The sorting ceremony will begin in a few moments in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can. Her eyes flicked to Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and to a smudge on Ron's nose. Harry instinctively ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, knowing it was futile. I shall return when we are ready for you, she said. Wait quietly. She left, closing the door behind her. A tense silence descended, broken only by nervous shuffles. How did they sort us, anyway? Ron muttered to Harry, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Some sort of test, I think, Harry said quietly. Fred said it hurts a lot. He was repeating what Ron's twin brothers had said on the platform, but his mind was racing. A test. Of what? Magical power. Would it see the entity? Would it see the phoenix feather? Would it tear him open and show his divided soul to the world? Let it try, the entity hissed, a spike of defensive arrogance. I am older than this castle's stones. No petty school enchantment can parse me. But Harry wasn't so sure. The castle felt awake, aware. Then the whispers started. They began with a boy behind him, a pale, pointed-faced child with sleek blonde hair and a bored, superior expression. He was looking right at Harry. It's true then, the boy said in a drawling voice. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. The crowd parted slightly. All eyes turned to him again. Harry felt the familiar, hated crawl of being stared at. The blonde boy stepped forward, flanked by 2 larger, lumpy boys who looked like bodyguards. This is Crabbe and Goyle, he said carelessly. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron gave a slight cough that sounded suspiciously like a suppressed laugh. Malfoy's pale eyes flicked to him with disdain. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry, his expression shifting to one of contrived camaraderie. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. It was a clean, manicured, aristocratic hand. Harry looked at it. He looked at Malfoy's cold, calculating eyes, the easy cruelty with which he'd dismissed Ron. This was a different kind of predator from the Dursleys. This one wore polish and pride, but the hunger for power, for status, was the same. It was a shallow, blood-purist version of the entity's own creed. He recognizes power, the entity purred, amused. He seeks to align himself with the symbol. A useful tool, if properly managed. His family were my servants. They have the right instincts. But Harry had spent his life being managed. Used. He saw in Malfoy's offer not friendship, but ownership. He remembered the warm, clumsy half-sandwich from Ron, given with no expectation. He remembered the cold, sterile perfection of Privet Drive. He did not take Malfoy's hand. I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks, he said quietly. Malfoy's face froze, then flushed with anger. But before he could retort, Professor McGonagall returned. We're ready for you now. Form a line and follow me. The door swung open. Harry, with Ron close behind, stepped into the Great Hall. It was like walking into a dream. Thousands and thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students sat, their faces turned toward the newcomers. The tables were laid with gleaming golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. And overhead, instead of a ceiling, was the velvety black sky, speckled with stars. Hermione whispered, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." But Harry barely heard her. His eyes were drawn to the front. On a stool before the teacher's table sat a battered, patched, and filthy wizard's hat. The Sorting Hat. As the line of first years came to a halt, facing the rest of the school, all eyes upon them, the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. Its voice was rough and old, filling the hall. It sang of the founders, of the qualities they valued: bravery, loyalty, intelligence, and ambition. It sang of unity and warning. Harry listened, but the words seemed to blur together. His heart was hammering against his ribs. This was it. The test. A talking hat. Legilimensy, the entity identified, its tone a mix of scorn and sharp interest. A crude, passive form. It will skim the surface of your thoughts, your desires. It looks for a fit. Feed it what you wish it to see. How? Harry thought desperately. Focus. Like you focus for magic. Project. Think of bravery, if you wish for the lion's den. Think of cunning, if you seek the serpent's pit. It is a mirror, Potter. Show it the face you wish to wear. McGonagall unrolled a long scroll. When I call your name, you will come forth, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl stumbled forward. The hat was placed on her head. It fell over her eyes. There was a moment's pause. Hufflepuff. The hat shouted. The table on the right cheered. Hannah went to sit down. The list went on. Harry watched, numb, as Bones, Susan, became a Hufflepuff, and Boot, Terry, became a Ravenclaw. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called, and the hat had barely touched his head before it screamed, Slytherin. He went to join his table with a smug look. Then, Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool, jamming the hat on her head. Harry saw her lips moving furiously, as if arguing with it. After a long minute, the hat shouted, Gryffindor. Ron groaned. No way. Bookworm like her. But Harry was next. His blood was roaring in his ears. Longbottom, Neville. The clumsy boy tripped on his way to the stool. The hat took ages with him. Finally, it declared, Gryffindor. Neville ran off still wearing the hat and had to jog back amid laughter. And then, Potter, Harry. A sudden, profound hush fell over the great hall. Then the whispers started, rushing like wind through corn. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry walked forward. His legs felt like wood. He could feel hundreds of eyes burning into his back, his scar. He sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. It was too big. It slipped down over his eyes, plunging him into darkness and the faint, dusty smell of old leather. Said a small, dry voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Ah, said the hat. I see bravery. Not a lack of fear, but a will to act despite it. A strong sense of justice, burning bright. That would suit Gryffindor very well. A wave of relief. Gryffindor. The brave house. His father's house. But what's this? The hat mused. A mind, guarded. Walls upon walls. Such discipline. And a thirst to prove yourself, to rise above your beginnings. That is a different quality. Slytherin could help you on the way to greatness, you know. No, Harry thought fiercely. Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin, The hat sounded amused. Are you sure? You could be great, you know. It's all here in your head. And my, what fascinating company you keep. The hat's voice changed. It probed deeper. Harry felt a cool, feather-light touch skating over the surface of his mind, then pressing, seeking a way in. He panicked, throwing up the mental walls he'd built over a lifetime, the fortress that contained the entity. The hat recoiled, then pressed again, curious. What is this? A prison, within a mind so young. And the prisoner, oh. The hat went utterly still. Harry felt a jolt of terror. It had seen. It knew. My goodness, the hat whispered, its voice no longer dry, but filled with a kind of awful wonder. Salazar's own nightmare. A Horcrux, anchored to a living soul. And the soul, such light, fighting such profound dark. A battlefield indeed. Please, Harry begged silently, tears of shame and fear pricking behind his closed eyes. Don't tell them, please, where to put you. The hat seemed to be talking to itself now. Gryffindor would temper your bravery with friendship, perhaps keep the darkness in check. Slytherin would speak to its language, might give you the tools to understand it, to master it, or be mastered. Ravenclaw might seek to study you. Hufflepuff's loyalty might heal you, or be destroyed by you. It was silent for a long time, a timeless moment in the dark. Harry heard the hall begin to stir with murmurs. No one had taken this long. The choice cannot be mine alone, the hat said finally, its voice grave. For you are two. And so, I must ask the part of you that chooses. Not the boy, the warrior, the survivor, the one who built the prison. Where do you wish to go? The question was not directed at Harry's conscious mind. It was aimed at the core of him, the stubborn, enduring will that had survived Privet Drive, that had built walls against a monster. And from that core, an answer rose, clear and simple. Not a desire for glory, or cunning, or even bravery. A desire for a shield. For the people who had shown him kindness without agenda. For the warm, messy, defiant opposite of the cold, perfect, hateful world of the Dursleys and the entity. Gryffindor, his soul whispered. Are you certain? The hat asked. The road will be harder there. The contrast sharper. The war within you will rage louder. I'm sure. Then better be, the hat shouted for the whole hall to hear, Gryffindor. The roar that erupted was deafening. Harry pulled off the hat, his hands trembling, and walked on shaky legs toward the cheering table on the far left. He saw Ron's amazed, thrilled face, the twins yelling, "We got Potter," the prefect Percy looking pompously pleased. He slumped onto the bench, the noise washing over him. He had done it. He had chosen. And the hat had kept his secret. But as the cheering finally subsided and the sorting continued, the entity's voice slithered into his mind, cold and clear. Foolish hat. It thinks it gave you a choice. It merely delayed the inevitable. You have placed a lit torch in a den of dry straw, Harry Potter. And you have brought the storm with you. Let us see how long before everything burns. Harry looked down the Gryffindor table, at the friendly, open faces. He looked at the high table, where Dumbledore sat, his twinkling blue eyes meeting Harry's for a brief, penetrating moment. He looked at the Slytherin table, where Malfoy was glaring at him with pure malice. The entity was right. He hadn't escaped anything. He had just brought the war to a new, more dangerous front. The feast appeared on the golden plates, a magnificent, groaning abundance that made his head spin. But as he picked up a fork, his appetite gone, he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The sorting wasn't over. It had only just begun. Asterisk. The thunder of the Gryffindor celebration was a physical thing. It was backslaps and shouts, the Weasley twins chanting, "Pot tear! Pot tear!" until a stern look from Percy shut them up. It was the warm, heavy weight of a welcome that felt nothing like the Dursleys' grudging tolerance. Harry sat in the middle of it, a small island of cold in a sea of noise and warmth. He smiled when he was supposed to, nodded at introductions, but his mind was back in the dark under the sorting hat, listening to its ancient, whispering verdict. A Horcrux. A battlefield. The feast was a spectacle that should have stolen his breath. Mountains of food appeared out of nowhere. Roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, potatoes of every description, trays of vegetables, boatloads of gravy. The flavors were richer, deeper than anything he'd ever tasted. But every mouthful felt like ash. He ate mechanically, his senses tuned inward, listening for the entity's next move. It was quiet, but it was a thinking quiet, a predator assessing its new hunting grounds. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy's pale, pointed face was a mask of disdain as he watched the Gryffindors celebrate. His eyes met Harry's once, and the message was clear: you chose the rabble. A mistake. Ron, meanwhile, was in his element, piling his plate high and talking with his mouth full. This is brilliant. Better than Mum's cooking, and don't you tell her I said that. He elbowed Harry. You all right? You look a bit peaky. Just tired, Harry said, which was true. The strain of the day, of the sorting, was a lead weight in his bones. Wait, till you see the dormitories, said a boy named Seamus Finnegan, with an infectious Irish accent. Beds are huge. Hermione Granger, seated further down, was already debating the logistics of floating candles with a tall, black boy named Dean Thomas. Harry heard snippets. Not simply levitation, it must be a permanent atmospheric charm combined with. He tuned it out. His fingers found the phoenix feather, now safely tucked into an inner pocket he'd sewn with a silent, precise stitch the entity had shown him. A useful skill, it had remarked. Even mending can be a form of control. The feather was warm, a steady, pulsing counterpoint to the chill settling in his gut. He touched his father's ring, the metal cool now against his skin. Finally, the puddings vanished, and Professor Dumbledore got to his feet. The hall fell silent. The headmaster's twinkling eyes seemed to sweep over every student, but Harry felt the gaze linger on him for a fraction of a second longer, a gentle, terrible weight. A few start-of-term notices, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying easily without raising it. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the second week. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. He paused. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. He smiled genially. A few students laughed, thinking it a joke. Harry didn't. He'd seen the look in Dumbledore's eyes. It was not a joke. It was a warning, and a test. The entity stirred. Theatrix. He enjoys his little dramas. That corridor holds something he does not wish seen. Something valuable. Or dangerous. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song. Dumbledore cried. He gave his wand a little flick, and a long, golden ribbon flew out of it, twisting itself into words above the tables. Everyone pick their favorite tune, Dumbledore said, and off we go. The resulting cacophony was the most bizarre thing Harry had ever heard. Everyone bellowed different tunes at different speeds. The Weasley twins sang a slow, funeral dirge, finishing long after everyone else. Dumbledore conducted the last few lines with his wand and wiped his eyes, smiling. Ah, music. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot. The Gryffindor first years followed Percy Weasley through the chattering crowds, up marble staircases, through trick steps and shifting corridors. The castle was a living puzzle. Portraits whispered and pointed as they passed. Suits of armor creaked. Harry felt the age of the place, the layers of magic, pressing in on him. It was protection, but it was also scrutiny. They stopped before a large portrait of a very fat lady in a pink silk dress. Password, she said. Caput Draconis, Percy said, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. The Gryffindor common room was everything the cupboard was not. It was a burst of warm, red gold comfort. A crackling fire in a great stone fireplace, squashy armchairs, thick carpets, windows looking out over the moonlit grounds. It smelled of wood smoke, old books, and wool. Girls' dormitories are to the left, boys to the right, Percy said. You'll find your trunks already up there. Breakfast starts at 7. Don't be late. Their dormitory was a circular room at the top of a turret. 5 4-poster beds hung with deep red velvet curtains. Harry's trunk lay at the foot of the one nearest the window. He walked to it and looked out. The black lake shone like a sheet of obsidian under the moon. The forbidden forest was a ragged tear of deeper darkness on the horizon. He was here. He was in. Ron claimed the bed next to his, chattering about Quidditch. Dean and Seamus argued good-naturedly about football. Neville was already in his pajamas, looking lost. Harry changed in silence behind his curtains. He placed the wooden chest with his parents' photo on the bedside table. He set his wand beside it. He lay down, the phoenix feather under his pillow. The curtains muffled the sound, but not the entity's voice. Cozy, it sneered. Comfortable. They tucked the little weapon into a soft bed. Do you feel safe, Harry? Do you feel like a child at last? What do you want? Harry thought wearily, staring at the canopy above. I want you to see clearly. The song, the feast, the warm beds, it is a conditioning. They are making you soft. Dependent. They want you to love this place so you will fight for it. Die for it, like your parents did. They're just being kind. Kindness is a currency. They invest it in the boy who lived, expecting a return. Your loyalty. Your obedience. Your life, when the time comes. The entity's tone shifted, becoming analytical. Your first lessons are tomorrow. Let us see what they teach you. How they seek to shape your power. Sleep was a long time coming. When it did, it was not dreamless. He was back in the space with the two pillars, but now they were in the Gryffindor common room. The warm, golden pillar was the fireplace. The cold, silver one was his own reflection in the dark window. The boy in the middle, him, was trying to roast a marshmallow on the fire while the reflection watched, smiling that cold, not his smile. He woke before dawn, the first gray light seeping through the window. He was exhausted. Asterisk. Their first lesson was charms, with Professor Flitwick. The classroom was on the third floor, and they got lost twice, following Peeves the poltergeist's bad directions until a stern ghost in a rough nearly headless Nick pointed them the right way. Professor Flitwick was a tiny little wizard who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. He took the roll call, and when he reached Harry's name, he gave an excited squeak and toppled out of sight. There was a murmur of laughter. Harry sank lower in his seat. Oh, my, said Flitwick, climbing back up. So sorry. Well, then, to business. He was immensely cheerful. Today, we begin with one of the most fundamental, yet most important charms in your arsenal, the levitation charm. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. The wand movement is a swish and flick. Like so. He demonstrated with a precise, graceful motion. A feather on his desk floated serenely into the air. Now, the key is not power, but precision and clear intent. You must envision the feather rising. Partnership with the object, not domination. Right, off you go, in pairs. Give it a try. Harry was paired with Seamus Finnegan. Ron was with Hermione, who immediately began instructing Ron on his pronunciation. Harry picked up his wand, the holly warm and familiar. He looked at the feather on the desk. Partnership, not domination. He focused. He thought of the feather's lightness, the air around it. He swished and flicked. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather twitched. It lifted a half-inch off the desk, wobbled, and fell. Seamus, next to him, jabbed his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather shot into the air, burst into flame, and turned to a small pile of ash. Flitwick hurried over, chiding gently. Harry tried again, and again. His feather would tremble, sometimes lift, but he couldn't sustain it. Frustration began to build. He was Harry Potter. He'd done unintentional magic for years. He'd frozen water, vanished a fly. Why couldn't he do this simple, silly charm? Across the aisle, Hermione's feather was already floating high above her desk, steady as a hawk. It's Leviosa, not Leviosar, she said snippily to Ron, whose feather was doing nothing but spinning in place. Ron scowled. You do it, then, if you're so clever. Hermione did, perfectly. Ron's face reddened. Harry shut them out. He stared at his feather. He poured his will into it. Up. He imagined it rising. Nothing. You are trying to lift it with your hands, but using a wand, the entity's voice cut through his frustration. Clumsy. You think of the feather as a separate thing you must coerce. That is not your strength. Your strength is imposition, is will made manifest. Do not ask the air to hold it. Command the feather to be light. Command the space beneath it to reject its weight. It was a different philosophy. Not partnership. Sovereignty. Harry hesitated. This was the cold magic. The magic of unmaking, of control. It is just a feather, the entity said, reasonable. The end result is the same. Do you wish to succeed, or do you wish to fail nobly? The temptation was sharp. He wanted to succeed. He wanted to prove he belonged here, that he wasn't just a scar and a story. He changed his focus. He didn't think of the feather's properties. He thought of a rule: this object shall not be heavy. He imposed the concept of weightlessness upon it. His magic shifted, not a gentle push, but a sharp, declarative statement. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather didn't float. It snapped into the air, rigid and straight as a dart, hanging motionless 2 feet above the desk. It didn't wobble. It didn't drift. It was fixed in space, utterly still. Professor Flitwick, passing by, stopped and peered up at it through his spectacles. My word, Mr. Potter. That is, remarkably stable. A very authoritative interpretation of the charm. 5 points to Gryffindor for success, though perhaps try for a little more grace next time. He moved on, looking slightly puzzled. Harry stared at his perfectly suspended, utterly lifeless feather. It looked wrong. It looked dead. Hermione's feather bobbed playfully. His was a specimen pinned in an invisible display case. He cancelled the charm. The feather dropped like a stone. See, the entity murmured. Precision. Control. No uncertainty. They reward you for it. But the 5 points felt like a counterfeit coin. He had done the spell, but he hadn't done it their way. He had used the wrong pillar. The rest of the day was a blur of navigating moving staircases and absorbing information. History of Magic with Professor Binns, a ghost who droned on about goblin rebellions in a monotone that put nearly everyone to sleep. Harry fought to stay awake, the entity's presence a cold, alert contrast to the soporific classroom. Herbology was in the greenhouses with Professor Sprout, a dumpy little witch who had them potting mandrakes. The screaming of the infant plants was horrific, but Harry found a strange peace in the damp, earthy smell, in the simple, physical act of handling soil. The mandrakes were ugly, squalling things, but they were alive in a straightforward, uncompromising way. For an hour, he didn't think about pillars or prisons. But the peace shattered in the last lesson of the day, potions, in the dungeons. The classroom was cold, lit by flickering torches, lined with shelves of pickled creatures in glass jars. The air was thick with the acrid smell of chemicals and decay. It felt like the inside of a tomb, or a mind. Professor Snape swept in, his black robes billowing like bat wings. He took the roll call, his voice low and silky, pausing at Harry's name. Ah, yes, he said softly. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. His eyes were black, empty, and bottomless. They locked onto Harry's, and Harry felt a probe, sharp and invasive, scratching at the surface of his thoughts. He threw his mental walls up, the instinct honed over a lifetime. Snape's lip curled slightly, as if he'd tasted something unpleasant. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, Snape began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet commanding absolute silence. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. He spoke of magic as a dark, precise art, a cousin to the cold, intellectual power the entity revered. Harry listened, a chill creeping down his spine that had nothing to do with the dungeon air. Potter. Snape snapped suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot into the air. Harry stared. He had no idea. The entity was silent, either uninterested or unwilling to help. I don't know, sir, Harry said. Snape's sneer deepened. Tut, tut. Fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Hermione was straining, her arm trembling. Harry's mind was blank. I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Hermione burst, unable to contain herself. They're the same plant, also called aconite. Snape's eyes slid to her. I don't remember asking you to speak, Miss Granger. For that, 5 points from Gryffindor. He turned his black eyes back to Harry. Clearly, celebrity has addled your memory. 1 point from Gryffindor for your ignorance. Let that be a lesson to all. arrogance has no place in my dungeon. The injustice burned, a hot, familiar coal in Harry's chest. He felt the cold magic stir, a reactive flash. The torches along the wall behind Snape guttered violently for a second, their flames stretching thin and blue. A jar on a nearby shelf cracked with a sharp ping. Snape's head turned, slowly, toward the jar, then back to Harry. His expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed, sharpening to obsidian points. He had seen. He had connected the disturbance to Harry's anger. Careful, the entity warned, but it sounded pleased. He is a keen observer. He suspects something is unusual about you. The rest of the double potion lesson was a torture. Harry and Ron, working together, made a mess of their cure for Boyle's potion. By the end, their cauldron was full of a thick, green, glue-like substance that smelled of rotten eggs. Snape, sweeping past, vanished it with a contemptuous flick of his wand and assigned them both detention, his gaze lingering on Harry with a cold, probing intensity that felt more dangerous than any shouted insult. As they filed out of the dungeons, Ron fuming about Snape's unfairness, Harry was silent. He felt stripped bare. Snape hadn't just seen a clumsy student. He'd seen a crack, a flaw in the famous Potter veneer. That night, in the dormitory, the others grumbled about Snape. Harry lay in bed, staring at the canopy. The phoenix feather was warm, but it couldn't melt the ice in his core. He had used the cold magic in charms and been rewarded. He had felt it flare in anger in potions and been punished. The lines were blurring. The entity spoke into the darkness, its voice a soft, persuasive whisper. You see the dichotomy they create. Warm, fuzzy magic is praised. Precise, powerful magic is feared. They call one light, and the other dark. But both are simply tools. Snape understands this. He uses the cold, sharp magic in his potions. He respects power, not sentiment. He hates you not because of who you are, but because of the symbol of sentiment you represent, your father, the arrogant hero. He would understand our kind of power, Harry. He, of all of them, would not flinch. Harry closed his eyes. He didn't want Snape's understanding. He wanted McGonagall's stern approval, or Flitwick's cheerful praise, or even Hagrid's blustering pride. But a treacherous part of him, the part that was tired of failing, of being weak and ignorant, listened to the entity. It had given him a tool that worked. A tool of control. He fell asleep with the image of his feather, rigid and perfect in the air, fixed behind his eyes. It was a success. But it felt like a surrender. And in the depths of the castle, in a headmaster's office filled with whirring silver instruments, one shaped like a miniature set of scales tipped slowly, irrevocably, toward the side that held a single, black diamond. Asterisk. The week that followed was a study in controlled chaos. Harry learned the rhythm of Hogwarts, the sudden, breathless sprints to make it to classes on moving staircases, the deafening roar of the Great Hall at mealtimes, the peculiar, specific smells of each classroom, dust and whispers in history of magic, damp earth and screaming plants in herbology, ozone and burnt sugar in charms, and the ever-present, acrid chemical sting of the dungeons. He also learned the rhythm of his own divided self. The warm magic, the magic of his mother's legacy, remained elusive. It came in flashes, a sudden, unbidden healing of a paper cut on Ron's finger during breakfast, a faint, golden shimmer that briefly repelled a doxy that had flown into the common room from an open window. It was instinctive, reactive, and he couldn't summon it at will. It felt like trying to catch sunlight in his hands. The cold magic, however, responded. In charms, his Lumos spell produced not a gentle, wand-tipped glow, but a stark, blinding white beam that illuminated dust motes like frozen stars and made Ron yelp and shield his eyes. In Transfiguration, while others struggled to turn matchsticks into needles, Harry's match didn't just become a needle. It became a perfect, cold, steel shard that embedded itself in the wooden desk with a sharp thwack. Professor McGonagall had fixed him with a long, unreadable look before awarding Gryffindor 5 points for unconventional success, and deducting 1 for excessive transmutative force. The entity was a constant, whispering curator of this power. Precision. Clarity. Will. They fear what they cannot control, Harry. They see a wild river and try to dam it. I am teaching you to be the riverbed. To direct the flow. It was seductive. For a boy who had spent his life buffeted by forces beyond his control, the Dursleys, cruelty, the entity's rage, the whims of a hidden magical world, the promise of control was a siren song. The cold magic obeyed. It was predictable. It made him feel less like a victim and more like a practitioner. But the cost was a growing isolation, even amidst the bustle of Gryffindor Tower. He laughed with Ron at mealtimes, listened to Hermione's earnest explanations, but a part of him was always watching from behind the mental walls, assessing, calculating. The entity's voice had become the soundtrack to his thoughts, and its commentary colored everything. He saw how Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan bonded over shared confidences about their Muggle lives, a world Harry knew but could never claim. He saw Parvati and Lavender Brown giggling over gossip he didn't understand. He was surrounded by connection, but he felt like a ghost, wearing the skin of Harry Potter, haunted by the memory of Tom Riddle. His only true respite was the one place everyone else seemed to find dull, the library. The Hogwarts library was a kingdom of silence. It was vast, hushed, with towering shelves that created canyons of knowledge, lit by soft, floating orbs of light. The air smelled of ancient paper, leather, and a faint, magical preservative dust. Madame Pants, the librarian, prowled the aisles like a skeletal hawk, her eyes missing nothing. Here, Harry didn't have to perform. He didn't have to be the boy who lived or the conflicted student. He could be a seeker. And he had a quest. He needed to understand what he was. The Sorting Hat's word echoed in his mind, Horcrux. He had never heard it before. It sounded ugly, dark, a thing of sharp edges and violated spaces. He started in the most obvious place, the restricted section. A velvet rope barred the way, and the books within had titles like Magic Most Evil and The Sinister Secrets of Soul Splitting. Just looking at them made the scar on his forehead prickle and the entity within stir with a mixture of scorn and proprietary interest. Foolish children's tales and ministry-approved censorship, it sniffed. The true knowledge was purged or hidden. Dumbledore will have seen to that. Undeterred, Harry turned to the general stacks. He looked up. Dark arts, soul magic, magical anchors. The books were vague, full of warnings and philosophical musings, but scant on practical detail. It was as if the subject itself was taboo, the information deliberately obscured. Frustrated, he tried a different tack. He looked up his own name. There were several books. Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. He pulled them from the shelves and found a secluded table in a shadowy corner. The accounts were clinical, dramatic, and wrong. They spoke of a mysterious power he possessed, of love's protection, as a vague, powerful force. They called Voldemort, he who must not be named, and described his reign of terror in sweeping, sensational terms. They said the killing curse rebounded. None of them mentioned a piece of soul. None of them described the feeling of a cold, sentient parasite nesting behind a toddler's eyes. Reading them felt like reading a fairy tale about someone else's life. They made him feel both inflated and erased. He slammed Great Wizarding Events closed, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet. A puff of dust mushroomed up. Not what you were hoping for. Harry jumped. He hadn't heard anyone approach. Standing at the end of his table was Hermione Granger, her arms laden with a stack of books twice the size of his. She was looking at his selection with keen interest. Just doing some background reading, Harry said, quickly sliding the books together, hiding their titles. Hermione sat down without being asked, setting her own tower of books with a soft thump. They were all related to their first-year subjects. Advanced Transfiguration Theory, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, annotated, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, with practical tips. On yourself? She asked bluntly, her eyes sharp behind her bushy hair. I did that too. It's all a bit fluffy, isn't it? All power of love, and no proper magical theory. Harry stared at her. This was the girl who had recited his history on the train. But her tone now wasn't gushing, it was analytical, curious. You noticed that too, he said cautiously. Well, of course. It's logically inconsistent. If love alone created an absolute defense against the killing curse, then any parent could do it. But history is full of murdered parents and orphaned children. There must have been a specific magical interaction. A confluence of factors. Your mother's magical strength, the specific nature of the curse, the location, your own innate magical core. She was off, her words tumbling out in an eager, intellectual cascade. Harry listened, a strange feeling unfolding in his chest. It wasn't warmth, exactly. It was recognition. She wasn't looking at the symbol. She was looking at the puzzle. I've been thinking, Hermione continued, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Professor Flitwick said intent is everything in charm work. And Binns, though he's deadly dull, mentioned ancient, sacrificial wards that channel intention through blood. What if your mother's sacrifice wasn't just an emotion, but a ritual? An unintentional one, but with all the necessary components, a willing sacrifice, a protected space, a blood relation. She was outlining a theory of his life as a magical equation. It was terrifying and exhilarating. For the first time, someone was speaking about the night his parents died not as a legend, but as a problem to be solved. The entity was uncharacteristically silent, listening. What's a Horcrux? Harry asked suddenly, the word leaping from his mouth before he could stop it. Hermione's stream of thought halted. She blinked. A what? Horcrux. I heard the word somewhere. She frowned, thinking. I don't know. It's not in any of our set texts. It sounds dark. Latin root, maybe. Cor means heart, but HOR, that's not a standard prefix. Her eyes lit with the fire of a new research project. I could look it up. There's a section on advanced magical lexicon in the back of magical hieroglyphs and logograms. As she began rifling through her stack, Harry felt a surge of something like hope. Maybe he didn't have to do this alone. Maybe this bossy, brilliant girl could help him find answers without ever needing to know the true, terrible source of his question. Their research was interrupted by a shadow falling across the table. Not the shadow of a shelf, or a floating orb. A tall, thin, greasy shadow. Professor Snape stood over them, his black eyes like pits, taking in the books on the table. His gaze lingered on the rise and fall of the dark arts, then flicked to Harry's face. Potter. Miss Granger. A curious selection for first-year review. His voice was soft, oily. Fascinating yourself with history, Potter. Or with the tools of the enemy. Just extra reading, Professor, Hermione said, her voice slightly shrill with nervousness. I see. Snape's eyes never left Harry. The library is for study, not for amateur detective work. Certain knowledge is restricted for a reason. It is not for the faint of heart. Or the arrogant. He leaned forward slightly, and Harry caught the smell of old potions ingredients and something bitter, like wormwood. Curiosity can be a dangerous flaw, Potter. It has led better witches and wizards than you into permanent darkness. It was a threat, a warning, and it was personal. Snape knew, or suspected, that Harry's curiosity wasn't academic. He was circling, a shark scenting blood in the water. I'll keep that in mind, sir, Harry said, forcing himself to meet Snape's gaze. He didn't look away. He let the professor see the walls, the guardedness. He didn't see the scared child. He saw the survivor. Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, not surprise, but a reassessment. He straightened up. See that you do. 5 points from Gryffindor for loitering. The library is for silent study, not whispered conspiracy. He swept away, his robes whispering against the stone floor. Hermione let out a breath she'd been holding. He's horrible. We weren't even being that loud. But Harry was watching Snape's retreating back. The encounter had left him chilled, but also strangely clarified. Snape was an enemy. A dangerous, intelligent one. But he was an enemy in the light. He operated within the rules of the school, with petty point deductions and sneering comments. He was nothing compared to the enemy Harry carried within. Come on, Harry said, gathering his books. Let's get out of here. They left the library, the weight of unsolved mysteries heavy between them. As they walked, Hermione chattered about checking the older reference section, maybe even writing to a magical linguist. Harry half listened, his mind on Snape's warning. Permanent darkness. That night, the dream returned. But it was different. He wasn't in the pillar room. He was in the library. The endless aisles stretched into blackness. He was looking for a book, a specific book with a title he couldn't read. He could hear whispering from the shelves, the voices of the books themselves, a chorus of forgotten knowledge. Then, from the restricted section, a single, clear voice called his name. Harry. It was a woman's voice. Gentle. Familiar. It sounded like the memory of his mother's voice from the photograph. He moved toward it, his heart pounding with hope. He pushed past the velvet rope. The restricted section was darker, the air colder. The voice led him deeper, to a small, forgotten alcove. On a stone plinth lay a single, thin, silver-bound book. Here, the voice whispered. The answers are here. He reached for it. His fingers touched the cool metal. The book dissolved into ash. The gentle voice twisted, rising into a high, cold, cruel laugh that he knew from his deepest nightmares. The laughter echoed off the shelves, and the whispers around him became screams. The books began to bleed dark, inky fluid that pooled on the floor, rising toward his ankles. He turned to run, but the aisles had rearranged themselves into a labyrinth. The laughing voice was everywhere. "You think you can find me in a book, Harry? I am in the silence between the words. I am the margin of error. I am the knowledge that was burned." He woke, gasping, in the dark dormitory. Ron was snoring softly. Neville murmured in his sleep. The dream was fading, but the message was clear. The entity was not in the library. It was the library. It was the accumulated, dark knowledge that Hogwarts tried to contain. And it was using his deepest desires, to know his mother, to understand himself, as bait. He lay there, sweat cooling on his skin, the phoenix feather a dull, warm lump under his pillow. He had thought the library was a refuge, a place of light and answers. But every candle casts a shadow. And he had just learned that in the Hogwarts library, the shadows were alive, they were hungry, and they knew his name. Insomnia became Harry's unwelcome familiar. While his dorm mates sank into the deep, untroubled sleep of the exhausted and innocent, he lay awake, staring at the red velvet canopy, listening to the castle breathe. It wasn't just the dreams, though the library nightmare had left a residue of dread. It was the noise inside his own head, the low, constant hum of the entity's presence, the scratching of his own unanswered questions, the lonely, silent scream of a boy who felt more like a theorem than a person. His days were a performance. He laughed at Ron's jokes, nodded at Hermione's lectures, even managed a passable attempt at a cheerful face during meals. But behind his eyes, he was calculating. Watching. Snape's suspicion was a thorn he couldn't dislodge. Flitwick's puzzled praise felt like a lie. McGonagall's stern appraisal made him feel like a flawed specimen. Only in the cold, precise execution of a spell, when the entity's guidance flowed seamlessly into his own intent, did he feel a flicker of something like competence. And that feeling terrified him more than any failure. "They want you weak," the entity murmured one night, as Harry listened to the wind howling around the tower. "They want you pliable. A hero is a symbol to be wielded, not a power to be reckoned with. Dumbledore understands this. He is crafting his weapon, and the first step is to blunt the edges." "I'm not a weapon," Harry thought back, the protest automatic but hollow. "You are whatever they need you to be. The boy who lived, the student, the tragic orphan, the hope of the light. None of it is you. The only thing that is truly, inarguably you, Harry Potter, is me. We are the undeniable fact." The truth of it was a cold stone in his gut. The entity was his oldest companion, his most intimate reality. Everything else was a costume, a role he was trying on. It was this thought, more than any other, that drove him from his bed late on the 6th night after term began. The moon was high, casting squares of silver light onto the dormitory floor. He pulled on his robes over his pajamas, slipped the holly wand into his pocket, and let the phoenix feather's warmth guide him like a compass. He needed to move, to walk in the sleeping castle and feel, for a moment, like he owned a piece of the silence. He knew the way to the library now, but he didn't go there. The memory of the dream was too fresh. Instead, he wandered, past the portraits of sleeping nobles and snoring monks, past suits of armor that stood like sentinels in the shifting moonlight. He avoided the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore's warning had been unmistakably serious, and found himself in a part of the castle he didn't recognize, a long, deserted hallway lined with forgotten-looking tapestries depicting trolls in tutus. He was about to turn back when a glint of light caught his eye. At the very end of the corridor, a door stood ajar. A soft, pearlescent glow emanated from within, different from torchlight or moonlight. It was a liquid, shimmering radiance. Curiosity, that dangerous flaw Snape had warned him about, tugged him forward. He pushed the door open. The room was empty, save for one object. A magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. It was positioned to catch the moonlight from a high window, but the light it emitted was its own. Carved into the top of the frame were words Harry had to squint to read in the glow: Verized straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. He stepped closer, his footsteps echoing in the barren room. His Reflection grew clearer. He saw himself, pale and tired looking in his rumpled robes. But he was not alone in the mirror. Standing just behind his reflection were two people. A man with untidy black hair and glasses, his arm around a woman with vivid red hair and brilliant green eyes. They were waving at him, smiling, their expressions full of such love and pride it stole the breath from his lungs. They were there. Solid. Real. More real than the photograph, because they filled the space behind him, a family portrait he was part of. "Mum," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Dad." James Potter nodded, his smile widening. Lily Potter blew him a kiss. They didn't speak, but their presence was a warmth that flooded the cold, empty places inside him. This was it. This was the deep, unspoken desire of his heart, made manifest. To be seen by them. To be loved by them. To simply be with them. Tears blurred his vision. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling, touching the cold glass. He expected his parents' reflections to do the same, to meet him halfway. But they just kept smiling, waving, existing in their perfect, silent world, just behind him, forever out of reach. The pain was exquisite. It was the happiest and most sorrowful he had ever felt. He didn't know how long he stood there, drinking in the sight, the ghost of a family he could never have. Then, the reflection changed. Very slowly, his parents' images began to fade, as if someone were turning down their light. Their smiles remained, but grew dimmer, more wistful. And from the edges of the mirror, a new figure stepped forward to stand beside his reflection. It was the entity, but not as a shadow, or a memory, or a feeling. It was Tom Riddle, perhaps 16, handsome, sharp-featured, intelligent. He wore old-fashioned Hogwarts robes. He looked at Harry's reflection with an expression of intense, focused interest. Then he placed a pale, long-fingered hand on the shoulder of Harry's mirrored self. In the mirror, Harry, his reflection, did not flinch. He turned his head and looked at Tom Riddle. And he smiled back. It was a smile of understanding. Of partnership. The message was clear, and it shattered the beautiful illusion. The mirror showed not truth, but deepest desire. And a part of him, a deep, hidden, desperate part, desired not just the love of the parents he'd lost, but the understanding of the monster he'd gained. To not be alone in this. To have a guide who knew exactly what he was. To be known, even by darkness. No. Harry stumbled back from the mirror, tripping over his own feet and landing hard on the stone floor. The vision vanished. The mirror now showed only his own terrified, tear-streaked face, alone in a dusty room. The entity's voice in his mind was soft, almost pitying. The mirror of arised. It shows the heart's most desperate desire. You see, even your purest wish is tainted by me. We are intertwined. Your loneliness calls to my understanding. Your desire for family finds a perverse echo in our connection. Get out of my head. Harry snarled aloud, scrambling to his feet. He backed away from the mirror, his heart hammering. He wanted to smash it, to destroy the thing that had shown him that terrible truth. I see that you, like so many before you, have discovered the delights of the mirror of arised. Harry whirled around. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his silver beard gleaming in the strange light, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the mirror's glow. He looked not angry, but deeply, profoundly sad. I didn't know it was called that, Professor, Harry stammered, wiping his face hastily. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts, Dumbledore said, moving into the room. His blue eyes were fixed on Harry, seeing everything. You, who have never known your family, see them standing with you. However, this mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. He stopped beside Harry, looking at the mirror. For a brief moment, Harry thought he saw a flicker of immense, personal longing cross the old wizard's face, a pair of socks. A family, but it was gone so quickly he might have imagined it. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. This is not a place for it. I ask you, no, I must insist, that you not go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Remember that. Harry nodded, unable to speak. The weight of Dumbledore's attention was immense. Did he know what else the mirror had shown? Did he see the shadow of Tom Riddle? It does not show the future, nor does it show what should be, Dumbledore continued, his gaze piercing. It shows only what is desired. And desire is a complicated, often dangerous, magic. Now, it is well past time for all young wizards to be in bed. Shall we? He ushered Harry out of the room, closing the door firmly behind them. They walked in silence through the corridors. Dumbledore's presence was a calm, powerful field that seemed to quiet even the entity's whispers. Harry felt like a misbehaving toddler being escorted by a kindly but all-knowing grandfather. "Professor," Harry ventured as they neared the Gryffindor common room. "The writing on the frame, what does it mean?" Dumbledore smiled. "A riddle. I suggest you read it backwards. I show not your face but your heart's desire." A rather poetic, if literal, description. They reached the fat lady, who was snoring gently in her frame. Dumbledore gave the password, Fortuna Major, and the portrait swung open. He looked down at Harry, his eyes twinkling once more, but the sadness was still there beneath it. "You have already faced more darkness than most, Harry. Do not seek it out in mirrors. The real world, with all its challenges and friendships, is where your life is. Good night." Harry climbed through the portrait hole. The common room was dark, the embers of the fire dying to ash. He trudged up the stairs to the dormitory. Ron muttered in his sleep. Neville's remembrall glowed faintly on his bedside table. Dean sighed. Everything was normal. But nothing was. He lay in bed, the encounter with the mirror burning behind his eyes. The love he felt for his parents was real. The terrifying, shameful allure of the entity's understanding was also real. The mirror hadn't lied. It had shown the fractured landscape of his soul. "He fears the mirror," the entity said, its voice clear in the aftermath. "Dumbledore. He fears what people see in it. What you saw. He wants you to live in his constructed reality, the brave Gryffindor, the loyal friend, the hero in training. He does not want you to see the deeper truth, that you are also mine." He's right, though, Harry thought, exhaustion washing over him. "I can't live in a dream." "No. But you can learn from it. The mirror showed you a potential. A partnership. Not of master and slave, but of equals. Two halves of a whole, understanding one another. Your heart desires an end to loneliness, Harry. I can give you that. They cannot." It was the most dangerous thing the entity had ever said. Because it wasn't a threat. It was an offer. A twisted, horrifying offer of companionship. The next morning, Harry was quiet at breakfast. Ron and Hermione were arguing about the best way to memorize the ingredients for the forgetfulness potion. Harry pushed his eggs around his plate. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked, through a mouthful of sausage. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Just didn't sleep well," Harry said. Hermione gave him a sharp look. "You need to maintain a proper sleep schedule, Harry. Cognitive function declines significantly with." "I'm fine," he snapped, more harshly than he intended. A silence fell at their corner of the table. Ron looked surprised. Hermione's lips tightened. Harry felt a flush of shame, but also a perverse relief. Let them think he was moody. It was easier than explaining he'd been offered friendship by a fragment of the darkest wizard of all time, and part of him was tempted. The days ground on. Harry avoided the library, the weight of unseen books feeling oppressive. He threw himself into flying lessons, where the simple, physical joy of being on a broomstick, the wind in his hair, provided a blessed numbness. He was a natural, a fact that filled him with a fierce, uncomplicated pride. Even the entity approved. The air is a domain of freedom. Of perspective. Master it. It was after a particularly exhilarating session, where he had shot into the air to retrieve Neville's remembrall from a steep dive, that Professor McGonagall came marching onto the field, her face a mask of stern astonishment. She whisked him away, not to detention, but to the office of Madame Hooch, and then to a tall, broomstick-clad man with a sharp, weather-beaten face and keen yellow eyes, Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He was made Seeker, the youngest in a century. Ron was flabbergasted, thrilled. Hermione worried about the time commitment. For Harry, it was a lifeline. A role, an identity, that had nothing to do with his past or his parasite. It was about speed, and skill, and catching a tiny, winged ball. That night, as he fell asleep dreaming of soaring through goal hoops, the entity's voice was a satisfied murmur. A position of importance. Of visibility. They elevate you, Harry. They put you on a pedestal. Remember, the higher you rise, the farther you have to fall, and the more spectacular the view for those of us in the shadows. But even its cynicism couldn't dampen the thrill entirely. He had something that was his. Something he was good at. A week after the mirror incident, he found himself alone in the common room late one evening, pretending to study his charms text. The fire was low. Everyone else was in bed. He felt a pull. A silent, magnetic yearning. Before he fully realized what he was doing, he was standing, leaving the common room, moving through the castle's night-quiet corridors. His feet knew the way. He stood before the door to the old, empty classroom. It was locked now. He laid his hand against the cool wood. He knew the mirror was gone. Dumbledore had moved it, but he could still feel the echo of its magic, the ghost of his parents' smiles, the chilling touch of Tom Riddle's hand on his shoulder. You could find it, the entity whispered, a seductive thread in the silence. The castle is full of secrets. I know many of them. We could find it together. You could see them again. You could ask me what you truly wish to know. Harry rested his forehead against the door. The temptation was a physical ache. To see his parents. To have answers. To not be alone with the wondering. But he also remembered Dumbledore's sad, kind eyes. It does not do to dwell on dreams. With a force of will that felt like tearing his own skin, he turned and walked away from the door, back toward the tower, back toward the world of living people and difficult, real friendships. He had looked into the mirror of his own desire and seen a monster smiling back. The reflection had been a warning. He wouldn't go looking for it again. But as he climbed into bed, the cold certainty settled in his bones. The mirror might be gone, but the division it revealed was still there, inside him, waiting. And one day, he would have to choose which reflection was truly his. Asterisk. The roar of the crowd was a living beast. It filled the stadium, a thunderous wave of sound that vibrated through the wooden planks of the broomstick and up Harry's bones. Hundreds of faces were a blur of scarlet and gold, emerald and silver in the stands. Banners snapped in the crisp November wind. This wasn't like the silent, watchful scrutiny of the Great Hall or the library. This was raw, tribal, and exhilarating. Perched on his Nimbus 2000, hovering high above the manicured grass of the Quidditch pitch, Harry Potter felt, for the first time in his life, purely and simply alive. The cold knot of the entity was still there, the scar a faint itch under his sweat-dampened fringe, but it was background noise. Here, there was only the wind, the weightless freedom of the broom, and the singular, burning purpose, find the snitch. All right there, Harry. Oliver Wood bellowed over the din, his face split by a fierce, determined grin. The Gryffindor captain hovered nearby, clutching his beater's bat. Remember, it's the snitch or nothing. Don't get drawn into the skirmish. You see it, you go. We'll cover you. Harry nodded, his fingers tightening on the smooth handle of his broom. His heart hammered not with fear, but with a fierce, focused anticipation. This was a problem he could solve with speed and sight, not with ancient magic or mental fortresses. Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the air like a knife. 14 brooms shot into the sky. The game exploded into chaotic, beautiful motion. The quaffle was a flash of red, passed, snatched, hurled. Bludgers, black iron balls with a malevolent will of their own, cannoned through the air, chased by the Weasley twins with savage glee. Angelina Johnson scored the first goal for Gryffindor within minutes, and the Scarlet Stands erupted. Harry circled the periphery, as Wood had instructed, his eyes scanning, filtering out the chaos, looking for that tiny, winged glint of gold. The entity was silent, its attention turned inward, perhaps disdainful of this sporting frivolity. Or perhaps it was observing, learning this new aspect of its host. Then, it happened. His broom gave a sudden, violent lurch. It wasn't a gust of wind. It was a spasm, as if the wood had come alive and tried to buck him off. Harry gripped tighter, his stomach swooping. The broom lurched again, then began to roll slowly, deliberately, over and over. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Lee Jordan's commentary faltered. Potter seems to be having some trouble with his broom, never seen a Nimbus behave like that. The rolling became more frantic. The broom was now zigzagging wildly, shooting up 20 feet, then plunging toward the ground, pulling out of the dive at the last second. Harry clung on, his knuckles white, his glasses askew. He could hear Hermione screaming from below. It's cursed, the entity's voice cut through his panic, cold and analytical. A jinx. Someone in the stands is focusing on you. A deliberate attack. Who? Harry thought desperately, as the broom executed a sickening loop-the-loop. Look for the one not watching the game. The one watching you. Their magic has a taste, bitter, focused. Through tearing eyes and the blur of motion, Harry scanned the sea of faces. Teachers, Dumbledore, calm, McGonagall, horrified, Snape's eyes were fixed on him, his lips moving almost imperceptibly, his expression intense. The potion's master, the entity identified, a note of dark interest in its tone. His magic is sharp, acrid. He holds a grudge. He would see you fall. Rage, hot and pure, flooded Harry. Snape, of course, trying to get him killed, to make it look like an accident. The cold stone of fury in his gut ignited. He didn't just want to survive, he wanted to win. To spite him. Good, the entity purred. Anger is fuel. But you must break the connection. The jinx is a thread. Sever it. How? Harry gasped, as the broom tried to slam him into one of the goal posts. You cannot counter the spell directly. But you can disrupt the caster's focus. Draw on me. Let our will resonate. Give him something else to think about. It was a risk, using the entity's power, here, in front of everyone. But the broom was in a steep, uncontrolled dive straight for the hard ground. Desperate, Harry stopped fighting the broom's motion. Instead, he embraced the dive, aiming himself like a spear. He focused not on the broom, but on the connection he felt, the bitter, needle-like intent coming from the teacher's stand. He imagined it as a taut, vibrating wire. And he poured a surge of raw, undirected magical force back down that wire. Not a spell, a psychic shout, a blast of pure, defiant will, amplified by the entity's cold, ancient power. In the stands, Professor Snape's robes suddenly burst into flames. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then chaos. Teachers leapt up. Dumbledore flicked his wand, extinguishing the fire with a jet of water. Snape was left sputtering, his robes smoking, his furious, shocked eyes finding Harry's in midair. The connection snapped. The broom steadied instantly in Harry's hands. The violent bucking ceased. He pulled out of the dive with inches to spare, soaring back up into the game as if nothing had happened. The crowd roared, confused but relieved. Lee Jordan stammered, and Potter seems to have regained control. That was some flying. And, a small fire in the stands, nothing to worry about, Professor Snape is quite alright. Harry didn't care about the commentary. He was alive. And he was furious. The entity within him thrummed with a dark, satisfied energy. You see, a direct application of will. They attack from the shadows, we strike back. He will think twice before trying again. But the game wasn't over. Gryffindor was down by 60 points. He had to find the snitch. He flew higher, putting distance between himself and the fray, his eyes once again scanning. The rush of the near-death experience, the successful counterattack, had sharpened his senses to a razor's edge. The world below seemed to slow, the colors more vivid, the movements more distinct. And then he saw it. A flicker of gold, dancing around the ankle of the Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, who was watching the Gryffindor goal with a bored expression. Harry didn't hesitate. He dropped into a steep dive, the wind screaming in his ears. Higgs saw him coming, startled, and looked down. He saw the snitch and fumbled for it, but Harry was a scarlet bullet. He stretched out his hand, his fingers straining. Crack! A bludger, mishit by a Slytherin beater, slammed into his shoulder. White-hot pain exploded. He was knocked sideways, tumbling through the air, his vision swimming. The snitch vanished. Get up, the entity commanded, its voice cutting through the pain. The bone is cracked, not broken. Ignore it. The snitch is near. Use the pain. Focus it. Gritting his teeth, Harry righted his broom. His left arm hung useless, a blaze of agony. He could see Madame Hooch starting to blow her whistle, but he shook his head fiercely, waving her off. The game was still on. He flew a ragged pattern, his eyes watering from the pain, searching desperately. The Slytherins were pushing their advantage, scoring again. 80 points down. Then, a glint. High above, near the Gryffindor goal, the snitch was hovering, as if waiting. With a roar of effort that was part fury, part agony, part the entity's cold encouragement, Harry shot. Upward. He was a streak of red and black against the gray sky. He ignored the screaming pain in his shoulder, the blood he could feel trickling down his arm. There was only the goal, and the gold. The Slytherin seeker, Higgs, saw him and gave chase, but Harry had the angle, the desperation, the pure, undiluted will. He stretched out his good hand. The snitch danced, taunting him. He could feel the wind of Higgs's broom at his back. Now, the entity whispered, and for a split second, Harry's vision changed. He didn't just see the snitch's movement, he saw its path. A trail of shimmering possibility in the air, a half-second into the future. It was a cheat. A glimpse stolen from a mind that understood time and probability in ways human magic never could. Harry adjusted his course, not to where the snitch was, but to where it would be. His fingers closed around the cool, fluttering metal wings. He pulled up sharply, clutching the struggling ball to his chest, and held it aloft. The scream of the crowd was deafening, a physical force. Harry Potter has caught the snitch. Lee Jordan shrieked. Gryffindor wins. 170-80. The pain crashed over him then, a black wave. He swayed on his broom, the world tilting. Strong hands caught him, Wood and the Weasley twins, their faces ecstatic, pulling him down to the ground where he collapsed onto the cool, blessedly solid grass. The celebration was a riot of noise and color. He was hoisted onto shoulders, his injured arm jostled, but he didn't care. He had done it. He had won. Through the crowd of cheering Gryffindors, he saw Snape, at the edge of the pitch, his robes still charred, his face a mask of cold, impotent fury. Their eyes met. Harry didn't look away. He let the professor see the defiance, the victory, and the cold, knowing glint that had nothing to do with an 11-year-old boy. Snape turned and swept away, his black robes billowing. Later, in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, mending his cracked collarbone with a wave of her wand and a nasty-tasting potion. A bludger hit an accursed broom in your first match. Dear me. You rest. Ron and Hermione visited, bursting with excitement and concern. You were brilliant, Ron said. That dive. And how did you get your broom to stop? Dunno, Harry said, which was almost true. Just held on. Hermione looked at him, her eyes narrowed in thought. Harry, when Snape's robes caught fire, you were looking right at him. He met her gaze. She was too clever. I was a bit busy trying not to die, Hermione. She didn't look convinced, but she let it drop, chattering instead about researching counter-jinxes. When they left, Harry lay in the quiet of the hospital wing, the euphoria fading, leaving behind the cold, hard facts. He had used the entity's power. Not just for control in a classroom, but in combat. And it had worked. It had saved him, and helped him win. The line between his magic and its influence was blurring beyond recognition. The entity's presence was a quiet, smug hum in his mind. You see our potential. Together, we are more than a boy on a broom. We are a force. They will not be able to ignore us. Or control us. Snape tried to kill me, Harry thought, the reality settling in with a chill. He tried to humble you. To break you. He failed. And he knows you fought back. That changes the game, Harry. You are no longer a passive symbol. You are an active player. And you have just declared your hand. Harry stared at the white ceiling of the hospital wing. The taste of victory was still sweet in his mouth, but it was mingled with the metallic aftertaste of dark magic and the chilling knowledge that the war within him had just spilled onto the Quidditch pitch, and he had used the enemy's weapons to win. He had survived. He had triumphed. But as he drifted into an exhausted sleep, the last thing he felt was not the warmth of the phoenix feather under his pillow, but the cold, approving pulse of the fragment in his scar, and the phantom sensation of a golden snitch struggling in a hand that, for a moment, had seen the future. Victory, Harry discovered, was a complicated currency. In the days following the Quidditch match, he was a hero in the Gryffindor common room. First years stared at him with open awe. Older students clapped him on the back. Even Percy Weasley managed a stiff, approving nod. The Weasley twins had taken to calling him, the Seeker who lived, which made Ron roll his eyes but beam with pride. For a fleeting moment, he belonged. The warmth of their acceptance was a tangible thing, like the heat from the common room fire. But it was a fire that cast two shadows. The first shadow was Professor Snape. The potions master's animosity had curdled into something colder, more dangerous. In dungeon lessons, Snape's black eyes would linger on Harry with the scrutiny of a dissecting knife. He found fault in everything, the angle of Harry's stirring, the clarity of his shrinking solution, the very way he held his scales. The detentions were longer, the point deductions more severe. It was a silent, grinding war of attrition, and Harry knew Snape was waiting for another misstep, another flare of that strange power that had set his robes alight. The second shadow was inside his own head. The entity had been energized by the match. Its presence was no longer a dormant coil or a whispering commentator. It was an active participant, analyzing, suggesting, offering. You felt their adoration, it murmured one evening as Harry tried to write a painfully dull essay on the uses of newt spleens. It is a pale substitute for true respect, but it is a beginning. They see your power now, even if they do not understand it. Do not let Snape's petty harassments cloud your vision. He fears you. He hates me, Harry corrected, dipping his quill in ink. Hate is fear wearing a mask of anger, the entity replied smoothly. He sees the echo of your father, yes, but more than that, he sees a variable he cannot control. A weakness in Dumbledore's perfect plan. Use that. Let his hate be a whetstone to sharpen your will. Harry didn't want to be sharpened. He wanted to be left alone. But the memory of the broom's wild bucking, the helpless terror, was fresh. The entity's power had steadied it. Its insight had found the snitch. However he felt about it, the cold, logical part of his mind, a part that sounded more like the entity every day, acknowledged its utility. It was a tool that worked when nothing else would. This internal conflict found an unexpected focal point, Hermione Granger. While Ron reveled in the reflected glory of Harry's fame and now his Quidditch prowess, Hermione had watched the broom incident with a forensic eye. She'd seen Harry's furious focus on the teacher's stand. She'd seen Snape's robes ignite. And she'd connected the dots in a way that was both brilliant and terrifying. It wasn't an accident, Harry, she said one afternoon in the library, her voice a low, intense whisper. They were supposed to be researching moon phases for astronomy, but she had a different agenda. She'd pulled a heavy tome titled Curses and Counter-Curses, a theoretical framework from the shelf. Broomsticks, especially Nimbus models, have stability charms woven into their cores. For one to malfunction that way, it's a sign of a very powerful, very focused jinx. And the counter-reactive magical surge that caused spontaneous combustion in a bystander's clothing, she leaned closer. That's advanced, volatile magic. The kind they don't teach until NEWT level. Harry kept his eyes on his parchment, where he was idly drawing snitches. Maybe it was a fluke. Magical interference. Don't be ridiculous, Hermione snapped, then lowered her voice again as Madame Pants glared from her desk. Someone tried to hurt you. And I think it's connected. To what? Hermione's eyes darted around before she pulled a small, folded piece of newspaper from her bag. It was the Daily Prophet from Halloween. She pointed to a small article on the bottom of page 3, titled, Gringotts Break-in Foiled. Read it. Harry skimmed the story. It described an attempted break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, his birthday. The vault in question, number 713, had been emptied earlier that same day. No suspects. The goblins were furious but tight-lipped. So, Harry said, confused. Vault 713, Hermione said, as if it were obvious. Hagrid took you to Gringotts on your birthday, didn't he? What did he do there? Harry remembered. After his own vault, Hagrid had gone to a high-security vault deep underground. He'd taken a small, grubby package from it. Hogwarts business. Very secret. He took something, Harry said slowly. A package. Exactly. Hermione's eyes were alight. And someone tried to break in to get it later that same day. They failed. But now, that something is here. At Hogwarts. A cold finger traced Harry's spine. Dumbledore's warning. The third-floor corridor. Precisely. Hermione nodded. He's hiding it. And someone at this school, someone who was at the Quidditch match, wants it badly enough to try and remove the obstacle they think is in their way. You. She didn't say it, but the implication hung in the dusty air. Snape. The greasy, bitter, hated potions master who knew dark magic, who had been muttering a curse during the match. It fit together with a terrible, logical neatness. She is clever, the entity remarked, a note of genuine admiration in its tone. Her mind is a sharp tool. Use her. This mystery is a distraction from your true nature, but it is a useful one. It focuses your anger outward. And if Snape is the thief, eliminating him would solve many of your problems. We have to tell someone, Harry said, ignoring the voice. Dumbledore. Tell him what? Hermione countered. We have a theory based on a newspaper clipping and a jinxed broomstick. We need proof. The quest for proof became their new obsession. It gave Harry's churning emotions a direction. The anger at Snape, the lingering fear from the broom, the need to do something, all of it was channeled into secret meetings in the library, hushed conversations behind tapestries. Ron, once brought into the circle, embraced the conspiracy with gusto, though his contributions were more about imagined duels with Snape than research. But the more they investigated, the more the entity nudged Harry towards a darker, more direct path. "Why skulk?" it asked one night as Harry pored over a floor plan of the castle's third floor he'd borrowed from Filch's office during detention. "You have the power to end this. Confront the potion's maker in his own domain. The dungeons are quiet at night. A simple, powerful compulsion charm, pulled from my memories, you could make him confess. Or make him forget he ever threatened you." "I can't do that," Harry whispered, horrified and yet fascinated by the cold simplicity of the idea. "Can't. Or won't. Is it the morality that stops you, or the fear of getting caught? The first is a shackle of their making. The second is a practical concern we could circumvent. It was always like this. The entity framed ethics as weakness, and caution as a solvable puzzle. It was wearing him down. Their breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Neville Longbottom. The round-faced boy was terrified of Snape, and after a particularly brutal potions class where his cure for boils had melted a cauldron, he was in the library, desperately reading up on cauldron thickness. He overheard Hermione mention Fluffy in a hushed tone. "Fluffy," Neville squeaked, looking up from magical Mediterranean water plants. "That's the giant three-headed dog Hagrid won in a card game off a Greek chappie in the leaky cauldron last year. He told me about it when I was helping him with the venomous tentacula. Said he'd found a good home for it. A three-headed dog. A guard dog. For something on the third floor." The pieces locked together with an almost audible click. Hagrid's package was what Fluffy was guarding. And Snape was trying to get past it. The decision to act was made in a frantic, whispered conference behind the Quidditch stands after practice. "It has to be tonight," Hermione said, her face pale but determined. "The teachers will all be at the Christmas feast in the Great Hall. It's the best chance we'll have to see what's really there." Ron looked terrified but nodded. Harry felt a thrill that was equal parts dread and the cold, clear focus the entity provided. This was action. This was purpose. The Christmas feast was a spectacle of magical cheer. The Great Hall was bedecked with a dozen frost-covered Christmas trees, enchanted snow fluttered warmly from the ceiling, and the air was rich with the smell of roast turkey and pies. Harry, Ron, and Hermione shoved food into their mouths, forcing smiles they didn't feel. Harry's scar was prickling, a persistent, low-level burn. The entity was alert, watching through his eyes. At last, it purred. A test. Not of memory, but of metal. When Professor Dumbledore led the school in a chorus of carols, they slipped away under the cover of the singing, pulling on invisibility cloaks Harry had his father's, retrieved from his trunk. Hermione had borrowed one from a seldom-used costume cupboard. The corridors were deserted, silent but for the distant echo of "God rest ye, merry hippogriffs." The climb to the third floor was a journey into a colder, darker Hogwarts. The torches here were fewer. The laughter from the feast was a ghost of sound. They found the corridor on the right-hand side. And at its end, a door. Just a plain, wooden door. But from behind it came a low, rhythmic sound. A deep, triple-toned snoring that vibrated through the floorboards. "Fluffy." Hermione pointed her wand, her hand trembling. "Alohomora." The lock clicked. The door swung inward an inch. The snoring grew louder, a cavernous sound that smelled of damp fur and raw meat. Harry pushed the door open wider, his heart in his throat. The room was dark, but light from the corridor spilled in, illuminating a monstrous sight. Fluffy, a mountain of black fur, filled the entire chamber. 3 great heads lay resting on massive paws, each one drooling onto the stone floor, eyes closed in sleep. And between his front paws, right at the edge of the patch of light, was a trapdoor. "There," Ron breathed, his voice barely audible. As if sensing their presence, one of Fluffy's noses twitched. A low growl rumbled in the chest of the middle head. An eye the size of a dinner plate slit open, revealing a yellow, unfocused iris. "The harp," Hermione hissed, remembering a snippet from one of her books. "Hagrid said he lulls it to sleep with music. But they didn't have a harp." The eye was fully open now, fixing on the seemingly empty space in the doorway. The other 2 heads began to lift, sniffing the air. A deep, 3-part growl echoed in the chamber. Panic seized Harry. They were about to be discovered, torn apart. The entity's voice cut through the fear, cold and decisive. It is a beast. Beasts respond to dominance, to a stronger predator. Show it what you hold. Without thinking, acting on pure instinct and the entity's prompt, Harry stepped forward, out of the cloak's protection. He looked up into the 3 sets of now awake, intelligent, and hungry eyes. He didn't raise his wand. He didn't speak a spell. He reached into the heart of his own magic, into the frozen, ancient place where the entity resided, and he pushed. Not a curse, not a hex, a pure, concentrated wave of malevolent authority. The same psychic force that had startled the snake at the zoo, that had severed Snape's jinx. It was the magic of command, of terror, of Voldemort. He looked Fluffy in its 6 eyes and projected a single, silent concept: kneel. The effect was instantaneous. The growls died in 3 throats. The great heads flinched back as if struck. The yellow eyes widened, not with anger, but with a primal, magical recognition. This small thing before them radiated the aura of something old, dark, and dangerously powerful. Whimpering, all 3 heads lowered, pressing their noses to the floor in a gesture of canine submission. The massive body shivered. Ron and Hermione stared, dumbfounded, from under the cloak. "Harry, how did you?" Ron stammered. Later, Harry panted, the effort leaving him drained. The scar was burning fiercely now. The trapdoor. Go. They scrambled past the cowering beast. Harry grabbed the iron ring of the trapdoor and pulled it open. A yawning blackness gaped below, smelling of earth and damp. "I'll go first," Ron said, his bravery returning. He lowered himself down and let go. A second later, "It's okay. It's soft. Some sort of plant." Hermione went next. Harry took one last look at Fluffy, who was still trembling, refusing to meet his eyes. The entity within him radiated cold satisfaction. "See, they are all just animals, in the end. Waiting for a master." Harry jumped into the darkness. He landed in something springy and fetid. Devil's Snare, Hermione identified, and she remembered it feared light and heat. Her Lumos spell made it recoil, and they dropped further, into a stone chamber. They were in. Past the first guard. The journey to protect the stone, or to steal it, had begun. But as they faced the next challenge, a room filled with flying, jewel-bright keys, and broomsticks waiting beside the door, Harry knew the truth. The biggest challenge wasn't the puzzles ahead. It was the ally he had brought with him. The one who had just subdued a 3-headed hellhound with a thought. The one whose satisfaction felt like a stain on his soul. He had passed Fluffy not with cleverness or music, but with a whisper of the very darkness they were trying to stop. And the worst part was, it had felt good. Asterisk. The stone chamber they dropped into was cold and silent, the only sound their own ragged breathing and the faint, squelching echo of the Devil's Snare retreating into the shadows above. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, a sharp, metallic tang that reminded Harry of the dungeons. "That was brilliant, Harry." Ron gasped, brushing plant debris from his robes. "How did you get Fluffy to back down like that?" Harry couldn't answer. His hands were trembling. He could still feel the echo of that commanding push, the cold surge of power that had flowed through him, not from the warm core of his own magic, but from the frozen, ancient well of the entity. It had felt like wearing a suit of armor made of someone else's bones, powerful, but wrong. It was a Confundus charm, wasn't it? Hermione said, but her voice lacked its usual certainty. She was looking at Harry with an expression that was more scrutiny than praise. "A very powerful one. I've never read about one working on a magical beast of that size." "Something like that," Harry muttered, avoiding her eyes. He focused on the room. There was only one way forward, a heavy wooden door. As they approached, it swung open of its own accord. The next chamber was vast and high-ceilinged. The light came from torches that flared to life as they entered, illuminating a scene of impossible beauty and menace. The floor was a giant chessboard, black and white squares of polished marble. Standing on the squares, towering over them, were chessmen, but not the small, carved pieces Harry had seen Dudley play with. These were as tall as Hagrid, carved from black or white stone, their features severe and warlike. They stood utterly still, but the air thrummed with dormant power. At the far end of the chamber, another door waited. "We have to play our way across," Ron said, his voice filled with a mixture of dread and excitement. Chess was his domain. He stepped onto the edge of the board, and as he did, the black pieces shifted, not moving from their squares, but turning their blank stone faces toward him, as if awaiting a command. 3 of the white pieces, a knight and 2 castles, slid smoothly off their squares and stood to the side, clearing a row. We have to take the place of the white pieces, Ron deduced, his eyes already calculating. Right. Harry, you take the place of that bishop. Hermione, you'll be that castle. I'll be a knight. They took their positions. Harry stood on his square, the cold marble leaching warmth through his shoes. The stone bishop beside him was a grim, mitred giant. He felt absurdly small, a pawn in a game whose rules he didn't fully understand. This is a puzzle of sacrifice and strategy, the entity observed, its tone clinical. The red-haired boy understands the mechanics. But the true game is not on the board. It is in the choices you make. Watch. He will offer himself. It is in his nature. White moves first, Ron said, his face pale but determined. He called out a move. A white pawn slid forward 2 squares. The game began. The black pieces moved with silent, terrifying speed, their stone feet grinding against the marble with a sound like bones breaking. When they took a white piece, they didn't simply remove it, they shattered it with brutal, efficient blows. Within minutes, a white pawn was reduced to a pile of gravel. Hermione let out a stifled scream each time. Harry watched, his scar prickling. The violence was abstract, yet total. It felt like a metaphor for a war he was only beginning to comprehend. Ron was a general, his brow furrowed, calling out moves with increasing urgency. They advanced across the board, but at a cost. Another pawn fell. A castle was smashed to dust by a black queen with a vicious, sweeping strike. "We're being hemmed in," Ron muttered, surveying the board. His eyes darted, calculating lines of attack and defense. Then his face went very still. He saw it, the only path to checkmate, the only way to reach the door. "I've got to be taken," he said, his voice quiet. "No," Harry and Hermione said together. "It's the only way," Ron insisted. "Look." He pointed out the sequence. "The queen takes me, then Harry, you can move in and checkmate the king. There has to be another way." Hermione pleaded. "There isn't," the entity whispered to Harry. "The puzzle is designed for a sacrifice. The boy sees it. He is offering his peace. His life, possibly. This is the weakness of sentiment. It forces you to break your own pieces to win." Harry looked at Ron's determined, frightened face. He wasn't a piece. He was a boy who had shared his sandwich on a train. He was the first friend Harry had ever had. The cold, logical solution the entity presented felt like a betrayal of that simple, human fact. "Ron, don't," Harry started. But Ron had already made the call. Knight to h3. He moved. The stone horse beneath him carried him forward, into the heart of the black formation, directly into the path of the towering Black Queen. The queen turned her head. Her blank stone eyes seemed to fix on Ron. She moved, not with the speed of the others, but with a dreadful, stately inevitability. Her arm, ending in a massive clenched fist, rose. "Ron!" Hermione shrieked. The fist swung down. It didn't shatter him. Not exactly. It struck Ron a glancing blow on the side of his head, but with the force of a falling menhir. There was a sickening thud. Ron was flung from his horse, flying through the air to land in a heap on the edge of the board, motionless. "Ron!" Harry lunged forward, but the rules of the board held him. He was a bishop, he could only move diagonally. He was trapped on his square. Hermione was sobbing, but Ron's sacrifice had worked. The path was clear. "Harry, go!" she screamed, pointing to the Black King. "Checkmate him, now!" Tears of rage and grief blurred Harry's vision. He looked from Ron's still form to the smug, unchallenged Black King. The entity's voice was a cold fire in his mind. "Move, now! His sacrifice will be meaningless if you hesitate. Be the weapon he needs you to be." With a raw shout that was half a sob, Harry called his move. Bishop to e8. His stone bishop slid forward, carrying him across the board. He came to a stop, facing the Black King. "Checkmate." The Black King stood for a moment, then slowly, with a great stone sigh, it lowered its sword and toppled sideways, crashing onto the marble with an earth-shaking boom. The game was over. The remaining black pieces froze, then stepped back to their original squares, becoming mere statues once more. The door at the far end unlocked with a series of heavy, grinding clicks. Harry didn't wait. He scrambled off his piece and ran to Ron's side. Hermione was already there, her fingers on Ron's neck. "He's alive," she said, her voice trembling with relief. "He's just knocked out." "Oh, Ron." Ron groaned, his eyes fluttering. A huge, livid bruise was already blooming on his temple. "Did we win?" he mumbled. "You idiot," Hermione cried, hugging him fiercely, then pulling back as he winced. "You great, stupid idiot." Harry helped Ron sit up, a wave of guilt and relief washing over him so powerfully it made him dizzy. Ron had offered himself. For the mission. For him. It was the exact opposite of the entity's selfish calculus. It was the warm magic, the magic of sacrifice, made flesh. Sentiment, the entity sneered, but its voice held a thread of unease. A costly, inefficient strategy. He could have died. He didn't, Harry thought back fiercely. And we're through. They got Ron to his feet, supporting him between them. He was woozy but could walk. Together, they stumbled toward the next door. The chamber beyond was small and reeked overwhelmingly of troll. A mountain troll even larger than the one they'd faced on Halloween lay unconscious on the floor, a bloody lump on its head, a massive wooden club beside it. Someone had already dealt with it. "Snape," Hermione breathed. "Or, whoever's ahead of us." They stepped over the troll, their nerves stretched wire-tight. The next room held a table with 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a roll of parchment. A logic puzzle. Hermione pounced on it, her mind latching onto the intellectual challenge like a lifeline. As she muttered about poison and nettle wine, Harry's attention was drawn to the flames that blocked the way forward and the way back, purple and black, respectively. Hermione solved it with breathtaking speed, identifying the 2 bottles that would allow safe passage. "This one will get us forward," she said, holding up a tiny bottle. "And this one will take us back." She pointed to a rounded one. "But there's only enough forward potion for one person." The silence that followed was heavier than the stone chess pieces. They all looked at each other. "You go, Harry," Ron said, his voice slurred but firm. He sagged against the wall. "I'm in no state, and Hermione has to go back with me, get help." "But," Hermione began. "He's right," Harry said. The decision crystallized with a terrible clarity. Ron was hurt. Hermione was brilliant, but this wasn't a puzzle anymore. It was a confrontation. And the entity within him was stirring, not with fear, but with a dark, eager anticipation. At last. The endgame. You take Ron back. Get Professor Dumbledore, or McGonagall. Tell them everything. Harry took the small bottle from Hermione's hand. His fingers brushed hers, they were ice cold. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded. She was logical to the last. "Harry, be careful. It might not be Snape." "I know." He drank the potion in one gulp. It felt like ice sliding down his throat. He turned, stepped through the towering black flames, and felt a bizarre sensation of cold heat. He emerged into the final chamber. It was not large. It was circular, lit by a ghostly, shimmering light that came from nowhere and everywhere. In the center of the room stood a magnificent, ornate mirror. It was the mirror of Arised. And standing before it, muttering furiously under his breath, was not Professor Snape. It was Professor Quirrell. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher turned as Harry entered. His face, usually twitching and nervous, was calm, sharp, and etched with a feverish intensity. There was no sign of a stammer. "You," Quirrell hissed, his eyes wide with surprise, then narrowing with cruel understanding. "Potter, of course. Persistent, aren't you? Just like your father. A meddler to the end." Harry's wand was in his hand. He didn't remember drawing it. "Quirrell. But, Snape. Snape." Quirrell let out a high, cold laugh that was utterly unlike his usual squeak. "Oh, yes, Snape does seem the type, doesn't he? So dark, so dramatic. The perfect red herring. He was trying to save you, the fool. Kept muttering counter curses during that Quidditch match. Pathetic." He took a step closer, his eyes glinting. "I was the one on the other side of the stands. A little difficult to manage both the jinx and the counter curse, but I'm rather good at multitasking." The truth crashed down on Harry. The bitter, focused magic the entity had sensed, it hadn't been Snape's acrid potions mastery. It had been Quirrell's cold, precise malice. He'd been wrong. They'd all been wrong. "But, the stone," Harry stammered, backing away, his mind racing. "It's in the mirror. Dumbledore must have hidden it inside." "Brilliant, isn't it?" Quirrell said, circling the mirror, his gaze hungry. "Only one who wanted to find the stone, but not use it, would be able to get it." I've been standing here for hours, seeing myself presenting the stone to my master, but it remains frustratingly out of reach. He stopped and smiled, a terrible, empty smile. But now, you're here. He lunged. Not for Harry, but for the mirror. He peered into it, his reflection staring back, gaunt and desperate. What do you see, Potter? What do you see? Compelled, Harry stepped closer, his eyes dragged to the glass. He saw his own reflection, pale and scared. But then, as before, his parents appeared behind him, their faces filled with love and pride. And then, as he watched, his reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. It winked, and put the stone back. Harry felt a sudden, heavy weight appear in his own pocket. He had it. The Philosopher's Stone. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to find it, to protect it, not to use it. Quirrell saw the understanding dawn on Harry's face. You have it, he whispered, his voice trembling with avarice. Give it to me. Give me the stone. No. Quirrell's face twisted with rage. He raised his wand. Then I'll kill you and take it. He is nothing, the entity spat. A vessel. Weak. His mind is a clattering attic. Break him. But before Harry could react, Quirrell seemed to crumple inward, his expression shifting from rage to a terrible, pleading agony. He clutched at his head. Master, I cannot, he is too strong. A voice, high, cold, and familiar from 1,000 nightmares, issued from Quirrell's body, but not from his mouth. It seemed to come from the air around him. Fool, let me speak to him, face to face. Quirrell, trembling violently, began to unwrap his turban. The cloth fell away. Harry watched, paralyzed with horror. There, on the back of Quirrell's head, defying all nature, was a face. The skin was chalk white, the features blurred and snake-like, but the eyes were a vivid, terrifying red. It was the face from his dreams. The face from the mirror's vision. Lord Voldemort. The entity inside Harry awoke. It did not stir. It screamed. A silent, psychic scream of recognition, of kinship, of a terrible, rending loneliness finally seeing its other half. The scar on Harry's forehead exploded in agony, a white-hot brand searing into his skull. Harry Potter, the face on Quirrell's head hissed, its lipless mouth curling into a smile. We meet again. I have waited so long, to thank you for the gift you left me. The two fragments of a shattered soul regarded each other, one embedded in living flesh, the other parasitic on a servant. And Harry, caught between them, felt the walls of his mental prison shake to their foundations as the prisoner within pressed against the bars, not in rage, but in a desperate, yearning welcome. Time stopped. The world contracted to the circular chamber, the shimmering mirror, and the two faces of the monster. One was a pale, serpentine visage grafted onto the back of a trembling man's head. The other was the screaming, tearing agony behind Harry's own eyes, a psychic wound ripped open by proximity to its source. The pain in his scar was a universe of white fire. It was not just on his forehead, it was in his teeth, his bones, the very air he tried to suck into his lungs. He stumbled back, his wand hand dropping, the other clapped to his head as if to hold his skull together. Master! The entity within him shrieked, a raw, untranslatable burst of anguish and ecstasy. It was not a word, but a fundamental orientation, a compass needle swinging violently to its true north. The walls of Harry's mental prison, so carefully maintained for a decade, bowed inward, strained to the breaking point by the force of the fragment's yearning. See what I have become. The high, cold voice of Voldemort hissed, the lipless mouth on Quirrell's skull working with a nauseating, independent life. See what I must endure. Living off another, a parasite, but not for long. The stone will grant me a body of my own. A body I can thank you in person for destroying. Quirrell's own face was twisted in a rictus of pain and devotion, sweat pouring down his brow. He was a puppet, his strings pulled from behind. Harry fought to stand straight, to think through the pain. The heavy weight of the Philosopher's Stone was a brand in his pocket. He had to get it away. He had to survive. You're Voldemort, Harry gasped, the name tearing from him. A flicker of something like pleasure crossed the snake-like face. You say my name. So few dare. But you have always been familiar. He feels me, the entity inside Harry keened. He knows I am here. Give me the stone, Harry, Voldemort's voice coaxed, a silken poison. There is no need for this pain. We are connected, you and I. I can feel it. A bridge between us. Give me the stone, and I will show you power beyond your wildest dreams. The power that let you speak to snakes. The power that made the great dog cower. That power is my gift to you. Let me teach you its true purpose. The offer hung in the air, a dark mirror of Dumbledore's gentle guidance. It was the same offer the reflection in the mirror of Arised had made. Partnership. Understanding. An end to the lonely war inside his head. For a second, the temptation was a physical pull. The entity surged against its confines, begging to be released, to reunite. But then Harry's eyes, streaming with pained tears, caught his own reflection in the mirror of Arised. Not the version with the stone, but his own true reflection. And behind it, his parents. They weren't smiling now. Their faces were grave, determined. His mother's lips formed a single, silent word, no. The phoenix feather against his chest, hidden under his robes, flared with a sudden, desperate heat. It was a pain too, but a clean one. A burning reminder of another legacy. My mother died to save me, Harry spat, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. That's the only connection we have. And it's the one that's going to stop you. The snake-like face contorted with rage. Sentiment. Foolish, useless sentiment. It saved you once, by accident. A fluke of magic. Now, Quirrell, take the stone from him. Quirrell lunged. His hands, quick and surprisingly strong, seized Harry's wrists. The moment his skin made contact, a searing, blistering heat erupted where he touched. Quirrell screamed, a raw, animal sound of agony. He recoiled, staring at his palms. They were red, inflamed, the skin already rising in vicious, weeping blisters as if he'd grasped white-hot iron. What is this? He shrieked, clutching his hands to his chest. The old magic, Quirinus, Voldemort's voice snarled, filled now with furious understanding. The mother's sacrifice. It lives in his blood. It burns those who would harm him, who serve me. But he is just a boy. He cannot maintain it. Seize him. Ignore the pain. Quirrell, his face a mask of terror and obedience, lunged again. This time, he didn't grab for Harry's wrists. He wrapped his arms around Harry's chest, trying to pin him, to wrestle him to the ground. The effect was catastrophic. Wherever Quirrell's skin met Harry's, his arms, his chest, the same burning reaction occurred. Quirrell's screams filled the chamber, a continuous, horrific sound. Smoke, acrid and foul, began to rise from his robes. The smell of burning flesh clogged the air. Harry was trapped in a nightmare of heat and screaming. He could feel Quirrell's body convulsing against him, the desperate strength of the man warring with the excruciating pain. He could feel the entity inside him howling, caught between the agony of its master's servant and its own desperate desire to be close. Fight. The entity screamed at Harry, its voice twisted by conflicting loyalties. Use me. Break him. Harry didn't need encouragement. Survival instinct, older than any curse, took over. He fought like a wild thing, not with wand or spell, but with nails and teeth and raw, panicked strength. His hands scrabbled at Quirrell's face, his arms, anywhere he could reach. Every touch was a brand. Every contact made Quirrell shriek and weaken. Harry's fingers found the man's face, gripping his temples, trying to shove him away. Quirrell's screams reached a new, piercing pitch. The skin under Harry's palm sizzled. He could feel it blistering, peeling away. He was hurting someone, really, truly hurting them. And a part of him, a cold, dark part that had been nurtured on Dursley cruelty and honed by the entities. Whispers, felt a grim, savage satisfaction. Yes, the entity exulted. Yes, make him suffer. He dared to lay hands on us. But another part, the part that remembered his mother's green eyes, recoiled in horror. This was her protection, her love. Was this what it was for? To inflict such terrible pain. The conflict within him made him hesitate for a fraction of a second. It was enough. Enough. Voldemort's voice roared, not from Quirrell's back, but from the air itself, a wave of concentrated malice that made the torch flames gutter and die. A force, invisible and crushing, slammed into Harry's chest, tearing him from Quirrell's burning embrace and hurling him across the room. He hit the stone wall with a sickening crunch, the air driven from his lungs. He slid to the floor, gasping, stars dancing in his vision. The stone tumbled from his pocket, rolling across the floor, coming to rest in a pool of shimmering light from the mirror. Quirrell was on his knees, sobbing, his hands and face a ruin of raw, blistered flesh. The back of his head, Voldemort's face, was unscathed, its red eyes blazing with fury and a desperate, hungry focus on the blood-red stone. "The stone, Master," Quirrell whimpered, reaching a trembling, ruined hand toward it. "Fool! You cannot touch it while he lives!" Voldemort screamed. "The protection extends to what he seeks to protect. Kill him! Kill him now!" Quirrell staggered to his feet, his wand appearing in his blistered hand. His eyes, full of pain and fanatical devotion, fixed on Harry, who was struggling to rise, his own wand lost somewhere in the shadows. Avada K. The killing curse began to form, a searing, poisonous green light gathering at the tip of Quirrell's wand. Harry had nothing. No wand. No escape. Only the pain in his scar, the burning feather against his skin, and the entity raging inside him, furious at its own impotence. No, Harry thought, a final, desperate denial. He didn't direct it at Quirrell. He directed it inward, at the walls of his own mind. He didn't try to strengthen them. He did the opposite. He tore them down. He unleashed the prisoner. A torrent of cold, ancient power erupted from the core of him. It was not the warm, protective magic of his mother. It was the entity's essence, the soul shard of Tom Riddle, given full, unfettered access to Harry's magical core for the first time. It was vengeance. It was survival. It was dark, beautiful, and terrible. Harry's vision went black, then returned in a wash of monochrome clarity. He saw the magic in the room, the dying purple flames, the ancient enchantments on the mirror, the sickly green of the half-formed killing curse, and the pulsing, ragged, black aura of agony around Quirrell. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His will was a command. The green light at Quirrell's wand tip didn't shoot forward. It imploded. It collapsed inward with a sound like a shrieking soul, and then erupted back out in a wild, uncontrolled cascade of other, lesser curses, jinxes, hexes, minor dark charms, that sprayed around the room, ricocheting off the walls, shattering stone. One, a particularly vicious cutting curse, rebounded and slashed across Quirrell's own throat. Quirrell's eyes widened. His wand clattered to the floor. His hands flew to his neck, but it was too late. A dark line appeared, and then a flood of crimson. He gurgled, a horrible, wet sound, and collapsed, twitching, to the floor. The chamber fell silent, save for the drip of blood and the faint crackle of the last dying embers of the purple fire. Harry slumped against the wall, the borrowed power evaporating as quickly as it had come, leaving him hollowed out, trembling, and ice-cold. The entity within was silent, shocked by its own sudden freedom and the violence of its release. It had saved Harry's life, and in doing so, it had killed its master's servant. On the floor, Quirrell's body gave a final shudder. Then, from his mouth, a wisp of dark smoke began to coil, thickening, taking form. It became a wraith-like, spectral face, the same serpentine features, but now bodiless, etched in pain and a hatred so pure it chilled the air. "You, the specter of Voldemort," hissed, the sound echoing from the stones. "You have my own power in you, I feel it, a piece of me, lives in you." The wraith hovered, torn between fury and a terrible, dawning comprehension. It had felt the entity's signature in that burst of magic. It knew. "We are not done, Harry Potter," the specter whispered, the promise a winter wind in the chamber. "We are now, and forever, linked. I will return. And I will reclaim what is mine." With a final, malevolent swirl, the wraith streamed upward, passing through the solid ceiling as if it were mist, and was gone. Harry was alone, with a corpse, and the stone. The horror of what had happened, what he had done, even if by proxy, crashed down on him. He began to shake uncontrollably. He wasn't a hero. He was a murderer. A vessel for a monster that had just killed a man. The entity within him stirred, its voice a thin, shaken whisper. He saw me. He knows. He will come for us." Before Harry could process this, the black flames at the entrance flickered and parted. Albus Dumbledore swept into the room, his face ashen, his blue eyes missing nothing, the body, the blood, the stone on the floor, and Harry, small and broken against the wall. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice soft but filled with a gravity that seemed to anchor the spinning room. He knelt beside him, ignoring the carnage. "Are you hurt?" Harry couldn't speak. He just stared at his hands, the hands that had burned Quirrell's skin, that had channeled the power that killed him. They were clean, unmarked. Dumbledore followed his gaze. He understood. "Quirrell is dead," he stated, not a question. "He could not touch you, could he? Your mother's sacrifice left its mark upon you. A mark of love. Quirrell, full of hatred, greed, and ambition, could not bear to touch a person so protected. I killed him, Harry whispered, the words tearing at his throat. No, Dumbledore said firmly, placing a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry flinched, but there was no burning. Only warmth. Quirrell's own actions killed him. The magic that protected you also turned his own dark arts against him. You did not cast a killing curse, Harry. You survived. That is all. But Harry knew the truth was more complicated. The entity had acted. It had used his magic, his body, to defend itself. To defend them. He had let it. Dumbledore's eyes searched his face, seeing the conflict, the trauma, and perhaps a shadow of the deeper truth. Come, he said gently. You are in shock. We must get you to the hospital wing. He retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, pocketing it with a sigh, then conjured a stretcher for Quirrell's body with a graceful wave of his wand. He guided Harry, who walked like a puppet with cut strings, out of the chamber, through the series of now silent traps, and up into the brighter, warmer corridors of the castle. The journey was a blur. Harry was aware of concerned faces, McGonagall's gasp, Snape's stunned, inscrutable stare, but they passed like figures in a dream. He was taken to the hospital wing, put into a clean bed. Madame Pomfrey fussed, giving him a potion that tasted of chocolate and sleep. As he drifted into a black, blessedly dreamless void, the last thing he heard was the entity's voice, small and changed, echoing in the empty halls of his mind. He is gone, but he will be back. For me. We are bound, Harry Potter. More than ever. You cannot hide me. And you cannot destroy me without destroying yourself. We are forever. Consciousness returned to Harry Potter in layers, each one more unpleasant than the last. First was the smell, the sterile, clean scent of linen and the faint, cloying sweetness of healing potions. It was the smell of the hospital wing. Then came the sound, the soft, rhythmic breathing of someone asleep nearby, and the distant, muffled sounds of the castle going about its business. Finally, sensation, a deep, bone-aching fatigue, a throbbing ache in his scar that was now a familiar, ugly companion, and a cold, hollow space in his chest where his emotions should have been. He opened his eyes. The ceiling of the hospital wing was a pale, sunlit white. He turned his head slightly. In the next bed, Ron lay asleep, a bandage around his head, his freckles stark against his pale skin. Further down, Hermione was curled in an armchair, a book open on her lap, her head nodding onto her chest. He was alive. They were alive. Quirrell was not. The memory crashed over him without mercy. The sizzle of burning flesh, the animal screams, the spray of blood, the wraith-like face of Voldemort fleeing through the ceiling. And underpinning it all, the cold, ecstatic surge of the entity's power, unleashed and unfettered. He had killed a man. Not with his hands, but with the thing inside him. The entity had been the weapon, but Harry had pulled the trigger. He had torn down the walls and let the darkness out. A soft, pained sound escaped his lips. Hermione jerked awake, her book tumbling to the floor. Harry. She was at his bedside in an instant, her eyes wide with relief and worry. You're awake. Oh, thank goodness. How do you feel? Tired, he croaked. His throat was raw. Ron stirred, blinking groggily. What's happening? Harry. Blimey, you've been out for ages. It's nearly evening. You've been asleep for almost a full day, Hermione said, her voice trembling slightly. Madame Pomfrey said it was magical exhaustion and shock. She gave you a dreamless sleep potion. A day. A whole day lost to a black void. He wished he could go back. What happened? Ron asked, pushing himself up on his elbows, wincing. After we went back, we got help, found McGonagall, she went down but Dumbledore was already there. He brought you and Quirrell out. Quirrell was, well, you know. Harry closed his eyes. He did know. They're saying he had a dreadful accident with one of his own dark spells, Hermione said, her voice low. That's what Professor Dumbledore told the staff. That Quirrell was trying to steal the stone for you know who, and his magic backfired. That was the official story. A neat, clean lie. It didn't include the burning, or the entity, or the wraith. The stone? Harry asked. Destroyed, Hermione said. Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel agreed. He's going to settle his affairs. She said it with a solemnity that indicated she understood the weight of it. So Flamel would die. Another death, indirect but real, because of this. The chain of consequences felt endless. The door to the hospital wing opened, and Madame Pomfrey bustled in, followed by Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster's face was grave, but his eyes held their usual gentle twinkle, though it seemed dimmed. "Ah, Mr. Potter. I am very pleased to see you awake." Dumbledore approached the bed. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, if you would give us a moment. Poppy, perhaps our other patient needs a check-up." With reluctant looks, Ron and Hermione were shepherded away to the other end of the ward. Dumbledore conjured a squashy chintz armchair and sat down beside Harry's bed. "You have been through a terrible ordeal, Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "I cannot express how sorry I am that you were forced to face such darkness." "He's still out there," Harry whispered, staring at the headmaster's long, crooked nose. "Voldemort." Dumbledore did not flinch at the name. "Yes, he is. Bodiless and weakened, but not gone. The spirit that fled was him. You have delayed his return, but not prevented it. He said we were connected." Harry's heart was pounding. This was his chance. Maybe Dumbledore would explain the entity, would know how to get it out. He could feel it. "He said a piece of him lives in me." Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to pierce him, seeing through to the screaming truth. He leaned forward. "On the night Lord Voldemort tried to kill you, Harry, he did more than leave you a scar. When his killing curse rebounded, a fragment of his shattered soul was blasted apart from the whole. In an act of accidental magic no one could have foreseen, that fragment latched onto the only living thing left in the room. You." The words hung in the air, clinical and devastating. Harry had heard Horcrux from the Sorting Hat, but now it was confirmed by the wisest wizard he knew. It was real. It had a name. "So I'm a Horcrux." The word was vile on his tongue. "You carry one within you." "Yes," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. "It is not who you are. It is a parasite. A dark, parasitic presence. It is the reason you can speak Parseltongue. The reason your scar hurts in his presence. It is the connection he felt. Can you get it out?" The plea was desperate, childish. Dumbledore's face was filled with a profound sorrow. "No, Harry. Not without killing you. The fragment is bound to your very life force. To destroy it is to destroy the vessel. It is one of the darkest, most irreversible pieces of magic ever created. The finality of it was a death sentence. He would live and die with this thing inside him. Forever. Then what do I do?" Harry's voice broke. "You live," Dumbledore said simply. "You fight. You surround yourself with love and friendship, which are powers Voldemort knows not and cannot understand. The fragment within you is weak, Harry. It is a shadow, a memory. It has no power except what you give it. Your mother's protection, which lives in your blood, is a constant barrier against it. Love is your shield, and it is also your weapon." But Harry had given it power. He had let it out. He had used it to burn Quirrell, to shatter curses, to survive. He had felt its cold intellect, its seductive logic. It was not weak. It was a coiled serpent, and he had fed it. "He'll come back for it, won't he?" Harry said. "For the peace of him. I believe he will," Dumbledore nodded. "He will want to reclaim it, to make himself whole. But to do that, he must kill you. And in that, he may yet fail, as he did before." He stood up, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are not alone in this, Harry. You have allies. You have me. And you have something he has forever lost, a soul that is whole, and your own. Never forget that." After Dumbledore left, Harry lay staring at the ceiling. The entity, which had been silent since he awoke, stirred. "He knows," it whispered, its voice a thin, cold thread. "He knows what I am. And he tells you pretty lies about love and wholeness. He offers you a shield, but no sword. What will you do when the master comes, Harry? Will you hide behind sentiment? Or will you use the weapon you have?" "Me. You're not a weapon. You're a disease. I am your survival," it retorted, a hint of its old arrogance returning. "You saw what happened. Without me, you would be dead. Quirrell would have taken the stone, and the Dark Lord would have returned in a new body. I stopped that. We stopped that. You killed a man. He was going to kill you." The entity's voice rose, a hiss of frustration. "Are you so naive? This is a war. People die. The weak perish. We are not weak. Together, we are strong. Dumbledore would have you be a lamb led to slaughter. I would make you a wolf." Harry turned his face into the pillow, wishing he could block out the voice, the memories, the truth. But it was inside him. There was no escape. Asterisk. The last days of term passed in a surreal haze. Harry was released from the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione stuck to his side like glue, their concern a warm, suffocating blanket. They celebrated the end-of-year feast, where Slytherin's 7-year winning streak was shattered by a last-minute avalanche of points from Dumbledore. To Harry for pure nerve and outstanding courage, to Ron for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, and to Hermione for the use of cool logic in the face of fire. The Great Hall erupted in scarlet and gold, a roaring celebration of their triumph. Harry smiled, he cheered, he let himself be carried along by the tide of joy. But inside, he felt like a fraud. They were celebrating a victory he had won with a monster's help. They thought he was brave. He knew he was just desperate. The entity watched it all, a silent, cynical spectator. See how they love the symbol. The boy who lived, the champion. They do not see the cost. They do not see the blood on your hands, or the darkness in your soul. They see only the story. On the train ride back to London, tucked into a compartment with Ron, Hermione, and a dozing Neville, the conversation was bright and future-focused. Ron talked Quidditch. Hermione discussed summer reading lists. They made Harry promise to write. He agreed, but the thought of returning to Privet Drive, to the cupboard, surely they wouldn't make him go back to the cupboard. But where else would he go, was a dread that overshadowed everything. The idea of being locked away again, with the entity as his only companion, was a special kind of torture. You could come and stay with me, Ron said eagerly. Mum and Dad wouldn't mind. I'll ask them. The offer was like a glimpse of sunlight. But Harry remembered Dumbledore's words on his last visit to the hospital wing. You must return to your aunt's house, Harry. For while you can still call it home, your mother's blood protection holds. It is old magic, and it is your safest refuge. There, Voldemort cannot touch you. Safety. A refuge. It felt like a prison sentence. As the countryside rolled by, Hermione finally broached the subject they'd all been avoiding. Harry, what really happened? With Quirrell. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but the official story doesn't make sense. Dark spells backfiring don't usually cause burns like that. Ron looked up, curious. Harry looked out the window. He couldn't tell them about the entity. They would look at him with fear, not friendship. He gave them a version of the truth, stripped of the horror. My mum, her protection. It burned him when he touched me. He couldn't hurt me physically. And then, when he tried to curse me, something went wrong. His magic went wild. I don't really know why. It was vague enough to be plausible. Hermione's eyes were shrewd, but she accepted it, filing it away as another magical anomaly to research. When the train pulled into King's Cross, and they pushed their trolleys through the barrier back into the Muggle world, the reality of separation hit. There were the Dursleys, Vernon's face purple with the effort of looking normal in a crowd of wizards, Petunia looking like she'd swallowed a lemon. Well, said Ron, clapping Harry on the back. See you, mate. Right soon, yeah. Hermione surprised him with a quick, fierce hug. Take care of yourself, Harry. And then they were gone, swept away by their own families, into a world of love and warmth he could only observe from the outside. He turned to face the Dursleys. Vernon's eyes bulged as he took in Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage. Hurry up, boy, he grunted. We don't have all day. The journey back to Privet Drive was silent. The familiar streets, so ordinary, felt like a different planet. He had seen magic, fought a wraith, carried a fragment of a Dark Lord's soul. And he was returning to a cupboard. But when they arrived home, Petunia pointed not to the cupboard under the stairs, but to Dudley's second bedroom. It was empty, the junk had been cleared out. A single, narrow bed and a rickety chest of drawers were the only furniture. Dudley's things needed the space, she said stiffly, not meeting his eyes. She was afraid. The events of the past year, the magic, had changed the balance. He was no longer just an unwanted burden, he was a dangerous, unknown quantity. Giving him a room was a form of appeasement, like throwing meat to a quiet wolf. Harry carried his trunk upstairs. The room was dusty and bare, but it had a window. It was not a cupboard. It was a cell with a view. He unpacked slowly. He placed his parents' photograph on the drawers. He set his wand beside it. He hung his school robes in the empty closet. The phoenix feather, he kept in his pocket. The entity observed the ritual. A larger cage. But a cage nonetheless. They will never accept you. They will always fear you. This is your lot, unless you seize more. Be quiet, Harry said aloud, to the empty room. Make me. He couldn't. That was the problem. That night, lying in the unfamiliar bed in the silent house, the full weight of the summer settled upon him. 2 months. No magic. No friends. No distractions from the voice in his head. Just him, and the Dursleys, fear, and the prisoner within. He reached under his pillow and pulled out the phoenix feather. It glowed softly in the dark, a tiny, steadfast ember of warmth and light. He clutched it tight. In the darkness of his new room, on the first night of a long, lonely summer, Harry James Potter made a silent vow. He would not let the darkness win. He would not become the weapon the entity wanted him to be. He would learn. He would understand. He would find a way to live with the monster inside him without letting it define him. And he would be ready when Voldemort came back. For he knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow, that this was only the beginning. The war within had just declared its first, bloody battle. And the next one was waiting, just beyond the horizon of his dreams. Silence had a new quality at number 4, Privet Drive. It wasn't the deep, swallowing quiet of the cupboard, a silence so complete it felt like a physical substance. This was a different silence, thin, brittle, and watchful. It was the silence of people holding their breath in a room with a sleeping dragon. Harry's new room, Dudley's second bedroom, was a study in beige emptiness. The walls were bare. The single window looked out over the perfectly manicured back garden and the identical houses beyond. It was clean, sterile, and utterly devoid of anything that could be considered his. His trunk was stowed in the corner, his wand and the phoenix feather hidden beneath a loose floorboard under his bed. The only personal touch was the moving photograph of his parents, which he kept face down in the drawer. Seeing their joyful, waving faces in this place felt like a betrayal. The Dursleys moved around him like ghosts. Petunia would leave plates of food outside his door, sandwiches with the crusts cut off, apples, glasses of milk. She never called him for meals. Vernon would grunt a vague instruction for a chore, weeds, hedges. His eyes never quite meeting Harry's, his mustache bristling with the effort of containing his fury and fear. Dudley had developed a new, fascinating strategy. He pretended Harry didn't exist. If they passed in the hall, Dudley's eyes would slide over him as if he were a trick of the light. He was a ghost in his own life. And the entity loved it. Isolation clarifies, it whispered on the third morning, as Harry stared at the ceiling from his narrow bed. The summer sun was already bright, painting a hot rectangle on the carpet. It strips away the noise of others' expectations. Here, you are not the boy who lived. You are not the Gryffindor seeker. You are simply what you are, a container. And what you contain is me. We have time now. Time to talk. I don't want to talk to you, Harry muttered, rolling onto his side. But you have no one else. The voice was matter of fact, without malice. It was simply stating the truth. Your friends are in their warm, noisy houses, writing letters you cannot receive because your aunt will burn them. Your headmaster is in his castle, plotting his next move. You are here, with me. We might as well be civil. And so, a dreadful new routine was born. By day, Harry did his chores under the blistering sun, the entity a silent observer, drinking in the sensations of the Muggle world it despised. By night, locked in his room, the conversations began. Not lessons in magic, not yet. Conversations about history. About power. You think your Dumbledore is wise, it said one evening, as Harry traced the lightning bolt of his scar in the dark. He is a sentimentalist. He clings to old institutions, old bloodlines, old magic. He believes in the inherent goodness of people. A fatal flaw. He believes in love, Harry countered, weakly. Love is a chemical reaction. A survival mechanism for a social species. It can be predicted, manipulated, and broken. The entity's tone was that of a professor discussing a mildly interesting fungus. Your mother's sacrifice was not love. It was a spell. An instinctive, powerful, but ultimately logical act of magical preservation. He has romanticized it into a philosophy. It makes his followers feel better about their weakness. Harry hated how it made sense. How it picked at the edges of the comforting truths Dumbledore had given him, unraveling them with cold, sharp logic. Tell me about the mirror, the entity said another night, its voice sly. The mirror of Arised. You saw more than your parents, didn't you? Harry's blood ran cold. No, liar. I was there. I felt the pull. You saw me. You saw us. Together. You desired understanding. You desired an end to the loneliness. That is a pure desire, Harry. Nothing to be ashamed of. I am ashamed, Harry whispered into his pillow. Why? Because they tell you you should be. Your desires are your own. They are the truest part of you. The mirror does not judge. It only shows. The constant, insidious dialogue was wearing him down. The phoenix feather under the floorboard glowed when he held it, a tiny pulse of warmth and defiance, but it felt increasingly like a child's nightlight against a vast, encroaching dark. His only true reprieve came in a form he'd never expected, Hedwig. The beautiful snow owl had arrived 1 week into the holidays, soaring through the open window as Harry was weeding the flower beds. She landed on his shoulder, a silent, feathered bolt of pure, wild magic. A letter was tied to her leg. It was from Hagrid, written on a piece of parchment that smelled vaguely of gunpowder and rock cake. It was full of misspelled concern and news about a new batch of flobberworms. Hedwig became his lifeline. She refused to stay in her cage. She would spend her days sleeping in the sunny spot on his dresser, or soaring over the suburbs, returning with field mice. At night, she would perch on his bedpost, her round, amber eyes watching him with fierce, animal loyalty. Her presence was a silent rebuke to the entity's claims of absolute isolation. She was a connection. She was his. He wrote back to Hagrid with a stub of pencil on spare paper, careful, bland letters saying he was fine. He didn't dare mention the entity, the silence, the creeping despair. Hedwig would take the letters and vanish into the night, a promise that the magical world still existed somewhere beyond the prison of Privet Drive. One particularly stifling afternoon, a week after Hedwig's arrival, the fragile détente shattered. Harry was in the back garden, trimming the sprawling privet hedge that gave the street its name. The shears were heavy and blunt, the work monotonous. He was sweating through his oversized t-shirt, his mind drifting in the heat haze. Dudley and his friend Piers were in the paddling pool, their raucous shouts grating on Harry's nerves. The entity was quiet, perhaps bored by the mundane torture. Then, from the kitchen window, Petunia's voice sliced through the humid air. Diddy, darling, ice pops. Dudley heaved himself out of the pool, water sluicing off his bulk, and waddled inside. Piers followed. A moment later, Dudley emerged, holding 2 bright green ice pops. He gave one to Piers. They stood on the patio, slurping noisily, watching Harry work. Looks hot, freak, Dudley said, a smirk spreading across his wet face. Harry ignored him, focusing on a stubborn branch. I said, Dudley repeated, louder, you look hot. He took an exaggerated lick of his ice pop. Bet you'd like one of these, wouldn't you? Too bad. Piers giggled, a high, nasty sound. A familiar cold stone of anger settled in Harry's gut. It was a small, petty cruelty, but it was a thread connecting this moment to 1,000 others just like it. The heat, the blisters on his hands, the mocking faces, it all coalesced into a sharp, white point of rage. They are testing you, the entity murmured, suddenly alert and interested. They are pushing to see if the magic is still there. If the wolf is still tame. Show them it is not. Harry's grip tightened on the shears. He didn't want to show them anything. He just wanted them to leave him alone. Dudley, emboldened by the silence, stepped closer. He held out his half-eaten ice pop. Then, with a dramatic flourish, dropped it onto the freshly trimmed grass at Harry's feet. It lay there, a melting green stain. Oops, Dudley said, his piggy eyes glinting. Clean it up. That was it. The thread snapped. Harry didn't raise the shears. He didn't speak. He just looked at the melting mess on the grass, and he willed it to be gone. Not cleaned. Not picked up. Gone. Erased from existence, like the fly. It was a surge of pure, unadulterated hatred for the symbol, the sticky, sugary proof of Dudley's spoiled, hateful life. The magic that answered was instantaneous and vicious. There was no wand, no word. A silent, invisible force blinked over the ice pop. It didn't melt faster. It didn't sink into the grass. It vanished. 1 second it was a green smear, the next, there was only clean, green grass. Not even a damp patch. Dudley and Piers stared. Their mouths hung open, ice pops forgotten. From the kitchen window, there was a sharp gasp. Petunia had seen it. Dudley's face cycled from confusion to fear to a defensive, blustering rage. What did you do? You freak. You made it disappear. It's just melted, Harry said, his voice flat, dead. It did not. Dudley shrieked. Mum, he's doing it again. The back door slammed. Vernon Dursley charged into the garden, his face puce, his fists clenched. What is the meaning of this shouting? He did magic. Dudley squealed, pointing a trembling finger. On my ice pop. Made it go poof. Vernon's small eyes swiveled to Harry. The fear in them was buried under a tidal wave of outraged authority. This was his domain, his rules, and the freak was breaking them. Inside, Vernon growled, the word vibrating with suppressed violence. Now, Harry dropped the shears. He walked past Dudley and Piers, past Vernon, into the cool, dark house. He could feel their eyes on his back, Petunia's terrified, Vernon's furious, Dudley's triumphant. He was marched to the living room. Vernon closed the door with a terrifying softness. You were told, Vernon said, his voice low and trembling, no funny business. You were told to keep it locked up. We have given you a room. We have fed you. And this is how you repay us. Frightening your cousin. He dropped it on purpose, Harry said, staring at a spot on the floral wallpaper. I don't care if he dropped the bloody thing from the roof. Vernon roared, finally exploding. Spittle flew. You will not do your abnormality in my house. Do you understand? Not ever. He took a step closer, looming over Harry. The smell of his aftershave and stale sweat was overwhelming. You are a guest here. An unwanted, unnatural guest. And you will behave like a normal boy, or so help me, I will make you wish you had never been born. The threat was empty in the face of what Harry had faced in the underground chamber. But the hatred behind it was real. It was the same hatred that had locked him in a cupboard. It was a hatred that felt like home. He dares, the entity hissed, a wave of cold fury matching Vernon's hot one. He dares to threaten us. In this hovel, after what we have survived. Show him his place. Something in Harry broke, not with fear, but with a terrible, icy contempt. He lifted his head and looked Vernon directly in the eyes. Or what? Harry asked, his voice quiet, clear, and terribly calm. Vernon blinked, taken aback by the lack of fear. The defiance. It stoked his rage higher. Or I'll lock you back in that cupboard and throw away the key. He bellowed, his face now a dangerous shade of purple. No, you won't, Harry said. He took a step forward, forcing Vernon to look down at him. He could feel the magic stirring in the room, responding to his anger, to the entity's cold encouragement. The air grew heavier, charged. A vase of Petunia's dried flowers on the mantelpiece began to tremble, its dried petals shedding like brown snow. You're too scared. You saw what happened to the ice pop. You don't know what I can do. You never have. Vernon's bravado faltered. He saw the change in Harry's eyes, not the wide, fearful green of a beaten child, but a hard, assessing, older look. He saw the trembling vase. The primal, lizard part of his brain, the part that sensed predators, screamed a warning. You get out, Vernon whispered, his voice hoarse. Get to your room, and don't you come out until I say so. No food, no nothing. You can starve in there, for all I care. Harry didn't move. He held Vernon's gaze for a second longer, letting the silent threat hang in the humming air. Then he turned and walked out of the living room, up the stairs, to his bedroom. He didn't slam the door. He closed it with a soft, precise click. He stood in the center of the empty room, shaking not with fear, but with the aftershock of released power. He had faced down Vernon Dursley and won. Using the threat of the magic. Using the aura of the entity. Hedwig, disturbed by the tension, hooted softly from her perch. The entity was jubilant. There, you see. Power is not just spells and wands. It is presence. It is will. He is a bully, and bullies understand only one language, force. You spoke it, and he listened. Harry sank onto his bed, his head in his hands. The victory felt hollow, and sour. He had become the thing they feared. He had used the darkness as a shield, and a part of him had thrilled at the look on Vernon's face. He was changing. The lines were blurring. In the silent, oppressive cage of Privet Drive, with the entity as his only constant companion, the battle for his soul was no longer a dramatic clash of light and dark in an underground chamber. It was a slow, quiet erosion. And he was losing ground, one whispered conversation, one surge of angry magic, at a time. That night, no plate of food appeared outside his door. The house was silent, but it was the silence of a siege. Harry lay awake, listening to its rhythms. And deep in his mind, the prisoner smiled in the dark, patient and sure. The hunger was a blunt, physical fact. 3 days had passed since the confrontation in the garden, 3 days of silent siege. No plates appeared outside Harry's door. The only sounds from the Dursleys were the exaggerated clatters and smells of their own meals drifting up the stairs: roast chicken, frying bacon, the sweet scent of Petunia's apple pies, a calculated torture. Harry's stomach had passed the stage of sharp pangs and settled into a deep, hollow ache that lived in his bones. He drank water from the bathroom tap in furtive, silent trips in the dead of night. The physical deprivation was bad. The mental siege was worse. The entity had taken full advantage of his weakened state. Its voice, once a pointed whisper, had become a constant backdrop, a radio tuned to a station that played only his fears and resentments. "They would let you wither," it murmured as Harry lay on his bed, watching the dust motes dance in a sunbeam. "They would watch you turn to bones in this room and feel nothing but relief. This is the nature of those without magic. Small, cruel, petty. They are not your family. They are your jailers." "I know," Harry thought, the words a dry rustle in his mind. "Then why do you stay?" it asked, not for the first time. "You have power. You have a wand. You could leave tonight, disapparate, or simply walk out. The world is vast. The magical world awaits. You are not truly trapped. Dumbledore said I'm safe here. My mother's protection." "Dumbledore," the entity sneered, the name dripping with venom. "Who left you here? Who knows what you are and left you to rot with these animals?" Is this his idea of protection? Starvation and hatred? Perhaps it is. Perhaps he hopes the harshness will temper you. Or break you. Make you more pliable. The idea was a poison seed, and it found fertile ground in Harry's loneliness and pain. He remembered Dumbledore's kind eyes, his assurances. But the man was also a strategist. He'd admitted to using the Mirror of Erised as a test. Was this another test? To see how much he could endure? On the 4th day, something changed in the house itself. It started with the walls. A faint, almost imperceptible humming, like a giant, sleeping machine buried deep in the earth. Harry felt it through his pillow first, a vibration in his teeth. Then he heard it, a low, rhythmic thrum that was separate from the pipes or the electrical wiring. The entity fell silent, listening intently. The house, it breathed, its tone one of sharp recognition. It remembers the warning. It feels the imbalance. The whispering. Harry remembered the night the walls had spoken to him, warning him of the entity's dreams of collapse. He sat up, pressing his ear to the cool plaster. At first, there was nothing but the hum. Then, words, fractured and faint, woven into the sound. "Speaker, the cold one's dream, grows stronger, fed by anger, by hunger, the roots are in the foundation now, they thirst." "What do you mean?" Harry whispered back, his lips against the wall. "The hate, the fear in this stone, it is food, the dreamer eats it, grows, soon it will not need a mirror, soon it will have the strength to push." A sharp, splitting crack echoed through the house, loud as a gunshot. It came from downstairs. Harry jerked away from the wall. Shouts followed, Vernon's bellow, Dudley's wail. Harry crept to his door, opening it a crack. The sound had come from the living room. He could hear Petunia sobbing, the lintel. The whole lintel over the fireplace. "It's just cracked in two. Settling." Vernon roared, but his voice was high-pitched with panic. "Old house. Just settling." But Harry knew it wasn't. The house had spoken. The entity's influence, nourished by the toxic atmosphere of Privet Drive, was no longer confined to his mind. It was infecting the very structure. It was trying to become real. He closed the door, his heart hammering. The entity within him was preternaturally still, but he could feel its attention focused outward, toward the site of the damage, with a fierce, hungry pride. "You see," it said finally, quietly. "I am not just in you, Harry. I am in the resonance of this place. In the fear they feel for you. In the anger you feel for them. I am becoming ambient. Given time, and enough negative emotion, I could manifest. In small ways. A voice from a shadow. A face in a clouded window. A push on a cracked lintel." The thought was more terrifying than any nightmare. The idea of the entity gaining any form of independence, however slight, was a violation of the natural order. It was a ghost learning to rattle its chains loud enough to break them. "I won't let you," Harry said, but the words sounded weak, a child's defiance against a rising tide. You are weak, the entity stated, not unkindly. You are hungry and alone. Your will is a frayed rope. How will you stop me? With love. With happy thoughts. Desperation clawed at Harry's throat. He needed help. He couldn't do this alone. He thought of Hedwig, but she was just an owl. He thought of sending a letter to Dumbledore, but what would he say? The piece of Voldemort in my head is making the house crack. Please come. He'd be removed, certainly, but to where? And would that stop the process, or just relocate it? Then he remembered the phoenix feather. Its warmth had always pushed the entity back. It was a piece of positive, life-affirming magic. Could it cleanse a space? That night, under the cover of darkness, he retrieved the feather from its hiding place. It glowed softly in his hand, a comforting, sun-like warmth. He held it before him like a torch and left his room. The house was asleep, but it was a fitful sleep. The very air felt thick, resistant. As he crept down the stairs, the feather's light pushed back the shadows, but they seemed to cling tighter, more resentfully than usual. He reached the living room. The damage was stark in the moonlight. The heavy wooden beam over the fireplace was split clean down the middle, a dark, jagged wound in the otherwise perfect room. The air around it felt cold and stagnant. Harry raised the feather. He focused not on a spell, but on the feeling it gave him, the memory of the fledgling bird taking flight, of his mother's smile in the photograph, of the warmth of the Gryffindor common room fire. He poured that feeling, that concept of life and warmth and protection, into the feather and willed it to spread. The feather's glow intensified, becoming a gentle, pulsing radiance that flowed out in a wave. It washed over the cracked lintel. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a thin tendril of black, smoky vapor hissed from the crack, evaporating in the feather's light with a sound like a sigh. The wood itself didn't heal, the crack remained, but the oppressive, cold feeling in the room lifted. The air felt lighter, cleaner. It had worked. A little. But the effort left him dizzy and even more drained. The feather's light dimmed. Using it as an active tool, not just a passive comfort, cost him energy he didn't have. A temporary salve, the entity commented, having observed the entire exercise. You mop the water from the floor, but the leak in the ceiling remains. I am the leak, Harry. And you are the ceiling. You cannot mend yourself with a feather. Defeated, Harry climbed back to his room. He hid the feather, its warmth now feeling like the last ember of a dying fire. He lay in bed, the hunger and the exhaustion a whirlpool pulling him down. He must have slept, because the dream came. He was back in the graveyard from his earliest nightmare, but now it was overlain with the floor plan of Privet Drive. The tombstones were the Dursleys' appliances. The cauldron in the center was his cupboard, bubbling with a dark, thick liquid. Standing over it was not the tall, skeletal Voldemort of the memory, but the handsome, teenage Tom Riddle from the mirror of her eyes. He was smiling, stirring the pot with Harry's holly wand. The essential ingredients, Tom Riddle said, his voice pleasant, conversational. A base of profound neglect. A cup of sustained fear. A handful of boiling anger. A pinch of desperate loneliness. Stir in a living soul as a catalyst, and you have a most potent brew. A home. A real home, for a homeless spirit. He looked up at Harry, his eyes gleaming red for a second. Thank you for the hospitality, Harry. It's been nourishing. Harry woke with a strangled gasp. The room was dark, but from the corner, where the shadows were deepest, a voice that was not in his head whispered. Soon. It was the entity's voice, but audible. Outside of him, he sat bolt upright, his blood freezing. Who's there? Silence. But the silence was smug. He fumbled for the phoenix feather. Its light revealed nothing but empty floor. But the air in that corner of the room remained stubbornly, perceptibly colder. The line had been crossed. The entity was now able to project, however faintly, into the physical world. The house's whispering, the cracked lintel, the audible whisper, they were all symptoms of the same disease. The prisoner was picking the lock. Panic, pure and undiluted, seized him. He couldn't stay here. But he couldn't leave. Dumbledore's protection, the trace on underage magic, he was trapped in a cage with a creature that was learning to reach through the bars. A new, terrible resolve hardened in his gut, forged from desperation. If he couldn't get help, and he couldn't run, he had to fight. But not with the warm, healing magic he barely understood. That was a teaspoon against a tsunami. He had to fight fire with fire. He had to understand the enemy. Truly understand it. He waited until the pre-dawn gray lightened the window. Then, he went to the loose floorboard and took out not the phoenix feather, but his wand. He held the smooth, holly wood. He felt the brother core connection to the wand that had tried to kill him. He felt the entity within stir, curious. What do you intend, Harry? You want to teach me? Harry whispered, his voice rough from disuse and fear. Then teach me. Not parlor tricks. Not theory. Teach me how you think. How you are. How a piece of a soul can dream a house into cracking. I need to understand what I'm fighting. A long, considering silence. Then, a wave of chilling satisfaction. At last, the entity breathed. The first true step towards power. Not denial. Not fearful resistance. Understanding. Very well, Harry Potter. Let us begin with the nature of will. True magic, the kind that reshapes reality, not just floats feathers, is not about words or wand movements. Those are crutches for the weak-willed. True magic is the imposition of your reality upon the world. It is the art of persuasion, where the universe is the subject, and you are the undeniable fact. Harry listened, sitting cross-legged on the bare floor, the wand across his knees. The sun rose, casting long, accusing shadows. He was hungry, he was terrified, and he was alone. But he was no longer just hiding. He was starting his first, grim lesson in a subject no Hogwarts professor would ever teach, the dark art of surviving himself. And in the growing light, the crack in the living room lintel seemed to deepen just a fraction, a hungry, silent mouth. Asterisk. The lesson began with dust. All matter is energy in stasis, the entity explained, its voice a cool, clear stream in the parched desert of Harry's mind. It is convinced of its own solidity. Your task is to dissuade it. Harry sat on the floor of his bedroom, his holly wand lying untouched beside him. The entity had insisted wandless magic was the purest form, a direct conduit of will, unfiltered by wood and core. The subject was a single mote of dust, caught in a slanting sunbeam like a tiny, aimless planet. See it not as a thing, but as a collection of agreements, the entity instructed. An agreement to cohere, to have mass, to occupy that particular point in space. You must introduce a new idea. A better idea. Harry stared at the dust mote until his eyes watered. He tried to feel the magic as he had before, as a warm, green-gold wave of healing, or a cold, silver snap of erasure. But those had been reactions. This was creation, or rather, recreation. I want it to move to the left, Harry whispered. No, the entity corrected sharply. Want is a child's word. You do not want. You decree. You are not asking the universe for a favor. You are informing it of a new truth. The dust mote is 2 inches to the left. Now, make the rest of reality agree. It was a dizzying shift in perspective. Magic wasn't about affecting things. It was about editing reality itself. Harry took a shaky breath. He pushed away the gnawing hunger, the fear, the memory of the audible whisper in the dark. He focused on the dust mote. He didn't imagine it moving. He imagined a world where it had always been 2 inches to the left. He imposed the truth with every ounce of his frayed will. For a long moment, nothing. Then, the dust mote vanished from its original position and reappeared exactly 2 inches to the left, hanging in the air as if it had always been there. There was no movement, no trajectory. It was simply elsewhere. A jolt, equal parts exhilaration and terror, shot through Harry. He had done it. He had rewritten a tiny corner of the world. Adequate, the entity judged, but he felt its approval. The scale is insignificant, but the principle is sound. You have persuaded a very small, very simple thing. Now, something more complex. The lesson shifted. The entity taught him to feel the agreements that held the world together, the stubborn solidity of the floorboards, the fluid potential of the air in his lungs, the latent heat in the sunlight. It was a cold, dissociative way of seeing, stripping the world of its wonder and leaving only a series of manipulable variables. Harry felt both powerful and profoundly lonely. He was learning the grammar of a language spoken only by gods and monsters. And as he learned, the house suffered. The crack in the living room lintel spread, a spider web of hairline fractures reaching across the ceiling. The temperature in Harry's room would plummet without warning, his breath pluming in the summer heat. Whispers became more frequent, not just in the walls, but in the rustle of the curtains, the creak of the stairs. They were rarely clear words, more like impressions of malice and satisfaction. The Dursleys heard them too. Harry could see it in their widened eyes, their sudden silences mid-sentence, the way they would jump at ordinary sounds. Petunia took to carrying a cross and a string of garlic she'd seen in a vampire film, muttering about purging the unclean. Vernon's bluster had turned into a sullen, watchful dread. He stopped giving Harry chores, stopped acknowledging him at all. It was as if by ignoring the source, he could ignore the phenomenon. Dudley, however, was cracking. His pretend I don't exist strategy had failed. He would now flinch violently if Harry so much as glanced his way, and had taken to sleeping with the light on, something he hadn't done since he was 5. The entity fed on it all. Each flicker of fear, each pulse of anger from Harry, each whispered curse from Petunia, was like a drop of water to a man dying of thirst. They are making me stronger, it confided one evening, as Harry practiced turning a page of a book without touching it, not by levitating it, but by convincing the page it was already turned. Their fear is a tangible energy. Their hatred is a spice. This house is a crucible, and they are firing my will in its furnace. You're hurting them, Harry said, the page halfway between states, quivering. I am existing, the entity replied. Their discomfort is a side effect of my proximity. If they embraced you, loved you, the atmosphere would be nourishing to your pathetic light magic instead. They have chosen their path. As have you. Harry let the page fall back. He hadn't chosen this, but he was participating. Every lesson, every exercise in cold, logical will, was a brick in the entity's path to greater influence. His breaking point came on a Tuesday evening. The Dursleys were watching a game show on television, the canned laughter a jarring counterpoint to the tension thrumming through the house. Harry was in his room, trying to ignore the growling of his stomach by focusing on the entity's latest challenge, to still the vibration of a single dust molecule in the air, to bring it to absolute zero. He couldn't do it. His concentration, weakened by hunger and exhaustion, kept slipping. The entity's impatience was a frost in his veins. Focus. The molecule is jittering. It is afraid. Command it to be still. Show it the peace of oblivion. I can't, Harry gasped, a headache building behind his eyes. You are weak because you cling to the idea of weakness. Sever it. From downstairs, a burst of laughter from the TV. Dudley's particularly loud, braying guffaw. A spike of irrational, white-hot hatred lanced through Harry. Hatred for the laughter, for the full bellies, for the simple, oblivious comfort of their lives. In that moment, he didn't want to understand the molecule. He wanted to punish the noise. Without thinking, he lashed out with his will, not at the dust, but at the source of the sound. He didn't decree silence. He imposed a new truth. This noise is pain. In the living room, the television exploded. Not with a bang, but with a horrific, shrieking pop. The screen imploded, glass showering the carpet. The casing cracked, and acrid smoke began to billow from the back. The laughter died, replaced by screams. Harry froze, his blood turning to ice. He hadn't meant to, he didn't know he could. He heard Vernon shouting, Dudley wailing. Feet pounded on the stairs. His door was thrown open. Vernon stood there, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He wasn't holding a weapon. His hands were empty, trembling. He looked from Harry, sitting on the floor, to the window, to the walls, as if the threat were everywhere. You, Vernon breathed. You did that. You devil. I didn't, Harry began, but the lie died in his throat. He had. Out. Vernon screamed, the sound tearing from him. Get out of my house. Now. Take your filth and get out. For a glorious, terrible second, Harry thought he was free. He could go. He could walk out into the night and never come back. But then Dumbledore's warning echoed in his mind. Your mother's blood protection, your safest refuge. If he left, he would be unprotected. And what if the entity, growing stronger, could now leave with him? What damage could it do in the wider world? More pressingly, he was an underage wizard. The Ministry would detect the magic. They'd expel him, snap his wand. He'd have nowhere to go, no way to defend himself, and a piece of Voldemort in his head. He couldn't leave. He looked up at Vernon's petrified, furious face. And he did what the entity had taught him. He didn't argue. He didn't plead. He imposed a new reality. No, Harry said, his voice quiet but absolute. He stood up. He was thinner, shorter, but in that moment, he seemed to fill the doorway. I'm staying. You will bring food to my room. 3 times a day. You will leave me alone. And you will never speak to me like that again. He poured every ounce of the cold, commanding will he had been practicing into the words. He wasn't making a request. He was stating the rules of the world. Vernon's eyes glazed over. His fury stuttered, met by an iron wall of magical compulsion. He took a step back, confusion warring with the deep, implanted command. You. Now, Harry said, the word a lash. Vernon Dursley, the man who had locked him in a cupboard, starved him, despised him, turned and walked shakily back down the stairs. Harry closed the door and leaned against it, trembling violently. He had just used the dark art of compulsion on his uncle. And it had worked. The entity was a storm of dark joy. Yes, you see, power is not about bolts of lightning. It is about order. You have established yours. He is a simple creature. He will obey. But Harry felt sick. This wasn't victory. It was possession. He had possessed his uncle's will as surely as the entity possessed his mind. He had to get help. Real help. Not Dumbledore's distant, cryptic protection. Someone who could see what was happening, now. There was only one person he could think of who was both powerful enough to understand and irreverent enough to maybe, just maybe, come. He went to his trunk and dug out a piece of parchment and a bottle of ink he'd brought from Hogwarts. Hedwig, sensing his urgency, landed softly on the desk. His hand shook as he wrote, the words stark and desperate. Professor Dumbledore, something is wrong. The piece of Voldemort inside me, it's getting stronger. It's not just in my head anymore. It's affecting the house. It whispers. It makes things cold. It cracked the lintel and broke the TV. I think it's learning how to get out. I'm scared. I'm trying to learn about it to fight it, but I think I'm making it worse. Please, you have to help me. I don't know what to do. Harry. He rolled up the parchment, tied it to Hedwig's leg, and opened the window. Take it to Dumbledore. Fast as you can, girl. Hedwig nipped his finger affectionately, spread her majestic wings, and vanished into the night. Hope, frail and fleeting, flickered in his chest. The entity had been silent during the writing. Now it spoke, its voice chillingly calm. A letter. How poignant. You think the old man will ride to your rescue. He knows what you are, Harry. He has always known. What do you think his help will look like? A prison, a cell in St. Mungo's, or perhaps a quiet, merciful death. He'll know what to do, Harry insisted, trying to believe it. We shall see. An hour later, there was a soft knock on his door. Vernon stood there, his face blank, holding a tray with a thick sandwich, an apple, and a glass of milk. He said nothing. He just held it out. Harry took it. Vernon turned and left. Harry ate slowly, the food tasting like ashes. He had won. He had food, and solitude. He had asserted his power. But as he finished, he heard it again. Not a whisper. A voice, clear as day, coming from the shadows in the corner of his room. It was no longer just the entity's telepathic voice. It had timbre, resonance. It sounded like Tom Riddle, 16 and handsome and utterly vile. Thank you for the meal, Harry, the voice said, smooth and mocking. The fear in his heart was quite sustaining. Harry stared into the darkness. He could see nothing. But he could feel a presence there, a concentration of cold and malice that had shape, if not form. Show yourself, he whispered, his wand in his hand. A low, soft laugh. All in good time. For now, the echo is enough. But know this, your letter will not save you. It will only hurry things along. The presence faded, the cold retreating. But the voice had been real. Audible. Independent. Harry sat on his bed, the tray forgotten on his lap. He had sent for help. But as he stared into the now empty dark corner, a new, more horrifying thought occurred to him. What if the entity wasn't afraid of Dumbledore coming? What if it was looking forward to it? Hope, Harry discovered, was a form of torture. For 3 days after Hedwig's departure, he existed in a state of suspended animation. Every rustle of leaves outside his window, every creak of the house settling, every distant car engine was potentially the sound of Dumbledore's arrival. He imagined it in a dozen ways. A silent apparition in the living room, a knock at the door, a majestic phoenix appearing in a burst of flame. The headmaster would understand. He would have a solution, a complex spell, a hidden ritual, a forgotten artifact that could silence the entity without killing its host. He clung to this fantasy because the alternative, that Dumbledore would do nothing, or worse, that the entity was right about his intentions, was a black pit he couldn't look into. The entity, meanwhile, seemed content to wait. Its audible manifestations ceased, retreating back to the familiar confines of Harry's mind. But its presence was heavier, more substantial, as if fed by the recent outbursts. The lessons continued, but they had shifted. Less about theory, more about application. The walls are afraid of you, it noted as Harry ate the sandwich Vernon had left. The compulsion held. Meals arrived like clockwork, delivered by a silent, glassy-eyed uncle. You can use that. Fear is a lubricant for your will. It makes reality more malleable. Harry didn't want to use the walls, fear. He wanted the whispering to stop. But he listened, because listening felt like the only way to anticipate the entity's next move. On the fourth day, Hedwig returned. She swooped through his open window at dawn, her white feathers tinged pink by the rising sun. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. He scrambled from his bed, his hand outstretched for the parchment tied to her leg. There was none. Hedwig landed on his desk, ruffled her feathers, and began preening, as if she'd been on a simple evening hunt. Hedwig. Harry's voice was a dry croak. Where's the reply? The owl blinked her great amber eyes at him and hooted softly, as if to say, what reply? A cold numbness spread from Harry's chest to his fingertips. No letter. No answer. Dumbledore had received his desperate plea and sent back, nothing. I told you, the entity murmured, its voice dripping with a pity that was worse than scorn. What did you expect? A comforting note. He has no solution for you, Harry. You are an unsolvable problem. A living contradiction. The weapon that is also the weakness. The best he can do is leave you here, contained, while he deals with more pressing matters. He might be coming in person, Harry argued weakly, sinking onto his bed. He might not have wanted to send a letter. That could be intercepted. A charming thought. Hold on to it. It will make the disappointment more profound. The silence from Hogwarts was a verdict. He was on his own. That night, the house's deterioration escalated. It wasn't just whispers or cold spots. The geometry of the upstairs hallway seemed to warp. When Harry went to the bathroom, the corridor felt longer, the walls subtly curved, as if he were walking through a funhouse mirror. The door to Dudley's bedroom, when he passed it, was pulsing softly, like a heartbeat made of wood and paint. Dudley's whimpering from inside was a constant, low-grade soundtrack of terror. The entity was experimenting, pushing the boundaries of its influence. It was no longer just affecting the environment emotionally, it was beginning to warp it physically, playing with perception and space. Harry retreated to his room, his sanctuary now feeling like the eye of a storm. He took out his wand, not to practice, but for comfort. The Hollywood was warm, the connection to Fawkes's feather a lifeline to a world of normal, ordered magic. But even that felt tainted now. The brother core to Voldemort's wand. Another chain linking him to the darkness. He thought of his mother's protection, the burning power that had saved him from Quirrell. It was a reactive magic, a shield. It hadn't prevented the entity from taking root. It hadn't stopped the house from cracking. Love was a powerful defense, but it was passive. It waited to be attacked. He needed something active, a weapon for the war inside his own skull. The answer came to him not from the entity, not from Dumbledore, but from his own desperate logic. If the entity was a consciousness, a will, living in his mind, then the battlefield was mental. He had been trying to fight it with magic, with commands, with willpower. But he'd been fighting on its terms. What if he could fortify the battlefield itself? What if he could learn to defend his mind, not just with walls built from childish instinct, but with real, disciplined defenses? Occlumency. The word surfaced from some half-remembered comment Snape had sneered at a Slytherin who was bragging about reading his girlfriend's diary. A crude invasion. A true master of occlumency would have rendered her mind a fortress. A fortress. That's what he needed. Not to attack the entity, but to render its presence powerless. To silence its voice, to lock away its influence, to reclaim the territory of his own thoughts. But how did one learn occlumency? It wasn't a first-year subject. Snape would know, but asking him was unthinkable. The library at Hogwarts would have books, but he was here, trapped. The entity, sensing the shift in his thoughts, grew alert. What are you scheming, Harry? Nothing, Harry thought, but he immediately tried to shroud the idea, to push it down, to hide it behind a mental image of the boring hedge outside. The entity's laughter was a cold tickle. Occlumency. You think to lock me out with childish mental tricks. I am not an intruder, Harry. I am a tenant. The lease is written in your blood and your scar. You cannot evict me. You can only learn to live with me. I don't want to live with you. I want you gone. Then you will have to die. The entity said it with finality. There is no other way. So choose, a life with power and purpose, however unconventional, or a noble, useless death. Dumbledore has already made his choice for you. He has chosen your death. He is just waiting for the right moment. The words were meant to break him. But they had the opposite effect. They crystallized his resolve. Dumbledore might have failed him, but he would not fail himself. If Occlumency was a fortress, he would build it, brick by mental brick, with or without a teacher. He started that night. He sat on his bed, cross-legged, and tried to clear his mind. It was impossible. Hunger, fear, the memory of Quirrell's burning skin, Ron's laughter, Hermione's worried face, the crack in the lintel, it all swarmed in a chaotic jumble. The entity watched, amused, occasionally prodding a painful memory to the surface. Your mother screaming, the taste of dust from the shattered chess piece, the cold of the Dementor's kiss. Harry flinched. He hadn't faced a Dementor, but the entity could pluck fears from the depths of his imagination and make them feel real. It was trying to prove his mind was indefensible. But Harry was stubborn. It was the core of him. The same stubbornness that had built the first prison. He didn't try to fight the thoughts. He tried to observe them, then let them pass. He imagined his mind as a river, and the thoughts as leaves floating on the surface. He let them drift by without grabbing onto them. It was agonizingly hard. His attention slipped constantly. But for a few seconds at a time, he achieved a fragile, buzzing silence. In those seconds, the entity's voice was muted, distant. It was a start. Days bled together, marked only by the arrival of food and the worsening state of the house. The pulsing door to Dudley's room began to emit a faint, phosphorescent green light at night. The curved hallway now had a noticeable slope. Petunia had taken to burning scented candles non-stop, the cloying smells of vanilla and jasmine fighting a losing war against the pervasive odor of damp and decay that no one else but Harry seemed to smell. Vernon was a ghost, moving through the house, fulfilling his compelled duties, his eyes empty. He was breaking, and his breaking was another source of fuel. Harry practiced his crude occlumency every waking moment he wasn't doing the entity's lessons. He used the cold, focused mindset the entity had taught him not to impose his will on the world, but to impose order on the chaos of his own mind. It was a bitter irony, using the enemy's tools to build a defense against it. He made progress. He could now hold the river of thoughts state for a full minute. The entity's constant commentary became a murmur, then a whisper he could choose to ignore. It was like learning to live with a constant headache by focusing on something else. The entity did not like this. Its amusement turned to irritation, then to a cold, building anger. You think this petty discipline changes anything? It snarled one evening, as Harry sat in deep meditation, the sounds of the distorted house fading away. I am not a thought to be dismissed. I am a fact of your existence. To prove its point, it did something new. Harry was visualizing a stone wall, adding detail to his mental fortress, when a searing pain lanced through his left forearm. He cried out, breaking his concentration. He looked down, expecting a cut, a burn. His skin was unblemished, but the pain had been real. Deep, bone deep, and cold. I can make you feel anything I wish, the entity hissed. Your body is my instrument as much as your magic. You cannot occlude physical sensation I generate from within. Panic threatened to overwhelm him. It was right. He could quiet its voice, but could he ignore pain? Nausea. Blindness. He took a shuddering breath. He rebuilt the river in his mind. The pain in his arm spiked again, sharper. He acknowledged it, a red, throbbing leaf on the water, and let it float past. He focused on the imagined coolness of the water, the sound of it flowing. The pain didn't vanish, but it lost its edge. It became a distant signal, like a radio playing in another room. The entity's fury was a blizzard in his mind. You defy me. In my own house. The temperature in the bedroom plummeted. Frost spider webbed across the window. The walls began to sweat. Beads of icy condensation. And from the corner, the voice returned, audible, trembling with rage. You will stop this. Now. Harry opened his eyes. He didn't look at the corner. He looked at his own hands, resting on his knees. No. A force, like an invisible hand, slammed into his chest, throwing him back against the headboard. The breath whooshed out of him. Stop. The entity commanded, both in his head and in the room. Gasping, Harry pushed himself upright. He felt a trickle of blood from his nose. He wiped it away, his hand steady. He met the gaze of the empty, cold corner. "You can hurt me," Harry said, his voice raw but clear. "You can twist the house. You can scare the Dursleys. But you can't make me obey. Not anymore. I'm learning." A long, terrible silence. The cold intensified. The frost on the window thickened into a solid sheet of ice. The whispered voices in the walls rose to a cacophony of hisses and moans. Then, slowly, the cold receded. The voices faded to a background hum. The entity's presence withdrew, coalescing into a hard, dense knot of pure hatred in the center of his mind. "You are learning," it conceded, its voice deathly quiet, all mockery gone. "You are learning to be a prison warden. Very well, Harry Potter. Let us see how strong your bars can be. But remember, every prison has a prisoner. And prisoners have nothing but time to plan their escape." The pressure lifted. Harry was alone in his room, shivering, his nose bleeding, the window a solid block of ice. He had won a skirmish. He had asserted a sliver of control. But as he looked at the frozen window, sealing him off from the outside world, he knew the war was far from over. He had shown the entity he could resist. And now, the prisoner knew exactly what it was up against. The next move would be theirs. And Harry had a terrible feeling it would no longer be confined to whispers and cold. He had pushed it, and something pushed back was always more dangerous. Asterisk. The silence that followed the entity's withdrawal was not peaceful. It was the silence of a deep breath held before a scream. Harry sat on his bed, the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, watching the frost on his window slowly melt into rivulets that traced desperate paths down the glass. The cold knot of hatred in his mind was motionless, but it was a watchful, coiled motionlessness. He had drawn a line. He had defied it. And now, he waited for the consequence. He cleaned his face with a corner of his sheet, his hands steady but his insides trembling. The brief victory of holding his mental ground felt hollow now, overshadowed by the palpable menace thickening the air. The house's whispers had dropped to a sibilant murmur, like insects under a rock. He spent the next hours in a state of hypervigilance, his Occlumency exercises running on a constant, low-level loop. The river of thoughts, the leaf on the water, he maintained it as a baseline, a fortified camp in the landscape of his own consciousness. The entity did not attack. It did not speak. It simply waited, a patient spider in the center of his skull. As evening fell, the house began to twist. It started with perspective. Harry would look at his door, and it would seem simultaneously too far away and looming too close, a nauseating effect that made his head pound. The pattern on the wallpaper, inoffensive beige stripes, began to writhe, serpentine, when seen from the corner of his eye. Solid shadows pooled in the corners of his room, black and deep as oil, and they did not shift with the setting sun. The Dursleys felt it too. The compelled routine broke. No dinner tray arrived. Instead, Harry heard Vernon's voice, not from downstairs, but seemingly from the wall beside his bed, muttering, mustn't feed it, it gets stronger." Petunia's screams were worse. They were short, sharp, and sporadic, a gasp of terror at a moving shadow, a shriek at a face she thought she saw in the reflective surface of the toaster. Dudley's whimpering had become a continuous, low-grade moan that seeped through the pulsing green light of his door. The entity was no longer content to feed on their fear. It was weaponizing it, using their terror as a chisel to pry apart the seams of reality within the house. Harry knew he had to check on them. A reluctant, grudging sense of responsibility warred with his own survival instinct. They were awful, but they were also prisoners in this escalating nightmare he had brought upon them. He opened his bedroom door. The hallway was a tunnel of wrongness. The floor seemed to tilt downward toward the stairs, and the walls breathed, expanding and contracting slightly with a sound like rustling parchment. The air smelled of ozone and something spoiled. He made his way to the top of the stairs. The staircase itself was a nightmare. The steps were no longer uniform. Some were taller, some shorter, some tilted at odd angles. The banister seemed to stretch away into infinity, its polished wood glistening with a sickly, internal light. Taking a deep breath, Harry focused. He imposed his will, not on the house, but on his own perception. The stairs are normal. The hallway is straight. He used the cold, logical focus the entity had taught him to reject the warped reality. It was like pushing against a strong, elastic current. With each step, the distortion fought back. The step would feel like a shallow dish one moment, a steep cliff the next. But he persevered, his occlumency shields firm, refusing to let the psychic horror translate into physical stumble. He found the Dursleys in the living room. The scene was one of pathetic, broken terror. Vernon was crouched behind his armchair, peering over the top, his eyes wild. He held a poker from the fireplace like a club, but his hands shook so violently it clattered against the chair back. Petunia was on the sofa, knees drawn to her chest, rocking back and forth, her eyes fixed on the massive crack in the lintel, which now pulsed with a slow, rhythmic, dark light. Dudley was curled into a ball on the rug, his hands over his ears, his body shuddering. The television was a ruined shell, a reminder of Harry's loss of control. But the real horror was the room itself. The ceiling appeared to be dripping, not water, but long, viscous strands of shadow that evaporated before they hit the carpet. The floral patterns on the armchairs were crawling, the roses seeming to bloom and wither in rapid, nauseating cycles. Vernon saw Harry. His eyes, wide with terror, focused on him. For a moment, raw, human hatred broke through the fear. "You," he snarled. "You did this. You brought this hell into my house." "I didn't mean to," Harry said, and it was the truth. "Get out," Vernon screamed, surging to his feet, the poker raised. "Get out and take it with you." "I can't," Harry said, his voice weary. "If I leave, it might come with me. It might get worse out there." "I don't care." Spittle flew from Vernon's lips. "I want you gone. You're a curse. A plague. Your parents died to be rid of you, and they were right." The words were meant to eviscerate. And they did. But they also sparked a cold, clarifying fury. This man, in his perfect, ordinary house, had no idea of the stakes. No idea of the war that was raging, a war that extended far beyond his privet hedge. Before Harry could respond, the entity made its move. It didn't attack Harry. It attacked Vernon. The man's furious, purple face went slack. His eyes glazed over, the pupils expanding until only a thin rim of color remained. The poker dropped from his fingers with a thud. A voice came from his mouth, but it wasn't his own. It was the high, cold, perfectly modulated voice of Tom Riddle, using Vernon's vocal cords like a crude megaphone. "He is not wrong, Harry." Petunia shrieked, scrambling back on the sofa. Dudley whimpered louder. Harry stared, horror-struck, as his uncle's body stood rigid, a puppet with another's voice. "Let him go." "Why? He is a blunt instrument. But useful for demonstration." Vernon's head tilted at an unnatural angle. "You built a wall in your mind. A commendable first effort. But you forget, I do not need to breach the wall to make you suffer." Vernon's body took a stiff, jerky step forward. Then another. He was walking toward Petunia. "You care for their well-being. A sentimental weakness. Let us test its limits." "Stop it," Harry yelled, raising his wand. But what could he do? Stun his uncle? The entity was not in Vernon, it was merely puppeteering him from its anchor in Harry's mind. "Make me," the entity whispered through Vernon's mouth, a grotesque parody. Vernon reached the sofa. His meaty hand, moving with a marionette's precision, shot out and grabbed a handful of Petunia's blonde hair. She screamed, a raw, animal sound of pain and terror. "Let her go," Harry roared, his magic surging in response to his fury. The lamps in the room flared blindingly bright, then shattered. Shadows leapt and danced. "Or what? You will hurt him. You will use my power to save her." The entity's voice was a taunt. "Go ahead. Strike him down. It would be a mercy. And it would be your magic that does it. Not mine." It was a trap. A monstrous, psychological trap. If Harry attacked to save Petunia, he would be using the violent, cold magic the entity had taught him, crossing a line into harming a muggle, even if possessed. It would prove to the entity, and to himself, that he was capable of its brand of ruthlessness. But if he did nothing, Petunia would be hurt. Or worse. Petunia's eyes, wide with terror, found Harry's. In them, he saw no love, no familial bond. Only a desperate, primal plea. "Save me." The entity yanked her head back. She cried out. Harry's mind raced, the Occlumency river churning into a maelstrom. He couldn't attack Vernon, but he had to stop this. He had to break the entity's control. An idea, desperate and wild, formed. The entity was multitasking, maintaining its distortions in the house, puppeteering Vernon, and residing in Harry. It was powerful, but it was also divided. Harry's Occlumency was a defense. Could he attack? Not with magic, but with a mental counter-assault. Could he flood the connection with something the entity couldn't tolerate? He thought of the phoenix feather. Its warmth. The feeling of the fledgling bird healing in his hands. The love in his mother's eyes in the photograph. The simple, uncomplicated loyalty of Hedwig. The fierce, brave friendship of Ron and Hermione. He gathered these memories, these feelings, not as vague sentiments, but as specific, potent realities. He focused on the warmth of the phoenix feather until he could feel its heat in his palm. He recalled the exact sensation of the bird's wing knitting under his magic. He pictured Hermione's determined face, Ron's lopsided grin. He didn't send them as a shield. He forged them into a spear. And with all the will he had cultivated, all the focus he had learned from his dark teacher, he shoved this concentrated burst of positive, life-affirming emotion back along the psychic connection that linked him to the entity. It was not an attack of hate, but of love. Not of cold, but of warmth. Not of control, but of connection. The effect on the entity was catastrophic. A deafening, silent scream tore through Harry's mind. The hatred coil thrashed, not in anger, but in agony. It was a creature of darkness, of ego, of cold isolation. The sudden, violent influx of selfless warmth, of bonding emotion, was anathema. It was acid on its essence. In the living room, Vernon Dursley screamed, his own voice this time, and released Petunia, clutching his head as he stumbled back, collapsing into the armchair. The glazed look was gone, replaced by confusion and fresh terror. The house gave a massive, groaning shudder. The crawling patterns on the furniture stilled. The dripping shadows ceased. The pulsing light in the crack faded to a dull, inert line. The worst of the distortions snapped back to normality with an almost audible pop. The entity's presence in Harry's mind recoiled, shriveling, wounded. Its voice, when it came, was thready, faint, and seething with a new, more personal kind of hatred. You dare, use that, against me. I'll use anything I have, Harry panted, leaning against the doorframe, mentally exhausted but triumphant. He had found a weapon. A real one. But the victory was short-lived. The entity, though wounded, was not defeated. And its retaliation was swift and brutal. It abandoned its external manipulations. It turned its full, furious attention inward, on Harry. The mental assault began. Not with pain or phantom sensations this time. With visions. Harry's Occlumency river evaporated. He was no longer in the living room. He was in the graveyard from his dreams, but it was real. He could smell the damp earth, feel the chill mist. Before him stood Cedric Diggory, a boy he didn't know but somehow recognized, handsome and dead, his eyes blank. "Kill the spare," said a cold voice. The scene shifted. He was in a dark, cold house. A giant, shaggy black dog lay lifeless on the floor, and a man with long, matted hair and hollow eyes was screaming in grief. Sirius. The name came with a wave of devastating loss. He was in a forest, carrying a dead body. A girl with silver blonde hair, her eyes like a fawn's, lifeless in his arms. Luna. He was in the great hall, surrounded by rows of the dead. Fred Weasley, Tonks, Lupin, and Ron. Ron lay next to Hermione, their hands nearly touching, both still and pale. "This is your future," the entity hissed, its voice weaving through the horrific tableaus. "This is the cost of Dumbledore's path. The cost of love. Everyone you care for will die. Horribly. Because of you. Because you are a beacon for death." The visions were not memories. They were possibilities, fears, woven from fragments of things he'd seen and heard, given dreadful substance by the entity's malice. They felt more real than the world around him. Harry fell to his knees on the living room carpet, though in his mind he was kneeling in forest mulch, clutching a corpse. He tried to rebuild his walls, but the grief was too profound, the images too vivid. He was drowning in a future of absolute loss. "Give in," the entity whispered, its voice now a soothing poison. "End the struggle. Let me guide you. With my power, you could prevent all of this. You could protect them. You could rule. No one would ever dare take from you again. No more graveyards. No more great halls of the dead. Only order. Only power." The temptation was a yawning chasm. To never feel this grief. To have the strength to stop it. The faces of his dead friends swam before him. Then, through the torrent of despair, a single, clear image emerged. Not from the entity. From him. His mother's face. Not from the photograph. From the mirror. Her green eyes, so like his own, filled not with sorrow, but with fierce, unwavering love. And her voice, not a memory, but a certainty in his heart, never. He does not understand. He never will. Love was not weakness. It was the reason to fight. It was the armor against this very despair. With a gasp that was half a sob, Harry seized that image. He made it the cornerstone of a new, desperate mental fortress. He built it not with cold logic, but with the burning heat of defiance. My love is not your weapon. The horrific visions fractured. The graveyard, the forest, the great hall, they shattered like glass. He was back in the Dursleys' living room, on his knees, trembling, sweat and tears mingling on his face. But he was present. The entity was silent, not plotting, not seething, stunned. Harry pushed himself to his feet. He looked at the Dursleys. Vernon was sobbing quietly into his hands. Petunia was staring at him as if he were an angel of death. Dudley was catatonic. The house was still. The distortions were gone. But the damage was done. The lintel was still cracked. The TV was destroyed. And the Dursleys were broken. Harry knew he could not stay. The entity had shown it could weaponize the people around him. The protection of the house was now a trap. He was endangering them, and they were endangering him. He had to leave. Tonight. He turned and walked back to his room, his steps heavy but determined. He packed his trunk with swift, efficient movements, his wand, the phoenix feather, his parents' photograph and ring, a change of clothes. He wrote a quick note for Hedwig, who was out hunting, gone to find help. Don't follow. Stay safe. He couldn't call the night bus, underage magic. He couldn't apparate. He would have to walk. To where? He didn't know. Perhaps to the edge of the protective enchantment and then, hope. As he hefted his trunk, preparing to drag it down the twisted stairs, a new voice spoke in the room. Not in his head, not from a shadow, from the doorway. Well, said a dry, familiar drawl. This is a touching domestic scene. Harry froze. He knew that voice. He turned slowly. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing impeccably tailored robes of deepest black, was Professor Severus Snape. His face was a mask of contempt, but his black eyes were sharply, intensely alive, taking in the room, the packed trunk, Harry's tear-streaked face, with the focus of a predator. It appears, Snape said, his lip curling, that the headmaster's faith in your aunt's hospitality was misplaced. Get your things, Potter. You're leaving. Asterisk. For a long moment, Harry and Snape simply stared at each other across the threshold of the ravaged bedroom. The professor's presence was so utterly improbable, so violently out of place in the mundane hell of Privet Drive, that Harry's brain refused to process it. He stood frozen, one hand on his trunk, the other clutching his wand, his mind still ringing from the entity's psychic assault. Snape's eyes, black and depthless as a starless night, swept over him with a disdain so profound it felt like a physical chill. They took in the pallor of Harry's face, the tremor in his hands, the packed trunk. They flicked to the frost-rimmed window, the sweat-damp walls, the air that still tasted of spent magic and despair. Cat got your tongue, Potter. Snape's voice was a low sneer. Or has your celebrated wit finally deserted you along with your common sense? The sound of his voice broke the spell. Harry found his own, though it was rough and unsteady. What are you doing here? Rescuing you from your own monumental idiocy, apparently, Snape said, pushing off the doorframe and gliding into the room. He moved with a silent, predatory grace that made the space feel smaller. Though one might argue the world would be a safer place if I left you to it. Did Dumbledore send you? Harry asked, hope and dread warring in his chest. Dumbledore had gotten his letter. He had sent help. But why Snape, of all people? Snape didn't answer directly. His gaze was fixed on Harry's forehead, on the scar that was undoubtedly throbbing in the aftermath of the mental war. The headmaster, he said, each word dripping with a bitterness that had nothing to do with Harry, has a regrettable habit of sensing disturbances in the magical ecosystem. He felt a ripple. A concerning one. Centered here. His lip curled. He thought it prudent to send someone with experience in the dark arts to investigate. Someone disposable. So it wasn't a direct response to his letter. Dumbledore had felt the entity's outburst, the massive release of power when Harry had fought back. The thought was unsettling. How much had he felt? He feels our struggles, the entity whispered, its voice a thin, pained rasp. It was wounded, but alert. He uses this man as a hound, to sniff out the infection. Be careful, Harry. This one is dangerous. He knows how to look. I need to leave, Harry said, forcing himself to meet Snape's eyes. The protections aren't working anymore. It's not safe. For them, or for me. Your powers of observation are staggering, Snape drawled, glancing toward the hallway where the Dursleys' muffled sounds of distress could still be heard. The headmaster's famous blood protection seems to have curdled. Likely because the source of the threat is not external, but internal. His eyes bore into Harry's, and Harry felt the familiar, invasive scratch of a Legilimency probe against his Occlumency shields. Instinctively, Harry threw up the walls he'd been practicing. The river of thoughts, the mental fortress. He felt Snape's probe recoil, not because it was repelled, but because it encountered unexpected, disciplined resistance. Snape's eyebrows lifted a fraction. A flicker of something, surprise, assessment, crossed his stony face. How interesting. You have been practicing. I had to, Harry said flatly. Clearly. Snape's gaze grew even sharper. And what, precisely, were you practicing against? There was no point lying. Not when Snape could likely feel the residual dark magic hanging in the air like cordite after a battle. You know what? Snape's expression didn't change, but the air in the room seemed to grow several degrees colder. The fragment. Harry nodded, his throat tight. For a long moment, Snape said nothing. He studied Harry as if he were a particularly complex and unpleasant potion ingredient. It has become active, he stated. More than active. It's learning. It can affect things outside of me now. The house. People. Harry gestured weakly toward the door. Snape's eyes narrowed. Show me. He didn't ask. He commanded. Harry, too exhausted and desperate to argue, led him back downstairs. The living room was a tableau of ruin. Vernon had stopped sobbing and was now just staring blankly at the shattered television. Petunia was still on the sofa, rocking. Dudley hadn't moved. The cracked lintel was a stark, black line against the ceiling. Snape took it all in with a single, sweeping glance, his face impassive. He raised his wand and murmured a series of complex detection charms. Threads of silver and dark purple light wove through the air, coalescing around the crack in the lintel, around the Dursleys, and finally, forming a dense, pulsing knot in the center of the room before stretching tendrils back up the stairs toward Harry's bedroom. Psycho-reactive resonant decay, Snape muttered, more to himself than to Harry. The parasitic consciousness is vibrating in sympathy with the ambient negative emotion, amplifying it and using the feedback to strengthen its own coherence. It's attempting to create a self-sustaining field. A miniature haunting. He lowered his wand and turned to Harry, his expression grim. You are not a Horcrux in the traditional sense, Potter. You are a contaminated well, poisoning the ground around you. The headmaster's plan to contain you here was catastrophically short-sighted. It provided the perfect breeding ground. The clinical diagnosis was worse than any accusation. Harry felt a surge of defensive anger. I didn't ask for this. No one ever does, Snape snapped, but the heat was absent. He sounded almost weary. Yet here we are. The headmaster's solution is to relocate you. Immediately. Where? Harry asked, a flutter of hope breaking through the numbness. A place where your condition can be monitored. And where you can receive the training necessary to prevent a repeat of this exhibition. Snape's eyes flicked to the ruined TV. Occlumency. Proper Occlumency. Not the clumsy barriers you've cobbled together out of desperation and sheer stubbornness. Harry's heart sank even as it leapt. Occlumency training. With Snape. It was the answer to his most desperate wish, delivered by the last person on Earth he wanted to be indebted to. He seeks to chain you, the entity hissed, a note of panic threading its weakened voice. To bind my voice with his techniques. Do not trust him. He serves Dumbledore, and Dumbledore's only goal is to silence me until I can be safely destroyed, and you with me. Will it work? Harry asked, ignoring the voice. Can Occlumency lock it away? Snape's lip curled. It is the only non-lethal option available. It will not be pleasant. For either of us. But it will, if you possess even a modicum of the discipline you just demonstrated, prevent it from puppeteering your relatives and warping the architecture. He looked at the Dursleys with clear distaste. We will need to modify their memories. This trauma is too specific. They will remember a gas leak. A period of confusion and illness. You behaved oddly, but not magically. You have been withdrawn, sullen, as expected. You are now being sent to a specialist boarding school for troubled youth. That should satisfy their negligible curiosity. He raised his wand toward the catatonic family. Harry instinctively stepped forward. Wait. Snape paused, his expression one of supreme impatience. What now? Will it hurt them? Snape stared at him as if he'd just asked if water was wet. The alternative is leaving them as they are, Potter. Which do you imagine is more cruel? Harry had no answer. He watched as Snape performed the memory charms with swift, precise flicks of his wand. Silver mist enveloped each Dursley. Their vacant expressions smoothed over. Vernon blinked, shook his head, and looked around with confusion. Pet, what's all this mess? Must have been a power surge. Snape then cast a series of reparative charms on the house. The crack in the lintel sealed itself, the wood groaning as it knit back together. The shattered television reassembled with a series of soft clicks. The oppressive cold and the whispering silence lifted, replaced by the ordinary, stuffy warmth of a suburban home. It was as if the last few weeks of horror had never happened. Only Harry remembered. He carried the proof in his scar, in his mind, in the exhaustion weighing down his limbs. Get your trunk, Snape said, his voice brooking no argument. We leave now. Back upstairs, Harry shouldered his trunk. He took one last look at the room, the empty bed, the window now clear of frost. It had been a prison, but it had also been the crucible where he'd first fought back. He felt no nostalgia, only a profound relief to be leaving. Snape was waiting in the hall. He held out a small, rusty tin can. Portkey. Touch it. Harry hesitated. Where are we going? Somewhere you will not be found. Somewhere you can learn to control the chaos you carry without endangering the entire world. Snape's eyes glittered. The headmaster's orders. Do not make me repeat myself. Harry reached out and touched the cold metal of the can. The sensation was familiar and awful, a hook behind his navel, a violent, spinning tug. The distorted hallway of Privet Drive blurred and vanished. They landed in a small, dark, and dank sitting room. The air was cold and smelled of damp stone, potions ingredients, and dust. The only light came from a meager fire sputtering in a grate. The furniture was sparse, old, and uncomfortable looking. Books and papers were stacked in precarious towers. Glass vials and cauldrons gleamed on a heavy wooden workbench in the corner. It was not a home. It was a hideout. Or a laboratory. Welcome to my quarters, Snape said, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he straightened his robes. He placed the tin can on a mantelpiece cluttered with odd, unidentifiable objects. You will remain here for the duration of the summer. You will not leave. You will not attempt to contact anyone. You will do exactly as I say. Is that understood? Harry nodded, overwhelmed by the sudden, absolute change of scenery. This place felt even more isolated than Privet Drive, but in a different way. This was a deliberate isolation, a magical confinement. We are in the snake's den, the entity whispered, its voice trembling with a new kind of fear, the fear of a specialist. He is a master of the mind. He will tear you apart to get to me. Your room is there, Snape said, pointing to a narrow door. Unpack. Then return here. We begin tonight. Begin what? Harry asked, though he knew the answer. Snape turned, his black eyes boring into Harry's. Your salvation, Potter. Or your destruction. It rather depends on your ability to suffer through the most painful and humiliating experience of your life. A cold, mirthless smile touched his lips. We begin your lessons in Occlumency. And I assure you, I am a far less forgiving teacher than the one you've been hosting. As Harry dragged his trunk toward the indicated room, the weight of his situation settled upon him. He had escaped one prison for another. But this one had a purpose. This one held the possibility of a weapon, of real defense. He was in the clutches of his most hated professor, a man who despised him, in a hidden, cheerless place, with a fragment of Voldemort screaming warnings in his head. But for the first time since he'd looked into the mirror of her eyes, Harry felt a flicker of something that wasn't fear or despair. It was the grim, hard-edged feeling of stepping onto a battlefield of his own choosing. The waiting was over. The real war for his mind was about to begin. Asterisk. The room Snape had allotted him was a closet. Literally. It might have once been a pantry or a storage space for brooms. It was narrow, windowless, and smelled of old wood and mothballs. A narrow cot with a thin mattress and a single gray blanket was pushed against one wall. A small, rickety stool stood in the corner. There was no desk, no wardrobe, not even a hook on the door. Harry set his trunk down at the foot of the cot. The absolute starkness of the space was almost a relief after the warped, malevolent chaos of Privet Drive. Here, there were no whispering walls, no pulsing doors. Just silence, stone, and the profound, unmistakable aura of Severus Snape's magic, sharp, sterile, and controlling. He didn't bother unpacking. He simply sat on the edge of the cot, his hands on his knees, and waited. The entity within was a silent, watchful tension. It had stopped its constant commentary, its seductive whispers. Faced with a true master of the mind, it had gone to ground, hiding in the deepest fissures of Harry's consciousness. But Harry could feel its fear, a cold, oily slickness coating his thoughts. "He will try to rip me out," it finally whispered, its voice barely a breath. "He will tear through your memories, yourself, to find me. He will not care what he destroys in the process. Then I'll have to stop him," Harry thought back, with a calm that surprised him. "You cannot. You are a child. He is a warrior of the mind. You will break. I didn't break with you." A flicker of something that might have been grudging respect. "We shall see." A sharp rap on the door, then it opened without waiting for a reply. Snape stood silhouetted in the dim light from the sitting room. "Now, Potter." Harry followed him back into the cluttered, gloomy main room. Snape had cleared a small space in the center of the floor, pushing stacks of books aside. Two straight-backed wooden chairs faced each other, about 6 feet apart. "Sit," Snape commanded, taking one chair. Harry sat, his back rigid. The fire cast flickering, dancing shadows over Snape's hollow-cheeked face, making him look even more like a specter. "Occlumency," Snape began, his voice low and precise, "is the magical defense of the mind against external penetration. It is a discipline of the psyche. It requires, above all, discipline. An ability to detach from one's own emotions and memories. To render the mind a fortress, with every thought, every feeling, locked behind a door you alone control." He leaned forward slightly, his black eyes capturing the firelight. "Legilimency, its opposite, is the art of extracting those thoughts and feelings. I am a legilimens. I will enter your mind. I will see what you see. I will feel what you feel. Your task is to empty your mind. To feel nothing. To see nothing. To become a blank wall. Do you understand?" "Yes," Harry said, his throat dry. "We will begin with a simple probe. I will attempt to access a recent, trivial memory. You will attempt to repel me. Prepare yourself." Snape raised his wand. Legilimens. The attack was not a gentle probe. It was a battering ram. Harry's vision exploded into a kaleidoscope of images and sensations. He was back in the garden at Privet Drive, the sun hot on his neck, the smell of cut grass and petrol from the lawnmower. He felt the ache in his arms, the dryness in his throat. He saw Dudley's sneering face, the green ice pop falling, the sudden, vicious satisfaction of its disappearance. "No," Harry thought, and threw up his mental walls. The river of thoughts. The leaves on the water. He focused on the flow, trying to let the memory slide past. But Snape's will was a steel hook. He didn't just observe the memory, he pulled on it, dragging it to the forefront, examining the feeling of rage, the cold snap of magic. Harry felt exposed, violated. Pathetic, Snape's voice cut through the memory, both in his mind and in the room. "You are clinging to the memory even as you try to hide it. You must let it go. Empty your mind." The scene shifted. He was in his cupboard, listening to the Dursleys laughing at the television, a hollow ache in his stomach. The dusty darkness pressed in. The feeling of utter, profound worthlessness. Harry gritted his teeth. He tried to imagine the cupboard door slamming shut, blocking the memory. But the emotion was too strong. It had defined him for too long. "You are your own worst enemy, Potter," Snape hissed. "Your emotions are a gaping wound. You broadcast your pain like a beacon. No wonder it found you so hospitable." The probe drove deeper, past the recent past, into first year. The mirror of arised, his parents waving, smiling. Then the cold smile of Tom Riddle appearing beside him. The yearning, the shame. Harry gasped, a physical pain in his chest. He couldn't let Snape see that. See the temptation. He focused on the phoenix feather, imagining its warmth spreading through him, a shield of light. For a second, it worked. The image of the mirror wavered. But Snape was relentless. He simply shifted tactics, sliding around the edges of the warm feeling, finding another crack. The Quidditch match. The broom bucking. The terror. Then the cold, calculating focus as he traced the jinx back to the stands. The surge of power. The sight of Snape's robes bursting into flame. The fierce, dark joy of retaliation. Ah, Snape's voice was a silken whisper in his mind. There. The first true taste. You enjoyed that, didn't you? Seeing me burn. Feeling that power. His power. It wasn't like that. Harry cried out, his eyes screwed shut. Do not lie to me inside your own head, you foolish boy. I can taste the satisfaction. It is still here, clinging to the memory like a stench. The assault was merciless. Harry's crude Occlumency was being dismantled piece by piece. He was being flayed open, every insecurity, every moment of anger and fear, laid bare. He felt the entity cowering, trying to compress itself into a single, invisible point, but Snape's legilimency was a searchlight sweeping every corner. And then Snape found it. Not the entity itself, but the place where it lived. The cold, dark center. The scar on his mind. The probe touched it. The reaction was instantaneous and volcanic. The entity, cornered and terrified, did not attack Snape. It turned on Harry. A wave of pure, undiluted agony erupted from the scar, blinding white and absolute. It was the pain of the killing curse, the pain of a soul torn apart. Harry screamed, his body convulsing in the chair. Visions not his own flooded him. A dark castle corridor, the face of a girl with stringy hair and a vacant expression, the cruel joy of inflicting pain, the intoxicating rush of absolute control. It was a torrent of Tom Riddle's memories, his emotions, his malignant pride, dumped into Harry's consciousness as a weapon, a smokescreen to hide behind. Snape recoiled physically, his chair scraping back. His face, for the first time Harry had ever seen, showed shock. Then it hardened into a mask of furious understanding. Enough. Snape snarled, and his own will slammed forward, not as a probe, but as a blade. Protega Mentis. A shield, not physical, but psychic, carved the space between them. It severed the connection, forcing the entity's psychic backlash back into Harry. The foreign memories cut off, but the agony in his scar remained, a fire that threatened to consume his skull. Harry slumped forward, retching, his whole body trembling. Sweat dripped from his brow onto the stone floor. He could hear his own ragged sobs echoing in the silent room. Snape stood over him, breathing heavily. When he spoke, his voice was quiet, stripped of its usual sarcasm, and laced with something akin to horror. So, it is sentient. Reactive. It defends itself. Harry couldn't speak. He could only clutch his head, rocking slightly. You felt that? Snape demanded. The memories it showed. The sensations. Why yes, Harry choked out. It hurt. And I saw, things. His things. Snape was silent for a long moment. This complicates matters exponentially, he muttered, more to himself. It is not a dormant object. It is a conscious parasite. It will fight any attempt to wall it off. Occlumency will be not merely defense against intrusion, it will be a civil war. Within your own skull. He turned and walked to the fireplace, staring into the flames, his back rigid. The headmaster believed it to be a passive fragment. A stain. This is an act of malignancy. Harry finally managed to lift his head. The pain was receding to a familiar, throbbing ache. Can you still teach me? Snape looked back at him, his expression unreadable. It is no longer a matter of teaching. It is a matter of survival. For you, and potentially for others. If it can project its will through you too. That extent, he trailed off, his eyes narrowing. What you did to your uncle. The compulsion. That was not you. That was it, using your magic, your voice. Harry nodded miserably. Then we have no choice. Snape's voice was grim. We must proceed. But the methodology must change. I cannot simply teach you to clear your mind. You must learn to partition it. To create a vault within your own consciousness, and force the fragment into it. To become the warden of your own mind, in truth. He returned to his chair, sitting down heavily. He looked exhausted. This will be the most difficult thing you will ever do. It will require a level of mental fortitude that would break most adults. You will have to face your worst memories, your deepest shames, and learn to lock them away, not out of fear, but out of necessity. And you will have to do it while the parasite rages against its confinement. Harry met his gaze. There was no kindness there. No compassion. Only a cold, clinical determination, and a flicker of something else, a recognition of the magnitude of the evil they faced. "I'll do it," Harry said, his voice stronger than he felt. "We will resume tomorrow," Snape said. "For now, you will rest. And you will practice the first step, emptiness. Not just clearing leaves from a river. I want a desert, a void. Think of nothing. Feel nothing. It is the foundation upon which we will build your prison." Harry stood, his legs unsteady. He turned to go back to his closet room. "Potter." Harry looked back. Snape was still staring into the fire. "The warmth you attempted to project. When you thought of the phoenix feather. That is your mother's legacy. Do not discard it. Sentiment is a weakness in Occlumency, but that particular magic, it is anathema to him. It may be the one weapon you have that it cannot mimic, or withstand. Remember that." It was the closest thing to useful, non-sarcastic advice Harry had ever received from Snape. He simply nodded and left the room. In his dark, tiny room, Harry lay on the cot. The entity was silent, but he could feel it, a bruised and furious presence, licking its wounds from Snape's psychic assault. It was scared, truly scared. "He will cage us," it whispered, its voice trembling. "No," Harry thought, staring into the absolute black above him. "I will cage you. And I'll use every tool I have. Even him." He closed his eyes. He tried to empty his mind. Not a river. A desert. Vast, silent, and cold. It was impossibly hard. Memories, feelings, the ghost of the entity's fear, all rose up like mirages. But he kept trying. He pushed them away, one by one, focusing on the sound of his own breath, the feel of the coarse blanket under his fingers. In the sitting room, Severus Snape poured a glass of dark, potent liquid from a decanter. His hand, for a moment, trembled. He had looked into the abyss inside Harry Potter, and the abyss had not only looked back, it had screamed with the voice of his oldest, most terrible master. He had known the boy was a Horcrux. But knowing and feeling were different. The thing inside was aware. It was hateful. It was alive. Dumbledore's plan had been to love the Horcrux to death. To surround it with such goodness that it would wither. But this thing would not wither. It would fight. It would corrupt. It would use Harry's own magic, his own pain, against him. Snape downed the drink in one burning gulp. The path ahead was fraught with peril. He would have to train the son of James Potter, the living reminder of Lily's death, to master the darkest of mental arts. He would have to confront the shade of Lord Voldemort every time he entered the boy's mind. And he would have to do it without breaking the boy, or letting the fragment win. He looked toward the closet door. Inside, the child was fighting a battle no one should ever have to fight. A battle that had begun the night he was marked. Snape's lips thinned into a bitter line. The world saw a hero. He saw a victim, a weapon, and a catastrophe in the making. And he, Severus Snape, was now the only thing standing between that catastrophe and the world. For Lily's sake, he could not fail. But as he poured another drink, the face of Tom Riddle, young and arrogant and viciously intelligent, swam before his eyes. It was a face he had seen in another mind, long ago. The enemy was within the gates. And the war for the soul of Harry Potter had just begun in earnest. The desert was a cold, quiet place. Harry built it grain by grain, in the dark of his closet room, under the oppressive weight of Snape's scrutiny. It wasn't a peaceful emptiness, it was a defensive void. He learned to retreat into it during the daily, brutal Occlumency lessons. When Snape's legilimency slammed into his mind, a relentless, battering storm of invasive force, Harry would fold his consciousness into that inner desert, leaving only shifting sands and a hollow wind for the professor to find. It was not perfect. Snape was a master. He would find cracks, a memory of Ron's laughter, the smell of Hermione's perfume, ink and parchment, the phantom pain of the Dementor's chill, and exploit them, dragging Harry back into the tumult of his own emotions. The lessons were a special kind of torture. Harry would emerge shaking, nauseous, his scar burning, feeling as if his soul had been scoured with sandpaper. But he was learning. The desert grew larger, more stable. He could hold it for minutes at a time. And in those minutes, the entity was silent. Muffled. It could not whisper where there was nothing to echo against. The entity fought back. It no longer offered seductive visions of power. It raged. It hurled phantom pains at him, the sensation of bones breaking, of skin blistering, of the Dementor's kiss. It tried to flood him with despair, with images of his friends dead, of Hogwarts in ruins. It was a tantrum of pure malice, and it was exhausting. But Harry had a weapon now. Not just the desert. He had Snape's cold, clinical guidance. The professor was a ruthless taskmaster, but his instructions were precise. He taught Harry to identify the taste of the entity's influence, a cold, oily residue that tainted certain memories and emotions. He taught him to quarantine those sections of his mind, to wall them off with mental barriers that felt like sheets of polished ice. "You are not trying to destroy it," Snape said one evening, after a particularly vicious session where the entity had managed to project the sound of a woman's screams. "Lilies." Harry didn't know, into the room. "You cannot. You are trying to contain it. To isolate it from the rest of your cognitive functions. Think of it as a poison sac. You cannot remove it without killing the host, but you can prevent it from leaking." So Harry built a prison within the desert. A black, windowless box of pure will. He shoved the entity's constant whispers, its malevolent presence, into that box. It was a monumental effort of mental discipline. The entity resisted, thrashing, shrieking, battering against the walls from the inside. But the walls held. They were made of his mother's love, of his own stubborn refusal to be conquered, and of the cold, hard techniques Snape had drilled into him. As July bled into August, a fragile, terrifying equilibrium was established. The entity was not gone. It was a constant, furious pressure at the back of his mind. But its voice was muted. Its influence was checked. The horrific physical manifestations, the cold spots, the whispers, the warping of reality, ceased entirely. Harry's scar still ached, a dull, persistent throb, but it no longer felt like a live wire. The change in Snape was subtle but significant. The sheer, undiluted contempt he'd shown at Privet Drive never returned. It was replaced by a grim, focused intensity. He was no kinder. His criticisms were as sharp as ever. But there was a new dimension to their interactions, a mutual recognition of a shared, odious task. They were jailer and prisoner, working together to build a better cage for the monster they both housed, in different ways. One rainy afternoon, during a break from mental drills, Snape handed Harry a battered potions textbook. "Your mind is not the only thing that requires discipline. Your academic negligence is an embarrassment. You will read. You will learn. You will not return to Hogwarts an utter dunderhead." Harry took the book. It was heavy, dense, and smelled of old potions. He opened it. The margins were filled with spidery, handwritten notes, corrections, improvements, vicious little comments. The fool who wrote this textbook clearly couldn't tell his ass from an aconite root. For the first time in weeks, Harry felt something like a real, human curiosity. He began to read. He asked questions. Snape's answers were terse, but they were answers. It was not friendship. It was an apprenticeship in survival. The entity, locked in its box, seethed. But it also watched. And it learned. The breakthrough, or the disaster, came on the last night of August. Harry was in his desert, reinforcing the walls of the black box. He had become adept at this internal architecture. The entity was quiet, a sullen, watchful silence. Harry let his guard down, just a fraction, lost in the satisfaction of a job well done. That's when the entity struck. Not with rage, but with cunning. It didn't attack the walls. It showed Harry a memory. But it wasn't a memory of violence or terror. It was a memory of a conversation. Snape's voice, speaking to Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Harry had never heard it, but the entity had plucked it from the depths of Snape's own mind during one of their earliest, most violent legilimency clashes, and saved it. In the memory, Snape's voice was raw with a pain Harry had never heard in it. "You use him as a pig for slaughter, Dumbledore. You raise him, love him, just to send him to his death." In Dumbledore's reply, weary and ancient, "I have no choice, Severus. The boy must die so that the fragment may be destroyed. It is the only way to end this." The vision was so vivid, so real, that for a moment, Harry believed it completely. A wave of utter betrayal crashed over him. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, his kindness, his promises of protection, all a lie. He was a farmer fattening a lamb. Snape knew. Snape had always known. That's why he was helping, not to save Harry, but to keep the lamb healthy until slaughter. The desert crumbled. The black box shook. Rage, hot and blinding, erupted in Harry's chest. It was the old, cold stone of Dursley hatred, magnified 1,000-fold. They had all lied. Everyone. He was just a thing to them. A tool. A sacrifice. The entity fed on the rage, swelling, pushing against its confines. "See," it screamed, its voice triumphant. "I show you the truth. They will kill you. They see only the piece of me. Your life is nothing to them." Harry believed it. He felt the walls of his mental prison cracking. The entity's cold power began to bleed out, mixing with his own magic, a storm of hurt and fury. In the physical world, the few objects in his closet room began to rattle. The air grew cold. Next door, Snape sensed the disturbance. He was at Harry's door in seconds, throwing it open. He took in the scene. Harry sitting on the cot, eyes wide and unfocused, face pale, magic leaking from him invisible, dark waves. "Potter!" Snape barked, his own wand flashing up. "Control it." But Harry wasn't listening. He was lost in the vision of betrayal. He looked at Snape, and all he saw was the man who had agreed to deliver him to his death. "You knew," Harry whispered, his voice trembling with magic. "You both knew." Snape's eyes widened a fraction. He understood immediately. The entity had shown the boy something. Something designed to break him. "It is manipulating you, you fool." Snape snapped, but he took a careful step back, his stance defensive. The magic coiling around Harry was dangerous, unpredictable. Whatever it showed you is a lie. It felt real. Harry roared, and the magic lashed out. A wave of force hurled Snape back against the doorframe. Books and vials crashed in the sitting room. Snape grunted, pushing back with a shield charm. Of course it felt real. It is a master of deception. It pulled the memory from my mind and twisted it. Dumbledore's conversation was about the fragment. The piece of soul. Not you. The plan was always to destroy the Horcrux and save the host. The words cut through the red haze of Harry's rage. Save the host. Not kill the boy. Save him. The entity, sensing its advantage slipping, redoubled its efforts. It poured visions of death, of green light, of graveyards, directly into Harry's consciousness. "He lies. They will kill us both. Fight." Harry was torn in two. The entity's poison was potent. But Snape's words, they rang with a harsh, uncomfortable truth. The man had never lied to him. He had been brutal, cruel, but never dishonest. He looked into Snape's black eyes, saw not hatred, but a fierce, impatient urgency. And something else, a reflection of his own struggle. A man holding a line against the darkness, for reasons Harry still didn't understand. With a Herculean effort, Harry turned inward. He faced the entity, not as a victim, but as a warden. He grabbed the leaking, dark power and shoved it, not at Snape, but back into the black box. He rebuilt the desert, grain by painful grain. He focused on one thing, one anchor, the phoenix feather's warmth. The memory of his mother's eyes. The simple, unbreakable fact that he was Harry Potter, and he would not be a pawn for anyone, not for Voldemort, and not for his own despair. "No," he said, aloud and in his mind. "You don't get to win." The entity's scream of fury was cut off as the walls of the mental prison slammed shut, stronger than before, reinforced by the fire of his will. The magical storm in the room ceased. The cold evaporated. Harry slumped forward, utterly spent, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Snape lowered his wand slowly. He was breathing heavily, a cut on his cheek where a flying piece of debris had struck him. He stared at Harry for a long moment. "You contained it," Snape said, his voice flat with something that might have been shock. Harry just nodded, unable to speak. Snape walked forward, stopped before him. He didn't offer a hand. He simply observed. The manipulation. The emotional resonance it used. "That is a new tactic. It is adapting. Learning your weaknesses. It showed me, you. And Dumbledore. Talking about me dying." Snape's face tightened. A selective truth. The conversation was about the destruction of a Horcrux. The possibility of the host's death is a collateral risk. The headmaster has spent a decade searching for alternatives. He believes one exists. He is not the callous butcher the fragment wishes you to believe. Harry looked up at him. "Do you believe him? That there's another way?" Snape held his gaze. The silence stretched. "I believe," he said finally, each word measured, "that the headmaster's hope is the only thing standing between you and a ministry-sanctioned execution. And I believe that your ability to control the fragment is the only thing that will buy him the time to find that alternative." He paused. "What I believe is irrelevant. What matters is that you continue to fight." It was not comfort, but it was a truth Harry could build on. The next morning, Harry packed his trunk. The summer was over. The Hogwarts Express would leave in 2 days. Snape handed him a sealed letter. For the headmaster. It details our progress and the fragment's new capabilities. Do not lose it. Harry took the letter. Will you be there? At Hogwarts. I am the potions master. Where else would I be? Snape's tone was its usual sneer, but it lacked heat. Our lessons will continue. Weekly. Do not expect them to become any more enjoyable. They stood in the damp sitting room, the portkey tin on the mantel between them. You have learned the basics of containment, Snape said, his voice low. But the war is not over. It is merely in a state of truce. The fragment is intelligent. It will seek new avenues. Your emotions, your relationships, your fears, they are all potential weapons for it. Vigilance, Potter. Constant, unrelenting vigilance. That is the price of your freedom. Harry nodded. He understood. The cage was built, but he would have to guard it every moment of every day. He was both the prisoner and the warden. He touched the portkey. The hook behind his navel yanked him away from the dank stillness of Snape's quarters, spinning him through nothingness. He landed in the bustling, sun-drenched chaos of King's Cross Station. The noise was a physical shock after weeks of silence. Muggles hurried everywhere. And there, between platforms 9 and 10, he saw them, Ron and Hermione, standing with the Weasleys, looking around anxiously. Harry. Ron's shout cut through the crowd. He and Hermione broke into grins, waving frantically. Mrs. Weasley beamed. The twins whooped. A warmth, entirely his own, flooded Harry's chest. It was the warmth of the phoenix feather, of friendship, of belonging. He dragged his trunk toward them, a smile breaking across his face for the first time in months. But as he embraced his friends, as Ron clapped him on the back and Hermione bombarded him with questions, he felt it. The familiar, cold, watchful pressure in the back of his mind. The entity, locked in its black box, silent but present. It was waiting. He had won the summer. He had survived. He had built his defenses. But as he followed his friends toward the shimmering barrier to platform 9 3/4, Harry knew with absolute certainty that the greatest battle was still to come. The entity was a part of him. And it would wait a lifetime, if necessary, for a single moment of weakness. He stepped through the wall, into the magical world, a hero returning, a boy among friends. And deep inside, the prisoner in the darkness of his own soul smiled a thin, patient smile, and laid another piece on the board. The game, it whispered, so softly only the warden could hear, has only just begun. Asterisk. Platform 9 3/4 was a symphony of joyful noise after the silent war of the summer. The scarlet steam engine belched smoke, owls hooted, cats mewled, and children shouted farewells to parents. The air smelled of coal and magic and adventure. To Harry, after the sterile dread of Snape's quarters and the toxic silence of Privet Drive, it was almost overwhelming. Ron engulfed him in a bear hug that made his ribs creak. Blimey, Harry. We thought you'd died. No letters all summer. Mum was going to send Dad to break down your aunt's door. Hermione hovered, her eyes taking in every detail, his too thin frame, the new shadows under his eyes, the way he flinched slightly at a sudden shout from behind them. You look peaky, she announced, her brow furrowed. Did they feed you at all? I've read about nutritional deficiencies in prolonged stressful. I'm fine, Harry said, forcing a smile that felt strange on his face. Just a boring summer. You know how the Dursleys are. But they didn't know. They couldn't. The secret of the entity was a wall between them, thicker than any brick. As they found a compartment and the train chugged out of London, Harry fell into the familiar rhythm of their chatter. Ron's complaints about his howler, Hermione's excitement about her coarse load, the mystery of Dobby the house elf's warnings. It was normal. It was life. And inside his head, the prisoner observed. It had been unnervingly quiet since the breakdown in Snape's quarters. The black box in his mental desert held firm. But he could feel its attention, like a cold lens focusing through his eyes, listening through his ears. It was studying his friends, assessing their weaknesses, tasting the mundane magic of the train. They are so fragile, it whispered once, as Ron laughed at a chocolate frog card. Their concerns are so small. They have no idea what walks beside them. Be quiet, Harry thought, the command automatic now. He reinforced the wall of the box with a thought, imagining a sheet of phoenix fire sealing it shut. The whisper ceased. But the entity's presence had changed him. He watched his friends with a double vision, one that saw Ron's loyalty and Hermione's brilliance, and another, colder view that saw strategic assets and potential liabilities. He hated that second view. It felt like a violation. Hogwarts, when they reached it, was both a sanctuary and a minefield. The great hall blazed with light and warmth, the Sorting Hat sang its song, the feast was a groaning marvel. Harry drank it in, the normalcy a balm. But every glimpse of the staff table was a jolt. There was Snape, his face a mask of sullen indifference, his black eyes sweeping over the students and lingering on Harry for a fraction of a second too long. An unspoken understanding passed between them. The lessons would resume. The watch would continue. And then there was the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Gilderoy Lockhart was a hurricane of vanity in peacock blue robes. His speech was a masterpiece of self-aggrandizement. Harry, like everyone else, was initially dazzled by the celebrity, the white teeth, the perfect hair. The entity, however, was not. A fraud, it sneered, the first real emotion it had shown in days. A hollow man. His mind is a picture book with no words. He has stolen the accomplishments of better witches and wizards and polished them like cheap jewelry. He is contemptible. Harry was surprised by the vehemence. The entity, a being of ruthless intellect and genuine, hard-won power, seemed to find Lockhart's fakery personally offensive. It was a strange point of agreement. The term began. Harry threw himself into his studies, into Quidditch practice, into the easy camaraderie of Gryffindor Tower. He wrote bland, cheerful letters to Snape as instructed, all is quiet. No incidents. And tried to ignore the constant, low-level hum of the entity's presence. Occlumency practice became as routine as brushing his teeth, a few minutes each night reinforcing the desert, checking the walls of the box. Then the attacks started. Mrs. Norris, frozen stiff, hanging from a torch bracket. Enemies of the air, beware. A thrill of terror, both familiar and new, went through the school. The Chamber of Secrets was open. The heir of Slytherin was among them. For Harry, the terror was layered. The school was in danger. But more privately, terrifyingly, the entity within him stirred. The first time he saw the writing on the wall, the blood-red paint gleaming wetly, he felt a jolt that had nothing to do with fear. It was a recognition. The Parseltongue phrase, when he read it aloud without thinking, unlocked something. A hissing, sibilant channel in his mind, one the entity immediately flowed into. "S's speak to me, S's speaker," the entity hissed, its voice different now, smoother, older, slipping into the language of snakes as easily as breathing. "This is my birthright. The chamber. The monster. The legacy of Salazar, my ancestor. Your ancestor," Harry thought, horrified, as he backed away from the petrified cat with Ron and Hermione. "Of course. I am Tom Riddle. I am the heir of Slytherin. This is my work. Or rather," it mused, a cold curiosity in its tone, a copy of it. An echo. How intriguing. The revelation was a blow. The entity wasn't just a random piece of soul. It was the teenage Tom Riddle, the one who had originally opened the chamber. It had all his memories, his knowledge, his pride. And it was fascinated by this reenactment. From that moment, the entity became an active, interested commentator on the crisis. It was no longer just a whispering tempter, it was a historian of its own past crimes. When Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were petrified, the entity dissected the events with clinical interest. "The basilisk is using the pipes. My invention. Efficient. The reflection in the water, clever of the mud, it caught itself, Harry's revulsion a spike of heat. Of the girl. She is intelligent. Pity." Harry's own ability to speak Parseltongue, which he had discovered at the zoo, now made him a prime suspect. The school turned against him. Whispers followed him. "Potter, heir of Slytherin." The entity relished it. "They fear the power. They always fear what they do not understand. Let them whisper. It proves you are above them. I don't want to be above them. I want them to stop looking at me like I'm a monster." "But you are," the entity replied, chillingly reasonable. "You house a monster. We are a monster. Why not wear the title? It has its uses." The worst was the voice. The chilling, murderous voice that only Harry could hear, slithering through the walls, speaking of killing and tearing. It was the basilisk, and Harry heard it because of the piece of Voldemort in his head. The entity would translate, its tone almost admiring. "It hunts. It is hungry. It says, I smell blood, I smell fear, it is a magnificent creature. Pity it must be controlled by so clumsy a hand this time. Who is it? Who's controlling it? The diary, the entity said, and Harry felt a strange, eager pulse from it. It is another. A younger me. A memory given form. I can feel him. He is awake. The diary. Tom Riddle's diary. A memory preserved in a Horcrux. Another fragment. The entity's desire to connect with it was a palpable, physical pull. It yearned for the diary like a severed limb yearns for its body. In the dark of the dormitory, Harry would lie awake, fighting the urge to seek it out, to open it, to let the two fragments of Tom Riddle speak. We are the same, the entity would croon. He is me, I am him. We could compare notes. Think of the knowledge, Harry. The power. Together, we could find a way for me to have a voice, a form, without harming you. A partnership. It was the most dangerous temptation yet. The promise of understanding, of a solution that didn't involve eternal vigilance or a mortal knife. Harry's resolve wavered. The isolation, the suspicion, the constant internal battle, it was wearing him down. The crisis came the night Hermione was petrified. Found in the library, a mirror clutched in her hand, frozen in terror. Harry stood over her, Ron sobbing beside him, and felt something in him break. Not into grief, but into a cold, hard rage. The entity felt it too, and it fed on it. Yes. Anger. Good. They took your friend. The fool. With the diary is careless. He does not respect the art. We should find him. We should show him what true power looks like. How? Harry thought, his mind a whirlwind of fury and despair. I know where the chamber is, the entity whispered, the secret offered like a poisoned apple. I put it there. I can show you. We can end this. We can confront this pale imitation of me. And then, we can have the diary. It was a bargain. Help in exchange for the other fragment. Harry looked at Hermione's frozen, terrified face. He thought of Ginny Weasley, fading away, possessed by the diary. He thought of the school living in fear. He had no choice. Show me, he said. And deep within, the prisoner smiled, and began to whisper directions in the hissing language of snakes. The path to the chamber was a descent into the dark, wet bowels of the castle. As he and Ron followed the entity's instructions, Harry felt a surreal sense of déjà vu. He was walking in the footsteps of a monster, guided by the monster's own memory. When they found the entrance in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, when Harry spoke Parseltongue to the sink and it spiraled open, Ron stared at him with a mixture of awe and fear. Blimey, Harry. You can really. It's not me, Harry said, but the words sounded hollow. They descended. The tunnel was lined with bones, smelling of damp and age and reptile. The entity was humming with excitement. Home. This is where I became myself. Where I set my first monster loose upon the unworthy. At the end of the tunnel lay the gigantic, shed skin of the basilisk. And then, the chamber itself. It was vast, dim, and lined with towering stone serpents. At the far end, a colossal statue of Salazar Slytherin loomed, his mouth open. And there, small and pale on the damp floor, lay Ginny Weasley, beside a small, black book. And standing over her, shimmering and solid, was Tom Riddle. Not the entity in Harry's head. The diary Horcrux, made flesh by Ginny's life force. He was 16, handsome, with dark hair and a cruel, intelligent smile. He looked at Harry, and his smile widened. Harry Potter, said Tom Riddle. We meet at last. Harry's scar exploded in pain. But it was a different pain, a screaming, tearing agony as the two fragments of the same soul recognized each other across the chamber. The entity inside him shrieked, a sound of joy, of longing, of insane reunion. The walls of the black box bowed outward, straining. He is here. Let me out. Let me speak to him. No. Harry gasped, clutching his head. Tom Riddle's eyes gleamed. You feel it, don't you? The connection. You have a piece of me inside you. I can sense it struggling. How? Curious. I did not plan for that. He began to pace, monologuing about his diary, about Ginny, about his glorious future as Lord Voldemort. But Harry barely heard. The civil war in his mind was consuming him. The entity was pounding against its prison, desperate to communicate with its other self, to share, to merge. He is going to kill Ginny. Harry thought, forcing himself to focus on the pale girl on the floor. He's going to use her life to come back. Let him, the entity urged, its voice frantic. He is the true self. The master. I am just a shadow. Let me return to him. It is where I belong. You belong in hell, Harry snarled aloud, swaying on his feet. Tom Riddle stopped his pacing and looked at him, intrigued. Talking to yourself, Potter. Or to me. His gaze sharpened. Can it speak? The fragment. Can it reason? How delightful. A Horcrux with a consciousness. An unexpected success. He took a step closer. Give it to me. Let me reclaim it. I will be stronger for it. And I may even let your little friend live. The offer hung in the cold air. Give up the entity. Save Ginny. End his private war. For a second, Harry was tempted. To be free. To be normal. But then he looked at Tom Riddle's face, at the absolute, narcissistic evil in his eyes. This was what the entity would be if it were whole. This was what it wanted to become. And he thought of Hermione, petrified in the hospital wing. Of the terror in the school. Of his mother, who had died to protect him from this. No, Harry said, his voice firming. He raised his wand. I'm not giving you anything. Tom Riddle's smile vanished. Pity. Then you will both die. He raised his own wand. A wand, Harry noticed with a sick lurch, the brother to his own. But first, let's have a little chat. Imperio. The curse hit Harry like a warm, gentle wave. A voice in his head, smooth as silk, said, relax. Let go. Let me see the fragment. Let me talk to it. It was the most powerful imperious curse Harry had ever felt. His limbs grew heavy. His mind began to cloud. The entity, sensing his weakness, redoubled its efforts to break free. Yes, it cried. Listen to him. Harry fought. He thought of the phoenix feather, of Dumbledore's kindness, of Snape's grim lessons. He thought of his friends. He built his desert, grain by grain, pushing back the warm fog of the curse. No, he gritted out. Tom Riddle's eyes widened in surprise. Impressive. Most impressive. But pointless. He turned his attention to the statue of Slytherin. He hissed, a long, complex stream of Parseltongue. He calls the basilisk, the entity translated, its voice a mix of terror and awe. With a sound of grinding stone, the mouth of the statue opened. Something huge and scaly began to slither out. This was it, the end. But as Harry stared into the emerging darkness of the statue's mouth, a thought, clear and desperate, struck him. The entity had shown him the chamber. It had translated the basilisk's calls. It knew this creature. It was its monster. You control it, Harry thought at the entity, pouring all his will into the command. You're Tom Riddle. The air. Stop it. For a heartbeat, there was silence in his mind. The entity was shocked by the direct order, by the appeal to its own identity and pride. Then, it reacted. Not by obeying Harry, but by reaching out. It poured a surge of its own will, ancient, arrogant, and full of Slytherin's authority, through Harry's connection to Parseltongue, through his gaze, towards the emerging basilisk. Halt. The command was not a shout, but a hiss of pure dominion. It sliced through the air, older and more potent than Tom Riddle's own call. The basilisk, half emerged, froze. Its great, lidless eyes, which had been fixed on Harry, swiveled. It looked at Tom Riddle. It looked at Harry. It was confused. Two heirs. Two masters. Tom Riddle stared, his perfect composure shattered. What? How did you? He hissed again, urgently, commanding the basilisk to attack Harry. The entity inside Harry hissed back, a counter-command. Obey your true heir. The basilisk thrashed its head, caught between two conflicting, identical wills. In that moment of confusion, a scarlet blur shot from the tunnel entrance. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, diving straight for Harry. He dropped the sorting hat into Harry's lap and then flew at the basilisk, aiming for its eyes. Chaos erupted. The basilisk, distracted by the phoenix, screamed. Tom Riddle, furious, turned his wand on Harry. Avada Kedavra. The green light flared. Harry ducked. The killing curse hit the stone behind him. He scrambled up, the sorting hat in his hand. A sword, he thought desperately. Give me a sword. And a heavy, glittering sword slid from the hat's brim into his hands. The sword of Gryffindor. Tom Riddle was advancing, his face a mask of fury. The basilisk, blinded by Fawkes, was thrashing wildly, its tail smashing pillars. Harry saw his chance. Not at Tom, he was a memory, a ghost. At the source. He lunged, not for Riddle, but for the diary lying open beside Ginny's hand. Tom Riddle saw his intent. No. He raised his wand to curse Harry, but at that moment, the blinded basilisk, driven mad by pain, swung its massive head. Its fang, longer than a sword, punched deep into Tom Riddle's shimmering chest. There was no blood, only a terrible, tearing sound, like parchment being ripped. Tom Riddle looked down at the fang impaling him, his expression one of utter disbelief. He began to glow with a sickly light, his form unraveling. "This is not how it ends," he whispered. And he was gone, vanished. The diary at Ginny's side began to smoke, then erupted in a jet of inky, blood-like fluid that sizzled on the stone. The connection snapped. The entity in Harry's head let out a silent, agonized scream of loss. The other fragment, its brother, was destroyed. The basilisk, mortally wounded by its own fang, collapsed with a final, ground-shaking thud. Silence, broken only by Ginny's weak sobs and the drip of water, fell over the chamber. Harry stood, panting, the sword of Gryffindor heavy in his hand. He had won. He had saved Ginny. He had destroyed the diary. But inside, the entity was not celebrating. It was grieving. A deep, cold, soul-deep mourning for the piece of itself that was gone forever. "He is gone, I am alone again, more alone than ever." The feeling was so profound, so human in its desolation, that for a moment, Harry felt a pang of pity. Then he hardened his heart. It was a monster. It mourned a monster. But as he helped Ron carry Ginny out of the chamber, followed by Fawkes's song, the entity's silent weeping echoed in the vault of his mind. It had learned a terrible lesson: other fragments could be destroyed. It was not immortal. And it had also learned that Harry could wield its own knowledge, its own authority, against its kind. The balance of power had shifted, minutely. Harry had used the entity as a tool, and it had worked. And in the darkness of its prison, the fragment of Tom Riddle stopped weeping. It grew very, very still. And it began to think. Asterisk. The aftermath of the chamber was a blur of light and noise after the deep, wet dark. There were explanations given in Dumbledore's office, warm and full of mysterious twinkles. Awards for special services to the school. Lockhart's oblivious departure to St. Mungo's. The joyful, tearful reunions in the hospital wing as the Mandrake restorative draft did its work. Hermione, blinking and gasping, clutching Harry and Ron so tightly she left bruises. Ginny, pale and trembling, surrounded by her weeping family. Through it all, Harry moved like a ghost. He smiled when he was supposed to. He accepted the gratitude, the awe, the renewed celebrity. But inside, he was elsewhere. He was in the chamber, watching ink blood spill from a diary, feeling a piece of a soul scream its death throes in the confines of his own skull. The entity had not spoken since. It wasn't dormant. It was absent. The constant, cold pressure was still there, the black box in his mental desert still occupied. But the whispering voice, the cynical commentary, the seductive logic, it had vanished. In its place was a silence so profound it was louder than any scream. A grieving, furious, contemplative silence. Harry found he missed it. The realization horrified him, but the silence felt like waiting for the other shoe to drop in a tomb. The entity had been a constant, a terrible companion. Now, he was alone with the echo of its loss, and that was somehow worse. Snape noticed. Of course he did. Their first Occlumency lesson after the chamber incident was different. Snape did not immediately attack with legilimency. He sat in his usual chair in the now familiar gloom of his quarters and simply stared at Harry. "The diary," Snape said at last, his voice flat. "You destroyed it." "Yes. And the fragment within you. How did it react?" Harry looked at his hands. It screamed. When the diary was stabbed. Then it went quiet. It hasn't spoken since. Snape's eyes narrowed. It felt the destruction of its counterpart. A psychic feedback. Fascinating. And dangerous. He leaned forward. Its silence is not submission, Potter. It is recalibration. It has learned that other anchors can be destroyed. It will now be more determined than ever to survive. And it will have learned from the diary's failure. What do you mean? The diary was a memory given autonomy. It was vain, proud, and overconfident. It monologued. It revealed its plans. It was, in essence, a child's idea of a villain. Snape's lip curled. The fragment within you is older. It has lived through the original's defeat. It has witnessed a Horcrux's destruction firsthand. It will not make the same mistakes. Its strategies will become more subtle. More integrated. The thought chilled Harry. The entity had already been cunning. What would it become now? Your mental defenses held during the crisis? Snape asked, though it sounded more like an accusation. Barely. I used it. To try and stop the basilisk. I commanded it to use its authority as the heir. Snape went very still. You channeled its will. Its knowledge. I ordered it to. And it did. For a second, it confused the basilisk. Snape stared at him as if he'd just sprouted a second head. You attempted to wield the fragment as a tool. He said it with a mix of disbelief and something like horrified respect. That is akin to using a lit fuse to light a candle. The potential for catastrophic backfire is incalculable. It worked, Harry said stubbornly. This time, Snape stood and began to pace, his robes whispering against the stone floor. You have shown it that cooperation, however coerced, can be beneficial to your shared survival. You have opened a door, Potter. A very dangerous door. It may now seek to make itself useful. To ingratiate itself. To become not just a prisoner, but a partner. I'd never partner with it. Not consciously. But dependency is a subtle poison. If it provides answers, saves your life, offers power in a moment of need, the line between warden and collaborator blurs. He stopped and fixed Harry with a piercing look. We must strengthen your occlumency. Not just defenses. You must learn to distinguish its impulses from your own with absolute clarity. The moment you confuse its desires for yours, you are lost. The lesson that followed was the hardest yet. Snape no longer just attacked, he probed, he tricked, he laid traps. He would insert a subtle, foreign thought into Harry's mental landscape, a spike of irrational anger at Ron, a cold calculation about Hermione's usefulness, and Harry had to identify it, isolate it, and expel it. It was exhausting, meticulous work. It felt like performing brain surgery on himself. And through it all, the entity remained silent. Watching. Learning the new rules of the game. Returning to the Gryffindor common room after those sessions was like stepping from a freezer into a furnace. The warmth was overwhelming, almost painful. Ron and Hermione were a constant, cheerful presence, but Harry felt separated from them by a pane of thick, cold glass. He caught himself analyzing them in ways that made him sick. Ron was explaining a Quidditch strategy, his hands moving enthusiastically. Harry watched him and thought, loyal. Emotionally predictable. A strong frontline ally but susceptible to envy and insecurity. Potential point of manipulation. Hermione was ranting about house elf rights, her eyes blazing. Harry noted, intellectually formidable. Moral compass rigid. Weakness. Inability to accept solutions outside established rules. Could be neutralized through academic failure or moral compromise. These thoughts weren't his. They were cold, clean, strategic assessments. They were the entity's way of thinking, bleeding through the silence. He would shake his head, force himself to laugh at Ron's joke, to agree with Hermione's point. But the aftertaste of the cold analysis remained. The entity was integrating, just as Snape had warned. Not through voice, but through perspective. His magic began to change, too. In charms, when Flitwick assigned a cheering charm, Harry's produced not just a wave of general happiness, but a targeted, potent euphoria that made a sour-faced Slytherin across the room burst into giggles for an hour. It was too strong, too precise. In Transfiguration, his attempts at cross-species switches yielded creatures that were eerily perfect hybrids, not awkward blends. A mouse with the sleek, efficient eyes of a hawk, a teapot with the graceful, lethal curves of a scorpion's tail. They were beautiful and unsettling. Unconventional, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall said, her lips thin. But the theory is sound. Perhaps strive for a little more warmth in your execution. Warmth. That was what was missing. His magic was becoming as cold and precise as the entity's intellect. He found solace only in one place, the room of requirement. He'd discovered it by accident one night, pacing the 7th floor, trying to outwalk the silence in his head. A door had appeared. Inside was a vast, quiet space full of forgotten things, a graveyard of Hogwarts history. It was the only place where he felt he could breathe. Here, the entity's presence seemed muted, diluted by the sheer, chaotic accumulation of decades of magic and memory. He began to visit nightly. He would practice his occlumency there, building his desert, reinforcing the black box. He would also practice magic, not school spells, but the raw, will-based magic the entity had first taught him. He needed to master it, to own it, so it couldn't be used against him. One night, about a week before term ended, he was there, trying to turn a broken bust of a warlock into a perfect, flawless diamond. It was an exercise in absolute control, in persuading stone to forget its nature. He was sweating with effort when a voice spoke from the shadows. I wondered where you'd been sneaking off to. Harry whirled, his wand flashing up. Ron stood at the entrance of the aisle, his arms crossed, his expression a mix of hurt and accusation. Ron, how did you find this place? I followed you, Ron said simply, walking forward. He looked around at the towering piles of junk. Blimey, what is this place? It's a room that appears when you really need it, Harry said, lowering his wand. I come here to think. To think, Ron repeated. He kicked a deflated football. You've been doing a lot of that lately. Thinking. Away from us. It's not like that, isn't it? Ron's face was flushed. Ever since the chamber, you've been different. You're here, but you're not. You look at me sometimes like you're figuring out how I work. Hermione's noticed too. She thinks it's trauma, that we should give you space. He stepped closer. But I think it's something else. What happened down there, Harry? Really? This was it. The moment to tell the truth. To unburden himself. To say, there's a piece of Voldemort in my head, and it's changing me, and I'm scared. But the words wouldn't come. He saw the concern in Ron's blue eyes, but he also saw the simplicity there. Ron lived in a world of good and bad, friends and enemies. How could he understand a war that took place in the gray matter of a skull? He'd be horrified. He'd pull away. Or worse, he'd look at Harry with fear. The entity, in its deep silence, seemed to lean forward. See, its absence seemed to say. They cannot understand. You are alone in this. Always. It was bad, Ron, Harry said finally, his voice hollow. Seeing Hermione like that, Ginny, the basilisk, it messed me up. I just need time. Ron studied his face for a long moment. The hurt didn't leave his eyes, but it was joined by a stubborn loyalty. All right, he said gruffly. But time alone in a rubbish dump isn't the answer. You've got us, mate. We're here, even if you're being a bit of a prat. He punched Harry lightly on the shoulder, the familiar gesture a lifeline to normality. But as Ron led him out of the room, chatting about the upcoming end-of-year feast, Harry felt the entity's silent satisfaction. The secret was still kept. The isolation was intact. The night before the Hogwarts Express was to take them home, Harry had a dream. He was in the room of requirement, but it was empty. In the center stood two figures. One was himself, but his eyes were a steady, poisonous green. The other was Tom Riddle, 16, as he'd appeared in the chamber. They were not fighting. They were conversing, their heads close together, like colleagues discussing a complex experiment. He saw his own dark-haired double hand Riddle a book, a heavy, leather-bound tome. Riddle took it, smiled, and faded away. Then green-eyed Harry turned and looked directly at Dream Harry. He raised a hand, and in his palm, a small, black box appeared. It was intricately carved, beautiful. He closed his fingers around it, and it vanished. The prison can become a treasure, green-eyed Harry said, his voice a perfect blend of Harry's own and the entity's cold certainty. If you know what to keep inside. Harry woke with a start, his heart pounding. The dream was not a memory. It was a message, a prophecy from his own subconscious, or from the entity itself. The entity was no longer trying to escape. It was trying to make the prison its home. To become so essential, so intertwined with Harry's power and survival, that removing it would be unthinkable. On the train ride home, as the countryside flashed by, Harry made a decision. He could not fight this war on two fronts, against the entity and against the loneliness. He needed an ally who knew the truth. Someone who lived in the gray. He waited until Ron was engrossed in a game of exploding Snap with Dean and Seamus. He leaned closer to Hermione, who was reading Hogwarts, a history for what must have been the 100th time. Hermione. She looked up, marking her page with a finger. Yes, I need to tell you something. Something big, and you can't tell anyone. Not even Ron. Her expression shifted from curiosity to intense focus. She closed her book. All right. He took a deep breath. And he told her. Not everything, not the Occlumency lessons with Snape, not the darkest whispers. But the core truth. The scar. The Horcrux. The sentient, whispering fragment of Voldemort that had lived in his head since he was a baby. He watched her face cycle through disbelief, horror, dawning comprehension, and finally, a fierce, blazing intellect. She didn't interrupt. When he finished, she was silent for a full minute, staring at him as if seeing him for the first time. A parasitic, cognitive entity, she whispered, her mind already categorizing, analyzing. Anchored to your life force. That explains so much. The Parseltongue. The visions. The coldness lately. She reached out, as if to touch his forehead, then pulled her hand back. Harry, this is enormous. Does Professor Dumbledore know? Yes. Snape too. They're helping me learn to contain it. Occlumency. Snape. Her nose wrinkled, but then she nodded. He would be qualified. But Harry, if it's sentient, then standard occlumency is only a holding action. We need to research. There must be precedents, however obscure. Magical theory on soul fragmentation, psychic parasitism. She was off, her mind racing ahead, a general surveying a new battlefield. Her reaction was everything he'd hoped for and feared. No pity, no terror, a problem to be solved. But in her eyes, he also saw a new, ferocious protectiveness. You can't tell Ron, Harry said again. He wouldn't, it would change everything. I understand, Hermione said, her voice firm. But we're in this together now. We'll find a way. There's always a way. For the first time since the chamber, Harry felt a genuine, untainted spark of hope. He wasn't entirely alone. As the train pulled into King's Cross, he saw the Dursleys waiting on the platform, their faces pinched. Vernon's eyes held a dull, compelled obedience. The memory charms held. But as Harry stepped off the train, trunk in hand, he felt a familiar, cold pressure in his mind shift. The entity's long silence broke. Not with words, but with a single, clear, complex emotion transmitted directly into his consciousness. It was a blend of annoyance, calculation, and a sharp, new interest. The Granger girl knows, it thought, the concept forming fully in his mind. A variable has changed. The game expands. And then, clear as ice, a new whisper, the first direct communication in weeks. Welcome home, Harry. Let the second year begin. Asterisk. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.